involvement of the Chief Minister, his wife and daughter in the scam. Meanwhile, Swapna Suresh herself has declared that there is no question of withdrawing her statement against Pinarayi Vijayan, while the Chief Minister himself has denied the charge. He has also questioned the timing of Swapna's allegations.
The protest against Chief Minister in the gold smuggling case only seems to attain strength. As you can see in the visuals, the Yuva Morcha walked towards the Secretariat protesting against Chief Minister, demanding his resignation. They walked in huge numbers. Just before the Yuva Morcha walked towards the Secretariat, there was a BJP councillors protesting against the CM outside the Secretariat, and the Yuva Morcha walked towards the Secretariat, and the police and them had a tussle. They were pushing each other. They were trying to take some workers were also injured in the process. It was raining heavily some time back, but the rain did not stop them from protesting. The Yuva Morcha has said that they will continue the protest until the Chief Minister resigns. Water cannons were also fired at them. Tear gases were also used to disperse the crowd. The Yuva Morcha workers divided themselves into two and went to one side, and they protested on the other side of the Secretariat, and they came this side and also protested on this side also. Yesterday we saw Congress protesting against Chief Minister, and today we are seeing the Yuva Morcha coming out in large numbers demanding Chief Minister's resignation. They were reciting slogans not only against Chief Minister but also against his family members, his wife and his daughter, whose names were also taken by the prime accused Swapna Suresh in the case. They are now moving towards the police van. Some workers were injured and they're moving towards that side. The picture here is pretty clear with all the three parties on the ground, the Congress and the BJP determined to make sure that the Chief Minister resign, and they said that they will continue this protest until the Chief Minister resign. And the CPIM and its allies have said that they will have their full support. They will give their full support to Chief Minister in this case. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekharan, this is Shubhi KG reporting for India Today from Thiruvananthapuram.
A teenager in Bengal has been arrested for a social media post against rioters. That's right, a post where she condemned the rioters. This is a 19-year-old Aishwini who has been put behind bars because she put up a post on social media saying that rioters must be thrown out of the country. Her post prompted angry rioters to pelt stones at a police station in Howrah and targeted the teenager's house, and the cops responded not by cracking down on violent rioters, but by jailing this teenager for her post. This is the third such incident of intolerance that's been reported. In Uddhav Thackeray's Maharashtra, teenager Saad Ansari was arrested after he posted a comment backing Nupur Sharma. In Stalin's Tamil Nadu, a 24-year-old has been arrested for supporting Nupur Sharma, and now this incident of a teenager being arrested for demanding action against the rioters. This time, it is happening in Mamata Banerjee's Bengal.
এখানকার মুসলিমরা এসে এরকম করে অত্যাচার করে বাড়ি ভাঙচুর, অনেক কটা বাড়ি ভাঙচুর করেছে, এভাবে ভাঙচুর করেছে, ওকে গ্রেপ্তার করেছে, গ্রেপ্তার করে নিয়ে গিয়ে ওকে অ্যারেস্ট করে গিয়ে বহরমপুরে ওই তো ওই সব লিখেছে, হ্যাঁ ফেসবুকে যেগুলো লিখেছে সেইগুলোর অনুসারে ওকে গ্রেপ্তার করেছে। এটা তো ভালো জিনিসই লিখেছে, এটা তো খারাপ কিছু লেখিনি। এটা খারাপ কি লিখেছে? খারাপ কিছু যদি লিখতো, যে যদি কোনো উল্লেখ করে কিছু যদি লিখতো, যদি যে কোনো সাম্প্রদায়িক দল বা কোনো ভাই সাহেব মুসলমান, হ্যাঁ এই হিসাবে যদি ও লিখতো তাহলে এটা আলাদা ব্যাপার ছিল। এটা তো ঠিকই লিখেছে, এটাতে কিছু খারাপ কিছু লিখিনি। এটা
পুলিশ তো পরে এসেছে, আমরা যখন মানে এরকম হয় ভিতরটায় তালা মেরে আমাদের তখন বাড়ি ছেড়ে চলে যেতে হলো, প্রাণটা চলে যাওয়ার মতন হয়েছিল। মানে আমরা তখন সব তালা মেরে মানে ভিতরে এই আমার এটা জায়ের বাড়িতে গিয়ে আমরা আশ্রয় নিই। আমি তো ভেবেছিলাম যে আমরা আর বাঁচতে পারবো না, মানে যা অবস্থা হয়েছিল যে পরের দিন যে আমরা বাঁচবো, আত্মীয় স্বজন ফোন করছে, মানে আমাদের কি গিয়েছে আমরা জানি, এইটুকুন বলতে পারবো। আর কিছু কি বলবো দাদা। তারপরে তো পুলিশ যদি না আসতো ওই 10 মিনিটে, যে আরো অনেক কিছু হতে পারত। পুলিশ হয়তো 1 ঘন্টা 1.5 ঘন্টা পরে এসছে পুলিশ। এই যে কাঁচ এগুলো মিটার, তারপরে এই যে দরজা তো মানে আর 10 মিনিট যদি হতো দরজা ভেঙে ওরা ভিতরে ঢুকে পড়তো। বাপরে, আমরা লাইট দিয়ে দরজা বন্ধ করে আমরা ঘরে ছিলাম বসে, লাইট ফ্যান বন্ধ করে ঘরে বসছিলাম।
কতক্ষণ ধরে চলে এই পরিস্থিতি?
1 ঘন্টা 1.5 ঘন্টা তো হবে, 1 ঘন্টা 1.5 ঘন্টা হবে।
পুলিশ আসেনি?
পুলিশ সব শেষ হওয়ার পর রাত্রে পুলিশ এসছে।
India Today's Ritik now gets you a ground report on how rioters targeted a police station in Howrah after Ashwini's post slamming these violent protesters.
We are at the Beldanga police station, which is the second spot of the violence which erupted on Saturday. Now we are showing you as the glass windows of this particular police station has been completely, demolished, and several glass windows have been broken because of the stone pelting. And now a heavy police deployment has been done in that particular area. Situation in Rajinagar as well as in Beldanga is simmering. The internet suspension has been has been going on, and we are given to understand at least 6 people have been arrested as of now for their alleged involvement in this violence. And as we can see that a police vehicle has been deployed at the entry point of the police station, which is why that they can take the force forward if any sporadic violence erupted or news of any sporadic violence coming from any parts of Rajinagar or in Beldanga. With camera person Taposh Barry, this is Ritik from Murshidabad for India Today.
Man arrested for supporting Nupur Sharma's controversial remarks. Former ABVP man arrested for social media posts supporting Nupur Sharma's controversial video and reiterating it. Cybercrime unit of Coimbatore police arrested 24-year-old Karthi from Senanur for sharing Nupur Sharma's controversial video with the comment, and I quote, "We'll repeat this every day. What did Nupur Sharma say wrong? She only said what was written," unquote. Cases for promoting communal enmity and breaching IT Act have been registered against Karthi, while the post has been deleted. Earlier, a 19-year-old youth, Saad Ansari, was assaulted and arrested for posing beheading threat against Nupur. Punjab police has got 7-day custody of Lawrence Bishnoi, the suspected mastermind behind Sidhu Moosewala's murder. Punjab police took gangster Lawrence Bishnoi to Crime Investigation Agency in Punjab's Kharar, where he is being grilled by SIT and the anti-gangster task force in connection with his role in Singer's murder case. Commandos have been deployed for Bishnoi's security. Bishnoi was produced in Delhi's Patiala House Court after his custody with Delhi police in Arms Act case ended. He's been lodged in Tihar jail and facing cases in multiple states. Punjab police submitted on Tuesday that the arrested accused had said Lawrence Bishnoi was behind the murder.
Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi has been brought to this CIA police station in Mohali. He was escorted by nearly 100 cops in 24 vehicles, which also included 2 bulletproof vehicles. Punjab police got a 7-day custody of this gangster who was brought on 1-day transit remand. He was produced in the Mansa court, which remanded him to police custody. Though the gangster during the Delhi police questioning has not confessed that he is behind Sidhu Moosewala's murder conspiracy, but Punjab police is suspecting that he is the mastermind. During this 7-day questioning, police will try to find out answers to various questions. Whether the conspiracy to kill Sidhu Moosewala was hatched in the jail? What is the connection of Goldie Bharat? Was Goldie Bharat hired by the Lawrence Bishnoi or anybody else is involved in this murder? Police will try to find out answers to these questions. With camera person Aman Gupta, this is Manjeet Sehgal in Mohali for India Today.
अभी भी जो पूरी कॉन्स्पिरेसी है सिद्धू मूसेवाला की, उसका खुलासा अभी तक नहीं हो पाया है। शायद इसी वजह से, चूंकि पंजाब पुलिस के पास ये जांच थी, इसलिए मास्टरमाइंड बार-बार लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को बताया जा रहा था। दिल्ली पुलिस ने भी अपनी जांच में ये बताया कि लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ही सिद्धू मूसेवाला की हत्या का मास्टरमाइंड है। लिहाजा पंजाब पुलिस ने लॉरेंस बिश्नोई की कस्टडी ली है। 7 दिन की पुलिस कस्टडी मिली है, जो भारी भरकम सुरक्षा आप देख पा रहे हो, क्योंकि अदालत ने भी कहा था कि लॉरेंस बिश्नोई की सुरक्षा पुख्ता की जाए, एश्योरेंस दिया जाए, क्योंकि लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ने भी अदालत में दिल्ली के ये अपनी आशंका जताई थी कि उसका एनकाउंटर हो सकता है या विरोधी गैंग के लोग उसे पंजाब में मार सकते हैं, जिसके बाद कोर्ट के आदेश के बाद आप देख पा रहे हैं किस तरह की सुरक्षा व्यवस्था है। अब यहाँ पर लॉरेंस बिश्नोई से एसआईटी के जो अधिकारी हैं वो पूछताछ करेंगे कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला की हत्या में कौन कौन लोग शामिल हैं, किस तरह से इस पूरे हत्याकांड को अंजाम दिया गया। कैमरामैन अंकित खंडेलवाल के साथ अरविंद ओझा, मोहाली। लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को 7 दिन की कस्टडी में आपके पास रखा गया है, किस तरह की उसकी सिक्योरिटी है अभी?
देखिए, सिक्योरिटी तो हम उसकी जो जैसे कोर्ट ने एडवाइस किया हुआ है उसकी प्रॉपर हम सिक्योरिटी लगा रहे हैं और लगाई भी हुई है। तो अभी तो जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो एसआईटी में ही करेगी उसको। फिलहाल उसकी जो हम सिक्योरिटी ही लगा रहे हैं उसको।
तो किस तरह की सिक्योरिटी है? क्या कमांडो
देख सकते हैं? बिल्कुल सिक्योरिटी उसकी इसके लिए जो है सफिशिएंट सिक्योरिटी हम कर रहे हैं। उसमें कमांडो भी है, उसमें लोकल है, उसमें हमारी जो पैरामिलिट्री है वो भी है। तो सिक्योरिटी
एसआईटी के अधिकारी अभी आ गए?
बिल्कुल आ रहे हैं।
Punjab police has got the custody of suspected mastermind behind Sidhu Moosewala's murder, Lawrence Bishnoi. India Today has exclusively accessed information about the questions Punjab police plans to ask the gangster during his interrogation. Here's a report.
Lawrence Bishnoi, the suspected mastermind behind Sidhu Moosewala's murder, is in Punjab police's custody. The Patiala House Court in Delhi gave Bishnoi's custody to Punjab police on Tuesday. Bishnoi had cited threat of encounter by the state police.
इनको सामने से जो है पूरी एश्योरेंस देनी पड़ेगी, बाकायदा एफिडेविट दाखिल करना पड़ेगा। ये मेरी डिमांड है, जिसके अंदर बाकायदा हर 12 घंटे में इसका मेडिकल हो और इसको बाकायदा बुलेट प्रूफ गाड़ी में लेके जाया जाए, इसकी पूरी जान माल सुरक्षा की जाए। इसके साथ में सीनियर पुलिस ऑफिसर जो हैं इस पूरे ऑपरेशन को वॉच करें। इसको जहां से लेके जाना है तो ड्यूली हैंडकफ और शैकल्स यानी प्रॉपर हथकड़ियाँ और बेड़ियाँ लगा के ले आया जाए और उसी में प्रोड्यूस किया जाए, जिससे कि कल पंजाब पुलिस को या किसी को कोई एक्सक्यूज ना मिल सके कि इसने भागने की कोशिश की। हमारी ये गुड डिमांड है कि हमें हथकड़ियाँ बेड़ियाँ लगा के ले आ जाए।
India Today has exclusively accessed information about the questions Punjab police plans to ask the gangster during his interrogation. Bishnoi will be grilled on the motive for the murder. The police will ask Bishnoi about the shooters who pumped 18 bullets into Moosewala. They will also interrogate him on murder threat allegedly issued to Bollywood superstar Salman Khan. Bishnoi will be grilled on his connection to the Canada-based gangster Goldie Brar, who had taken responsibility for Moosewala's murder. The police sources have claimed the murder case is cracked. Bishnoi's interrogation will be key for the police to build a solid case in the Moosewala murder. Bureau Report, India Today.
Big breaking news coming in. Shocking visuals from Tumkaru district in Karnataka. A Dalit leader hacked to death in broad daylight. Narasimha Murthy, a DSS leader, was attacked by armed men and murdered at Gubbi village in Tumakuru today. Police have now visited the spot and started the investigation. We'll bring you the latest as far as where the investigation stands and who they suspect the perpetrators of this murder are. But this is a big shocking news coming in at the moment. A Dalit leader murdered in broad daylight. He's been hacked to death in Tumkaru. Questions arising on the law and order situation in Karnataka as well. Questions arising on who the perpetrators were, or why this crime was committed and who committed this crime, and where does the investigation stand. We'll continue following up on the story because the details will continue to emerge. The story is just breaking at the moment and the visuals are out about Dalit leader being hacked to death in broad daylight in Karnataka. Narasimha Murthy, DSS leader, attacked by armed men and murdered at Gubbi village in Tumakuru today. Slipping into a break. When we return, shocker from Congress Neta Sheikh Hussein says Prime Minister will die the death of a street dog. FIR registered. Details in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
India Today TV wins big at NT Awards 2022. Bags 14 most coveted awards. TV news presenter male Rahul Gandhi. Business news anchor female Abha Bakaya. Best News Debate Show, News Track. Best Talk Show, To The Point. Daily News Bulletin, News Today. TV News Reporter, Ashutosh Mishra. Sports Special, Go for Gold. Best use of graphics by a news channel, State of War 2021 elections. And many more. With 37 awards for the India Today group, the most credible network is also the most awarded. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
The Indian Air Force plans to build around 100 advanced fighter jets in India. This effort will be part of the Modi government's Make in India initiative. For the first time, Indian currency will be used to make payments for almost 70% of the project. The Indian Air Force has also said that 96 out of these jets will be built indigenously while the rest will be imported. The Indian Air Force has plans to buy 114 fighter aircraft. These jets will replace the aging fleet of MiG series fighters. The first 18 jets in the project will be imported from the home base of a foreign vendor. Companies like Boeing, Lockheed Martin, RAC MiG, Dassault and Saab are all eyeing the project. The French fighter Rafale, already in service, is believed to be one of the frontrunners to win this deal. Boeing's F-15EX, Lockheed Martin's F-21, and Saab's JAS-39 Gripen E are also worthy contenders, as is the Eurofighter Typhoon. The Indian Air Force had first floated a tender to procure 126 new combat jets from foreign sellers in 2007. After many issues during the tender procedure in 2015, the so-called MMRCA contest was cancelled. For the Indian Air Force to maintain its operational capabilities, the government instead acquired just 36 Rafale fighters. India has got its first lot of Rafale fighters, with India-specific enhancements making them much deadlier. However, the indigenous Tejas fighter is being deployed for a multi-nation exercise abroad for the very first time.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula bringing you all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. Shocker from Congress Neta Sheikh Hussein amidst party satyagraha for Rahul, says Prime Minister will die the death of a street dog. FIR registered against defiant Neta who refuses to apologize.
जो काम करना है वो छोड़कर ये फालतू के काम करना बंद करो, नहीं तो नरेंद्र मोदी तेरा वही हाल होगा। फिर आप क्या बोलेंगे कि जैसे कुत्ते की मौत होती है ऐसे नरेंद्र मोदी की मौत होगी।
Day 3 of Rahul Gandhi's grilling. ED sources say Rahul's tutored answers slowing down questioning. Congress cadres set tires ablaze outside ED office in BVIP, Delhi. Kerala gold scam fallout simmers. BJP takes to the streets against Chief Minister Vijayan. Water cannons used against protester. Accused Swapna defiant, says won't withdraw the statement. Big blow to Mamta's Resina race. AAP and TRS skipped the meeting. Pawar says no to be the joint opposition nominee. Left proposes Mahatma's grandson, I beg your pardon. Saad Ansari rerun in Tamil Nadu. ABVP man arrested in Coimbatore for backing Nupur Sharma. Bengal teen behind bars for opposing the rioters. Singer Moosewala murder secrets set to unravel. Punjab cops get gangster Lawrence Bishnoi's custody. Murder threat to Salman Khan also being probed. Breaking news coming in. The Congress Neta is now defiant after abusing Prime Minister Modi, and this was in a public forum that he abused Prime Minister Modi. We've got that bite. We'll run that out for you just for you to hear what he exactly said. Now the Congress Neta has said, what should I apologize for? Instead, he's demanding apology from the Prime Minister. It's bizarre. That's the breaking news that is coming in at the moment. Listen into what he has said.
मेरे दिल में कोई मलाल नहीं, मैंने कुछ गलत भी नहीं बोला और मैंने कोई ऐसी गलती की ही नहीं। मैंने एक मुहावरा दिया सिर्फ, वो समझे क्या, उसमें कोई गलत नहीं है। प्रधानमंत्री वो सबके, हमारे भी है, हमारे दिल में भी उनके प्रति इज्जत है, ऐसा तो नहीं है ना। मुहावरा था, मैंने मुहावरे में बोल दिया, वो बोला। उससे तो कई आपत्तिजनक चीज़ें रोज़ टीवी पे, व्हाट्सएप पे, फेसबुक पे कई बातें बोलते हैं। क्यों नहीं करते बीजेपी वाले, जाके उनको पकड़ते, उनसे क्यों नहीं बात करते, क्यों नहीं उनको गिरफ्तार करते। मैंने कुछ बोला नहीं, तो एक पूरा नागपुर शहर के माहौल को, अमन और शांति का शहर है, उसको क्यों खराब करना चाहते हैं आप।
Arun Bhalekar is now joining us for the latest. Arun, what I do not understand is if he has gone ahead and abused the Prime Minister in public domain, instead of apologizing, he's demanding apology from the Prime Minister. What should the Prime Minister apologize to him for?
Yes, after this controversial statement made by Sheikh Hussein in Nagpur yesterday, today Congress, all the Congress leaders actually hit the roads and they were protesting near Gandhi Bhavan, which is a party office in Kolaba in Mumbai. We can see all the Congress leaders have gathered here, and they were also protesting against Prime Minister Narendra Modi and BJP and the alleged attack which has happened at the Delhi headquarters of Congress. We've spoke to the party president of Maharashtra, Nana Patole. He very conveniently has cornered the party's stand from the statement which is being made by Sheikh Hussein. Nana Patole says that he doesn't have any idea about any such remark made about PM Modi, but if the FIR has been registered, he is saying that the Maharashtra is doing its job. Police is doing its job, and the investigation will take its due course and no one will be spared. At the same time, Nana Patole is also trying to again point out that how Nupur Sharma had made remarks and how India has to apologize to the Arab countries. So again, they are not anywhere in the apologizing mood, and we can see that they are still aggressively protesting on the streets of Mumbai.
All right, thanks so much for joining us with those details right there. A Maharashtra Congress Neta's abusive rant against the Prime Minister is a new low in Indian politics. While participating in a satyagraha in support of Rahul Gandhi, Congress leader Sheikh Hussein declared that the Prime Minister will die like a street dog. As Congress cadres burned tires in the capital, its Netas spewed venom in Nagpur. Hussein has now been booked. He is charged under IPC section 294 that relates to obscene acts and 504 IPC for intentional insult with intent to provoke breach of peace. BJP has slammed this hate speech by the Congress Neta. We're getting some reactions listening.
पार्टी का हर एक कार्यकर्ता, चाहे वो बड़ा हो या छोटा हो, वो राहुल गांधी के साथ में है, वो कांग्रेस के साथ में है, यहाँ पर डरता है, वो इस तरह से लेट गए हैं।
नरेंद्र मोदी, तुमको लोगों ने देश को विकास करने के लिए दिया है। 70 साल में कांग्रेस ने किया, उसी को बेचकर तुम देश चला रहे हो। तुम कुछ कर नहीं रहे, ये फालतू के काम करना बंद करो, नहीं तो नरेंद्र मोदी तेरा वही हाल होगा। अब क्या बोलेंगे कि जैसे की मौत होती है, ऐसे नरेंद्र मोदी की मौत होगी।
We demand action against this immediately by the Maharashtra police. He should be arrested, and the Congress party must tell us that is it because they are silent on the 2,000 crore money heist done by the Agency of Young Indians of the AJL and of National Herald, that now the Congress leaders are becoming violent and are trying to take hostage the streets of Mumbai, Delhi and other parts and are trying to intimidate the agency.
देखिए, इस प्रकार के घृणित बयान प्रतिक्रिया के योग्य नहीं है, परंतु यह कांग्रेस की क्षुद्रता और मानसिक स्तर की सीमा तक पहुंच गया है। यह उसका क्रमशः प्रमाण है। यह केवल एक घटना नहीं है। 2007 में सोनिया जी ने मौत के सौदागर बोला था। 2014 में मोदी जी की बोटी बोटी काटने का आह्वान किया गया और आज यह बोला गया, तो यह कांग्रेस की वास्तविक मानसिकता कितने निचले और छिछले स्तर पर आती जा रही है उसका प्रमाण।
After back-to-back questioning on Monday and Tuesday, Rahul Gandhi was summoned for the third day by the Enforcement Directorate. Rahul Gandhi reached the ED office and was accompanied by Priyanka Gandhi for the third day. Massive ruckus erupted outside the AICC headquarters and outside the ED office in solidarity with Rahul Gandhi. Images captured dozens of Congress leaders and workers in a tense standoff with Delhi police and other security personnel outside the party's headquarters on Akbar Day. One video showed women protesting on the road surrounded by police officers with lathis and shouting, "Rahul Gandhi Zindabad." Cops were seen detaining several Congress netas while several protesters entered into a scuffle with the cops. The Congress leader has been questioned for 20 hours already since Monday. According to ED sources, Rahul has been evasive and tutored by the lawyers. ED officials questioning Rahul are not satisfied with the answers of the former Congress president. The ED grilling has launched a war of words between the BJP and Congress. Congress has alleged that the action against Rahul is not justified, called it a political vendetta by the BJP. BJP has rubbished these charges, called it Congress's drama.
जिस प्रकार की हरकतें विगत 3 दिनों से दिखाई पड़ रही हैं और हिंसा की आड़ लेकर भ्रष्टाचार को छुपाने का प्रयास हो रहा है, तो कितनी लघुता, कितना छोटापन नेतृत्व का दिखाई पड़ रहा है। यह साफ दिख जाता है कि गांधी के दौर से सोनिया गांधी जी और राहुल गांधी जी के दौर तक आते आते कांग्रेस कितनी छोटी और कितनी बौनी होती चली जा रही।
The Delhi police today forcibly entered the national headquarters of Indian National Congress at Delhi, beat up workers and leaders. This is patently criminal trespass. The Gundaism of Modi government and Delhi police has reached its zenith. We are protesting peacefully in a Gandhian way, but this Gundaism is unacceptable. It will not be tolerated. It will be accounted for. We will remember, and the suitable action, both civil and criminal, will be taken.
पहले तो पार्टी की संपत्ति, पार्टी से जुड़े हुए ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की संपत्ति और धन अपने नाम किया। अब पार्टी कार्यालय को ही किसी भी प्रकार की उपद्रवीय एक्टिविटियों या इस प्रकार के आंदोलन जिसके कि अंदर आज आगजनी की भी समाचार आए हैं, उसका केंद्र बनाया। यह अपने आप में कांग्रेस के वास्तविक चरित्र को उजागर करता है।
कल पूरे देश के अंदर राजभवनों का घेराव भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस के लोग करेंगे, क्योंकि मोदी सरकार के इशारे पर यह हो रहा है और राजभवन जो है वो मोदी सरकार का प्रतिबिंब है। और परसों हर जिला मुख्यालय पर कांग्रेस के लोग प्रदर्शन करेंगे। जान ले मोदी जी, प्रजातंत्र की अवहेलना करने वालों की खैर नहीं।
मोदी सरकार और मोदी सरकार की पिट्ठू दिल्ली पुलिस अब गुंडागर्दी पर उतर आई है। उन्होंने गुंडागर्दी के और कानून की उल्लंघना के सारे आयाम, सारे नियम तोड़कर रख दिए हैं। वो कांग्रेस के मुख्यालय में, भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस के दफ्तर में जबरन कैसे घुस सकते हैं, कैसे किसी के घर के अंदर जाकर लाठीचार्ज कर सकते हैं। और चेतावनी है दिल्ली पुलिस के उन अधिकारियों को जो कठपुतली बनकर इस प्रकार का दुर्व्यवहार और गुंडागर्दी कर रहे हैं, निर्णय उनका भी होगा।
जिस प्रकार से हर कानून को तोड़ा जा रहा है और कोऑपरेट करने के बदले कॉन्फ्रंटेशन अपना रही है ऑल इंडिया करप्ट कमेटी और ऑल इंडिया कॉन्फ्रंटेशन कमेटी, ये दिखाता है कि पहले भ्रष्टाचार में जो 2000 करोड़ का गबन किया गया उस पर तो साइलेंस है, परंतु अब कोई इंटिमिडेशन कर दे, एजेंसीज को सवाल पूछने का मौका ना मिले, एजेंसीज को सच तक पहुंचने का मौका ना मिले, इसीलिए वायलेंस पर उतर आए हैं, हुलिगनिज्म पर उतर आए हैं, हुड़दंग पर उतर आए हैं कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता राहुल गांधी के इशारे पर।
अनप्रेसिडेंटेड मतलब दे हैव एंटर्ड आवर पार्टी ऑफिस आल्सो। समडे दे मे कम टू आवर हाउस इनसाइड एंड स्टार्टेड टॉर्चरिंग अस। What is this?
पार्टी मुख्यालय के अंदर पुलिस दाखिल हुई।
ये तो आप देख रहे हैं
कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ता
तानाशाही की चरम सीमा पर पहुंच चुके हैं। ये क्या चाहते हैं ये पता नहीं। ये क्या बनाना रिपब्लिक बन गया क्या? कि यहाँ आप ये क्या हमारे प्रजातंत्र की कोई कुछ बचे नहीं।
You can stop me from going to my office, All India Congress Committee office. But whether you can stop me from going to Parliament, I'm going to the Parliament and I will protest against this injustice, the insult to the Parliament members by Amit Shah and the cabinet.
ये लड़ाई सत्य के लिए है, इसीलिए हम सत्याग्रह कर रहे हैं। किसी ढंग से वो हमारे नेता को, हमारे पार्टी को डिमोरलाइज करने के लिए, हरासमेंट करने के लिए ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन हम बड़े मजबूत हैं। इनके प्रश्नों से, इनके डराने से हम डरने वाले नहीं।
टारगेट किसको बनाएंगे? आज देश का तमाम विपक्षी पार्टी मान गई, देशवासी मान गए। एकमात्र राहुल गांधी है जो मोदी जी और उनकी सरकार का मुकाबला कर रहा है। अब तो जितने आप लोग लिख रहे हैं आर्टिकल उसमें आने लग गया है, एक व्यक्ति का नाम राहुल गांधी जो लगातार मुकाबला कर रहा है और उन्हीं को मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी टारगेट बनाए हुए हैं।
तो मैं तो केंद्र सरकार से मांग करता हूँ, ईडी से भी ये मांग करता हूँ कि वहाँ सारे मीडिया हाउस के कैमरा लगा दिए जाए, जो सवाल उसके हैं और राहुल जी जो जवाब दे रहे हैं पूरा देश सुने, जाने, समझें और वो तय करें कि सच क्या है। यदि हमने नेशनल हेराल्ड को बचाने का अपराध किया तो हम अपराधी हैं।
क्यों नहीं
मोदी शाह जी फैसला दे देते हैं। इतनी भूमिका क्यों बांध रहे हैं? आपने पूरी दिल्ली को जाम करके रखा हुआ है, हर जगह पे जाम रखा हुआ है, इतना भय क्यों? हम तो सारी महिलाएं सिंपल तरीके से शांति से लाइन बना के ईडी ऑफिस तक जाना चाह रहे थे। ये इतना भय किस लिए है? आज इस तरह की लोकतंत्र में ये राजतंत्र किस लिए चलाया जा रहा है?
Breaking news coming in. Sachin Pilot detained by the police from outside the Enforcement Directorate office is what we're picking up at this point of time. He was detained amidst huge protests that broke out in the national capital over Rahul Gandhi's questioning by the Enforcement Directorate in an alleged money laundering case linked to the National Herald newspaper. In fact, we'll get you more details in terms of what really happened over there, but you can see Sachin Pilot being detained right there. He's been surrounded by cops, and there was a Congress protest outside the ED office, and Sachin Pilot has been detained now from outside ED office. The inside scoop of Rahul Gandhi's day 3 of ED grilling. Sources in ED have told India Today that Rahul is giving tutored answers, and that's why questioning is going at a slow pace. The probe agency said that Rahul, after giving the answers, was changing words in his statements. That's causing further delays. Rahul wanted the quizzing to end yesterday but was summoned since several questions are yet to be answered. The central agency has asked around 25 to 30 questions to the Congress MP in the last 2 days. ED, that is probing the link of shell companies for transactions, is questioning Rahul on funds of Young Indian and the Associated Journals Limited. The heat continues to mount on Rahul Gandhi with another company, Dotex, now being thrown into the mix. The BJP had earlier dredged up Dotex, claiming it is a Hawala company with links to the Gandhis. India Today probes this Kolkata-based company to decode the link between Dotex and the National Herald case. The charge against the Gandhis is that 1 crore rupees loan was taken from Dotex. But upon our investigation, the Kolkata-based company is registered with no physical office. That's what we found out, with only a 3-room guest house. Smriti Irani claimed that Dotex Merchandise Private Limited is linked to a Hawala entry operator in Kolkata that gives checks in exchange for cash. The political showdown peaked when Smriti Irani alleged that the company is linked to all the Gandhis.
The building that you can see in front of us is named Akash Deep. It's at number 5 Lower Rawdon Street, which is a very prime location of Kolkata. The area over here that you see, the property, it is a residential complex. However, Dotex Merchandise Private Limited is registered over here. Now, the investigation is on. However, to know whether Dotex, is for real or not, we arrived over here, India Today arrived over here, and what we found was that yes, at the 4th flank, at the 3rd floor, is a particular flat, rather apartment, where this is the registered property of Dotex India, Dotex Merchandise Private Limited. Now, when we went there, it did not look like an office. It was a guest house. It is a 3 BHK guest house. We spoke to the caretaker, who stated that people do come over here, the owners do come over here at certain times. However, when we went over there, no one apart from the caretaker was here. What he mentioned was that this is Dotex office for the past 20 years, and he has been working over here as a caretaker for a long time. However, it did not look to us like a registered office of a merchandise company. With camera person Kiranjit, this is Suryagni Roy for India Today, Kolkata.
Dotex Merchandise Private Limited, हवाला एंट्री ऑपरेटर कोलकाता से संबंधित है, जो कैश के बदले चेक देती है, जिसकी ट्रांजैक्शंस पर फाइनेंशियल इंटेलिजेंस यूनिट का रेड फ्लैग है। जो कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता आज दिल्ली में एकत्रित हुए हैं, वो राहुल गांधी जी से पूछिए कि गांधी खानदान का संबंध डोटेक्स मर्चेंडाइज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड से क्या है।
All eyes on upcoming presidential polls now. TMC Supremo Mamta Banerjee leads the key opposition meeting that has begun in the national capital. Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav, Congress leaders Randeep Surjewala, Mallikarjun Kharge are attending this meeting. Political stalwarts Mehbooba Mufti, Sharad Pawar, they are also attending the meeting. Omar Abdullah, Priyanka Chaturvedi, Kumaraswamy also attending this meeting. The meeting has been called by West Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee. It's being called to formulate a joint strategy for the upcoming presidential polls. In a big blow to Mamta's meeting, TRS and Aam Aadmi Party are skipping the meeting of the opposition parties. And according to sources, the TRS does not want to share a platform with the Congress. The app, on the other hand, said that the issue will be considered only after the candidate for the upcoming election is declared. At the meeting, name of Gopalakrishna Gandhi, grandson of Mahatma Gandhi and former West Bengal governor, was suggested, according to sources. Pawar was not keen on the suggestion. Gopalakrishna Gandhi, speaking exclusively to India Today, has said that he was approached by the left parties for the presidential candidature. He added that he needed some time to take a call on such a crucial decision. India Today's Nagarjun exclusively spoke to former Karnataka Chief Minister Kumaraswamy on the presidential polls. Kumaraswamy confirmed that they are attending the opposition meeting arranged by TMC Supremo Mamata Banerjee. Listen in.
Sir, the JDS also is attending the meeting today called by several national leaders. Mamata Banerjee has propped up Sharad Pawar's name, and the left has given name of Gopalakrishna Gandhi. Where does the JDS stand, sir?
No, we don't know. Actually, Madam Mamata Banerjee invited father and myself to attend the meeting.
Yes, sir.
What is the meeting outcome? All those things we can react after 3 o'clock only.
Okay.
After the meeting. Okay. Now we have no idea about what is their decision, the outcome of the meeting also.
Okay.
How all opposition leaders, they will going to behave in this issue.
Okay.
How it will work it out, we don't know actually. In the meeting, what are the issues it will come.
Okay.
After that only I can react, brother.
Sir, but personally, as a former Chief Minister, you think Sharad Pawar is a good candidate or Mr. Gopalakrishna Gandhi is a good candidate? Who do you think is your choice, sir?
At this juncture, who will be better, who will be bad, I don't know. But only thing, the way this country is going on now.
Yes, sir.
For that, actually, very strong president is required for this country to save the democracy and constitution.
For that, you need a strong individual also, you feel?
Important. Yeah. Not rubber stamp president will not going to work out.
Okay.
Individually, with strong decisions, if we advise and guide the government,
okay,
for the way in which this government is going on, that kind of hard president we required at this juncture.
Sir,
very badly.
Last question, sir. JDS also in this 3 o'clock meeting will put forward their opinion, their point of view.
We have small number, brother. Our role is very negligible.
Okay.
Our role is negligible, but how all opposition, our regional party leaders and opposition main parties,
yes, sir,
how they will going to take decision.
You will support them.
Let us see, brother. Oh, definitely, as a small group we can support.
Slipping into a break, when we return, Kerala gold scam fallout simmers. BJP takes to the streets against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye. Unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India. You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Political temperatures continue to soar in Kerala over the gold scam that has cinched the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Today, BJP workers and supporters took to the streets in Thiruvananthapuram demanding the resignation of Kerala Chief Minister. This after main accused in the scam, Swapna Suresh, alleged the involvement of the Chief Minister, his wife and daughter in the scam. Meanwhile, Swapna Suresh herself has declared that there is no question of withdrawing her statement against Pinarayi Vijayan, while the Chief Minister himself has denied the charge. He has also questioned the timing of Swapna's allegation.
The protest against Chief Minister in the gold smuggling case only seems to attain strength. As you can see in the visuals, the Yuva Morcha walked towards the Secretariat protesting against Chief Minister, demanding his resignation. They walked in huge numbers. Just before the Yuva Morcha walked towards the Secretariat, there was a BJP councillors protesting against the CM outside the Secretariat, and the Yuva Morcha walked towards the Secretariat, and the police and them had a tussle. They were pushing each other. They were trying to take some workers were also injured in the process. It was raining heavily some time back, but the rain did not stop them from protesting. The Yuva Morcha has said that they will continue the protest until the Chief Minister resigns. Water cannons were also fired at them. Tear gases were also used to disperse the crowd. The Yuva Morcha workers divided themselves into two and went to one side, and they protested on the other side of the Secretariat, and they came this side and also protested on this side also. Yesterday we saw Congress protesting against Chief Minister, and today we are seeing the Yuva Morcha coming out in large numbers demanding Chief Minister's resignation. They were reciting slogans not only against Chief Minister but also against his family members, his wife and his daughter, whose names were also taken by the prime accused Swapna Suresh in the case. They are now moving towards the police van. Some workers were injured and they're moving towards that side. The picture here is pretty clear with all the three parties on the ground, the Congress and the BJP determined to make sure that the Chief Minister resign, and they said that they will continue this protest until the Chief Minister resign. And the CPIM and its allies have said that they will have their full support. They will give their full support to Chief Minister in this case. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekharan, this is Shubhibol KG reporting for India Today from Thiruvananthapuram.
A teenager in Bengal has been arrested for a social media post against the writers. That's right, a post where she condemned writers. This is a 19-year-old Ashwini who has been put behind bars because she put up a post on social media saying that writers must be thrown out of the country. Her post prompted angry writers to pelt stones at a police station in Howrah and targeted the teenager's house, and the cops responded not by cracking down on the violent writers, mind you, but by jailing this teenager for her post. This is the third such incident of intolerance that's been reported. In Maharashtra, teenager Saad Ansari was arrested after he posted a comment backing Nupur Sharma. In Tamil Nadu, a 24-year-old has been arrested for supporting Nupur Sharma. And now this incident of a teenager being arrested for demanding action against writers, this time in West Bengal.
এখানকার মুসলিমরা এসে এরকম করে অত্যাচার করে বাড়ি ভাঙচুর অনেক কটা বাড়ি ভাঙচুর করেছে এভাবে ভাঙচুর করেছে ওকে গ্রেফতার করেছে গ্রেফতার করে নিয়ে গিয়ে ওকে অ্যারেস্ট করে গিয়ে বহরমপুরে ওই তো ওই সব লিখেছে হ্যাঁ ফেসবুকে যেগুলো লিখেছে সেইগুলোর অনুসারে ওকে গ্রেফতার করেছে এটা তো ভালো জিনিসই লিখেছে এটা তো খারাপ কিছু লেখেনি এটা খারাপ কি লিখেছে খারাপ কিছু যদি লিখতো যে যদি কোনো উল্লেখ করে কিছু যদি লিখতো যদি যে কোনো সাম্প্রদায়িক দল বা কোনো ভাই সাহেব মুসলমান হ্যাঁ এই হিসাবে যদি ও লিখতো তাহলে এটা আলাদা ব্যাপার ছিল এটা তো ঠিকই লিখেছে এটা তো কিছু খারাপ কিছু লিখিনি এটা
পুলিশ তো পরে এসেছে আমরা যখন মানে এরকম হয় ভিতরটায় তালা মেরে আমাদের তখন বাড়ি ছেড়ে চলে যেতে হলো প্রাণটা চলে যাওয়ার মতন হয়েছিল মানে আমরা তখন সব তালা মেরে মানে ভিতরে এই আমার এটা জায়ের বাড়িতে গিয়ে আমরা আশ্রয় নিই আমি তো ভেবেছিলাম যে আমরা আর বাঁচতে পারবো না মানে যা অবস্থা হয়েছিল যে পরের দিন যে আমরা বাঁচবো আত্মীয় স্বজন ফোন করছে মানে আমাদের কি গিয়েছে আমরা জানি এইটুকুন বলতে পারবো আর কিছু কি বলবো দাদা তারপরে তো পুলিশ যদি না আসতো ওই 10 মিনিটে যে আরো অনেক কিছু হতে পারত পুলিশ হয়তো 1 ঘন্টা 1.5 ঘন্টা পরে এসেছে পুলিশ এই যে কাঁচটা এগুলো মিটার তারপরে এই যে দরজা তো মানে আর 10 মিনিট যদি হতো দরজা ভেঙে ওরা ভিতরে ঢুকে পড়তো বাপরে আমরা লাইট দিয়ে দরজা বন্ধ করে আমরা ঘরে ছিলাম বসে লাইট ফ্যান বন্ধ করে ঘরে বসছিলাম
কতক্ষণ ধরে চলে এই পরিস্থিতি
1 ঘন্টা 1.5 ঘন্টা তো হবে 1 ঘন্টা 1.5 ঘন্টা হবে
পুলিশ আসেনি
পুলিশ সব শেষ হওয়ার পর রাতে পুলিশ এসেছে
India Today's Ritik gets you a ground report of how writers targeted a police station in Howrah after Ashwini's post slamming these violent protesters.
We are at the Beldanga police station, which is the second spot of the violence which erupted on Saturday. Now we are showing you as the glass windows of this particular police station has been completely demolished and several glass windows have been broken because of the stone pelting, and now a heavy police deployment has been done in that particular area. Situation in Rajinagar as well as in Beldanga is simmering. The internet suspension has been has been going on, and we are given to understand at least 6 people have been arrested as of now for their alleged involvement in this violence. And as we can see that a police vehicle has been deployed at the entry point of the police station, which is why that they can take the force forward if any sporadic violence erupted or news of any sporadic violence coming from any parts of Rajinagar or in Beldanga. With camera person Taposh Barry, this is Ritik from Murshidabad for India Today.
A man has been arrested for supporting Nupur Sharma's controversial remarks. Former ABVP man arrested for social media posts supporting Nupur's controversial video and reiterating it. Cybercrime unit of Coimbatore police arrested 24-year-old Karthi from Sananur for sharing Nupur Sharma's controversial video. With the comment, and I quote, "We'll repeat this every day. What did Nupur Sharma say wrong? She only said what was written," unquote. Cases for promoting communal enmity and breaching IT Act have been registered against Karthi, while the post has been deleted. Earlier, a 19-year-old youth, Saad Ansari, was assaulted and arrested for opposing beheading threat against Nupur. Breaking news coming in. Maharashtra Minister Nana Patel has sparked a controversy now, rakes up Nupur Sharma prophet remark row to defend Sheikh Hussein. He says that the cops will do their job in the Hussein case. But for Nupur Sharma's remark, India had to issue an apology to Arab nations. Listen in to Nana Patole.
मैंने सुना नहीं है. मैं इस वक्तव्य को एक बार समझ लेता हूँ कि उन्हें किस उद्देश्य से किसको बोला है और उसके बाद में मैं स्पष्टीकरण दूंगा.
So there you go. Patole has made a comment that says that India had to issue an apology to Arab nations for Nupur Sharma's remark. And here he also went on to say that the cops are going to be doing their job in the Sheikh Hussein case. So there you go. Reaction coming in from Nana Patole on Sheikh Hussein's remarks, the remarks of Sheikh Hussein that are rather very controversial. The Sheikh Hussein in public forum has gone ahead and said derogatory remarks about the Prime Minister. Ritvik Bhalekar is joining us live from Mumbai. Ritvik, Sheikh Hussein had no business in public domain to go ahead and say the things that he did about the Prime Minister. As far as that particular action against Sheikh Hussein is concerned, and under which sections has he been booked? Can you bring us up to speed? And secondly, you've got Nana Patole talking about the fact that cops are going to take action against, against Sheikh Hussein. But in case of Nupur Sharma, India had to issue an apology against the Arab nations.
Chaiti, actually it is very surprising to know that the party president of Maharashtra Congress, Nana Patole, said that he has no clue about what Sheikh Hussein has said. The remarks which Sheikh Hussein has made yesterday in a Nagpur rally in a protest which was held against the ED's action on Rahul Gandhi, he had made such a derogatory remark about PM Modi, and the party president has no clue about it. We've told him that such remarks are made, and after that he reciprocated saying that Mumbai police is doing their job. Maharashtra government is gonna take the...
Ritvik, hold on for a second. We're getting one more reaction coming in right there from Nana Patole. Let's listen into what he has to say.
मुझे पता नहीं है, सरकार ने एफआईआर दर्ज किया तो हमारी सरकार जागरूक है. अगर गलत है तो गलत को गलत करती है, समझती है. लेकिन नुपुर शर्मा के केस में पहले आपने माफी मांगा आखाती देशों से, जो आखाती देश हमारे दिए हुए पे उनका काम चलता था, हमारे संस्कार से बड़े हुए, वो हमारे संस्कार से बड़े हुए, वो देश को हमने माफी मांगा और माफी मांगने के बाद कार्रवाई कर रहे. इसमें हम दोनों में बहुत फर्क है, जमीन आसमान का फर्क है. विचारधारा का गलत है तो गलत है. हमारी सरकार ने कार्रवाई की, आपने बोला तो बिल्कुल सरकार ने गलत हुआ तो कार्रवाई की होंगी.
The Punjab police has got 7-day custody of Lawrence Bishnoi, the suspected mastermind behind Sidhu Moosewala's murder. Punjab police took gangster Lawrence Bishnoi to Crime Investigation Agency office in Punjab's Kharar, where he is being grilled by SIT and the Anti-Gangster Task Force in connection with his role in Singer's murder case. Commandos have been deployed for Bishnoi's security. Bishnoi was produced in Delhi's Patiala House Court after his custody with Delhi police in Arms Act case ended. He has been lodged in Tihar jail and he's facing multiple cases in multiple states. Punjab police has submitted on Tuesday that the arrested accused had said Lawrence Bishnoi was indeed behind the murder.
Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi has been brought to this CIA police station in Mohali. He was escorted by nearly 100 cops in 24 vehicles, which also included 2 bulletproof vehicles. Punjab police got a 7-day custody of this gangster who was brought on 1-day transit remand. He was produced in the Mansa court, which remanded him to police custody. Though the gangster during the Delhi police questioning has not confessed that he is behind Sidhu Moosewala's murder conspiracy, but Punjab police is suspecting that he is the mastermind. During this 7-day questioning, police will try to find out answers to various questions. Whether the conspiracy to kill Sidhu Moosewala was hatched in the jail? What is the connection of Goldie Barat was Goldie Brar hired by the Lawrence Bishnoi or anybody else is involved in this murder? Police will try to find out answers to these questions. With camera person Aman Gupta, this is Manjeet Sehgal in Mohali for India Today.
अभी भी जो पूरी कॉन्स्पिरेसी है सिद्धू मूसेवाला की, उसका खुलासा अभी तक नहीं हो पाया है। शायद इसी वजह से, चूंकि पंजाब पुलिस के पास ये जांच थी, इसलिए मास्टरमाइंड बार बार लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को बताया जा रहा था। दिल्ली पुलिस ने भी अपनी जांच में ये बताया कि लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ही सिद्धू मूसेवाला की हत्या का मास्टरमाइंड है। लिहाजा पंजाब पुलिस ने लॉरेंस बिश्नोई की कस्टडी ली है, 7 दिन की पुलिस कस्टडी मिली है। और अब यहाँ जो भारी भरकम सुरक्षा आप देख पा रहे हो, क्योंकि अदालत ने भी कहा था कि लॉरेंस बिश्नोई की सुरक्षा पुख्ता की जाए, एश्योरेंस दिया जाए, क्योंकि लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ने भी अदालत में दिल्ली के ये अपनी आशंका जताई थी कि उसका एनकाउंटर हो सकता है या विरोधी गैंग के लोग उसे पंजाब में मार सकते हैं, जिसके बाद कोर्ट के आदेश के बाद आप देख पा रहे हैं किस तरह की सुरक्षा व्यवस्था है। अब यहाँ पर लॉरेंस बिश्नोई से एसआईटी के जो अधिकारी हैं वो पूछताछ करेंगे कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला की हत्या में कौन कौन लोग शामिल हैं, किस तरह से इस पूरे हत्याकांड को अंजाम दिया गया। कैमरामैन अंकित खंडेलवाल के साथ अरविंद ओझा, मोहाली। लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को 7 दिन की कस्टडी में आपके पास रखा गया है, किस तरह की उसकी सिक्योरिटी है अभी?
देखिए, सिक्योरिटी तो हम उसकी जो जैसे कोर्ट ने एडवाइस किया हुआ है उसकी प्रॉपर हम सिक्योरिटी लगा रहे हैं और लगाई भी हुई है। तो अभी तो जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो एसआईटी में ही करेगी उसको। फिलहाल उसकी जो हम सिक्योरिटी ही लगा रहे हैं उसको।
तो किस तरह की सिक्योरिटी है? क्या कमांडो
देख सकते हैं? बिल्कुल सिक्योरिटी उसकी इसके लिए जो है सफिशिएंट सिक्योरिटी हम कर रहे हैं। उसमें कमांडो भी है, उसमें लोकल है, उसमें हमारी जो पैरामिलिट्री है वो भी है। तो सिक्योरिटी
एसआईटी के अधिकारी अभी आ गए?
बिल्कुल आ रहे हैं।
Punjab police has got the custody of suspected mastermind behind Sidhu Moosewala's murder, Lawrence Bishnoi. India Today has exclusively accessed information about the questions Punjab police plans to ask the gangster during his interrogation. Here's a report.
Lawrence Bishnoi, the suspected mastermind behind Sidhu Moosewala's murder, is in Punjab police's custody. The Patiala House Court in Delhi gave Bishnoi's custody to Punjab police on Tuesday. Bishnoi had cited threat of encounter by the state police.
इनको सामने से जो है पूरी एश्योरेंस देनी पड़ेगी, बाकायदा एफिडेविट दाखिल करना पड़ेगा, ये मेरी डिमांड है, जिसके अंदर बाकायदा हर 12 घंटे में इसका मेडिकल हो और इसको बाकायदा बुलेट प्रूफ गाड़ी में लेके जाया जाए, इसकी पूरी जान माल सुरक्षा की जाए। इसके साथ में सीनियर पुलिस ऑफिसर जो हैं इस पूरे ऑपरेशन को वॉच करें। इसको जहां से लेके जाना है तो ड्यूली हैंडकफ और शैकल्स यानी प्रॉपर हथकड़ियां और बेड़ियां लगा के ले आया जाए और उसी में प्रोड्यूस किया जाए, जिससे कि कल पंजाब पुलिस को या किसी को कोई एक्सक्यूज ना मिल सके कि इसने भागने की कोशिश की। हमारी ये गुड डिमांड है कि हमें हथकड़ियां बेड़ियां लगा के ले आया जाए।
India Today has exclusively accessed information about the questions Punjab police plans to ask the gangster during his interrogation. Bishnoi will be grilled on the motive for the murder. The police will ask Bishnoi about the shooters who pumped 18 bullets into Moosewala. They will also interrogate him on murder threat allegedly issued to Bollywood superstar Salman Khan. Bishnoi will be grilled on his connection to the Canada-based gangster Goldie Brar, who had taken responsibility for Moosewala's murder. The police sources have claimed the murder case is cracked. Bishnoi's interrogation will be key for the police to build a solid case in the Moosewala murder. Bureau Report, India Today.
Time for a very short commercial break, but when we return on the other side, the much-awaited trailer for Brahmastra is out. That and every other story from the world of entertainment up next.
जल, वायु, अग्नि, प्राचीन काल से हमारे बीच कुछ ऐसी शक्तियां हैं जो अस्त्रों में भरी हुई है। You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Ketiki Chitale has spent 1 month and counting in jail for a social media post on Sharad Pawar. One of her friends will be joining me at 5:30. A young woman named Aishwini has been in jail for the last many days for asking for rioters in Bengal, those who'd been protesting against Nupur Sharma, to be thrown out of the country. She's still in jail. And a young man in Tamil Nadu has been arrested for his comments in support of Nupur Sharma. Where are the free speech crusaders for all of these people on whom India Today is putting the spotlight? Their story on 5 Live at 5 p.m.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. K-pop group BTS has officially announced the hiatus as they will now be beginning the second chapter of their journey and focus more on solo projects. Take a look.
K-pop group BTS has officially announced a hiatus as a group during a festa dinner that premiered on YouTube. Shocking the entire world, BTS announced that they will now be beginning the second chapter of their journey and focus more on solo projects as they discover themselves as artists. The group also spoke about their future plans for solo projects and also explained to fans that they need time to take an extended break. BTS made its debut in June 2013 and became a worldwide sensation with its upbeat hits like Boy in Love, Dope, Fake Love and Blood, Sweat and Tears. The boy band has also delivered several chartbusters including Dynamite, Permission to Dance and Butter.
I'm the nice guy, got the right body and the right mind, rolling up the party, got the right vibes, we like haters. Fresh boy, pull up and we lay low, all the players get moving when the bass low, going on me right behind us when we say so. Let's go.
BTS marks their 9th anniversary as a band, and on the occasion, they recently also released a new album titled Proof. The group became the first Asian band to win Artist of the Year at the American Music Awards. They even met US President Joe Biden at the White House in May to discuss hate crimes targeting Asians.
This is an important month here in America. A lot of our Asian American friends have been subject to real discrimination. Hate only hides. When good people talk about it and say how bad it is, it goes down. So thank you.
We want to say thank you sincerely for your decision, such as signing the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act into law. So we just want to be a little help, and we truly appreciate the White House and the government's trying to find solutions.
People care a lot about what you say, and what you're doing is good for all people. It's not just your great talent. It's the message you're communicating. It matters.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
And the trailer of Ayan Mukherjee's much-anticipated film Brahmastra is finally out, headlined by the newlyweds Ranbir Kapoor and Alia Bhatt. The film promises love, light and never-seen-before visual effects for the audience. Let's take a look at it.
अग्नि प्राचीन काल से हमारे बीच कुछ ऐसी शक्तियां हैं जो अस्त्रों में भरी हुई है। ये कहानी है इन सारे अस्त्रों के देवता की, ब्रह्मास्त्र, और एक ऐसे नौजवान की जो इस बात से अनजान है कि वो ब्रह्मास्त्र की किस्मत का सिकंदर है, शिवा।
कौन हो तुम?
क्या हो तुम?
Time now for a special news segment for the hearing impaired. A Maharashtra Congress Neta's abusive rant against the Prime Minister is a new low in Indian politics. While participating in a satyagraha in support of Rahul Gandhi, Congress leader Sheikh Hussein declared that the Prime Minister will die like a street dog. Neta remains defiant, says, "Why should I apologize?" Massive ruckus erupted outside Congress headquarters and outside the ED office as Rahul was grilled for third consecutive day by ED. Dozens of Congress leaders and workers were engaged in intense face-off with the Delhi police. Race to Raisina gets intense as Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee chairs an all-important opposition meeting in Delhi. Top leaders like Akhilesh, Mallikarjun Kharge, Omar Abdullah, Mehbooba Mufti attend the meeting. Protests emerge over the Kerala gold scam in Thiruvananthapuram. BJP workers take to the streets demanding resignation of Kerala Chief Minister. Meanwhile, Swapna Suresh has refused to take back the statement against Vijaya.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Dr. Ketiki Chitale has spent 1 month and counting in jail for a social media post on Sharad Pawar. One of her friends will be joining me at 5:30. A young woman named Aishwini has been in jail for the last many days for asking for rioters in Bengal, those who'd been protesting against Nupur Sharma, to be thrown out of the country. She's still in jail. And a young man in Tamil Nadu has been arrested for his comments in support of Nupur Sharma. Where are the free speech crusaders for all of these people on whom India Today is putting the spotlight? Their story on 5 Live at 5 p.m.
So sorry.
राज में तो पक गए, इलेक्शन में इतनी मेहनत की कि थक गए। तुम तो चाय पिलाओ मियाँ, आजमगढ़ से हाय आदमी को जिताओ मियाँ।
जी जी चाय लाया।
चाय पहले यहाँ आएगी मियाँ, क्योंकि यूपी के सीएम हम हैं। मैं कह रहा था बाबा जी, चाय तो आप ही पहले पी लो, लेकिन आजमगढ़ में झंडे हम ही गाड़ेंगे। रामपुर से करेंगे आपकी हार की शुरुआत, फिर धीरे धीरे यूपी से उखाड़ेंगे। चाय भी हम पियेंगे और यूपी में भी हम रहेंगे। जनता की मोहब्बत से हम यहाँ डंडा गाड़ के रहते हैं। साइकिल लेकर हमसे ना टकराओ मुन्ना, बिखर जाओगे। हमें लोग बाबा बुलडोजर कहते हैं। खामोश। कमल में दम नहीं, हम किसी से कम नहीं। साइकिल है तो पॉसिबल है।
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dog, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. In association with Sensodyne Daily Sensitivity Protection, LIC हर पल आपके साथ। कांग्रेस कुत्ते की मौत अटैक ऑन प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी।
की मौत होती है, ऐसे नरेंद्र मोदी की मौत होगी।
How desperate and abusive is Congress today? Dhakka Mukhi and Dhua in capital. Burning tires, bashing Prime Minister, bruising self. India stunned by Congress's desperate priorities. Flaming escalation in heart of VIP Delhi. The Herald High Drum.
Abuse arson has translated into total chaos between Delhi, Nagpur, Bengaluru and other places. The Congress's support for one man, Rahul Gandhi, has resulted in some pretty terrifying stuff. Abusive language used for the Prime Minister, tires being burnt in VIP Delhi. We'll tell you the whole story of what happened, what went down, the big questions and much more. I'm Shiv Arur. This is 5 Live and these are the headlines. Day 3 of Rahul Gandhi's grilling. Enforcement Directorate sources say Rahul's tutored answers are slowing down questioning. Congress cadres set tires ablaze outside the Enforcement Directorate office in VIP Delhi. This is what scenes look like this morning. Meanwhile, the Kerala gold scam fallout simmers. BJP takes to the streets against Chief Minister Vijayan. Water cannons used against protesters. Accused Swapna Suresh defiant, says will not withdraw my statement. Big blow to Mamata's Raisina race. Aam Aadmi Party and TRS skip her big opposition unity meeting. Sharad Pawar says no to be joint opposition nominee for president. Left proposes Mahatma Gandhi's grandson Gopal Gandhi. Saad Ansari rerun in Tamil Nadu. ABVP youth arrested in Coimbatore for backing Nupur Sharma. Bengal teen behind bars for opposing rioters. All of their stories in the spotlight on 5:30. Singer Moosewala murder secrets set to unravel. Punjab police get gangster Lawrence Bishnoi's custody. Murder threat to Salman Khan also being probed. We've got big updates coming up at 6 p.m. And before we get to the main story, we've got some breaking news on the grilling of Rahul Gandhi on day 3 of the Enforcement Directorate operations in the Herald scandal. We've got exclusive inside track on what Rahul Gandhi is being asked on day 3 of questioning. Enforcement Directorate officials have told India today that Young Indian is a not-for-profit company incorporated under the special provisions of the Companies Act and that not a single penny has been taken out of it, is what Rahul Gandhi's side has said. The officials, however, countered Rahul Gandhi, claiming that the company has not done any charitable work since the time it was formed in 2010. So what was it formed really about? Rahul Gandhi was also asked to submit additional documents and evidence if any charitable work has been done by the company called Young Indians. So Rahul Gandhi has apparently been cornered by the Enforcement Directorate on the issue of the kind of work that the company Young Indians have done. Rahul tells the ED that it is a non-profit organization and that not a single penny has been taken out from Young Indians Limited. Rahul Gandhi says it is a charitable, not-for-profit organization, but the ED has basically said, show us any evidence of charitable work that has been done by Young India. What is the purpose of this company? Munish Pandey breaking this angle first, an exclusive here on India Today. The heat is up against Rahul Gandhi. Munish, take us through this latest piece of information that you're breaking.
Yeah, well, Shiv, so far Rahul Gandhi has been questioned for almost 25 hours by the Enforcement Directorate, and most of the questions are pertaining to the functioning of AJL and Young Indian. Now, as far as Young Indian is concerned, remember Rahul Gandhi was one of the directors of Young Indian and also 38% shareholder of that company. So ED is focusing their questions and their investigation on Rahul Gandhi's association specifically with Young Indian. Now what ED sources have told us that Rahul Gandhi was asked specifically that if it is a non-profit company, not-for-profit company, then why was there no charitable work done by this Young Indian Private Limited? This question was asked to Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi has explained when he was asked that why did you become the director of Young Indian Private Limited? Why did you hold share of 38% in this company? Rahul said that this is a not-for-profit company. It means that it was formed under Section 25 of Companies Act. No person can use a single penny. The ED officer said that, but if there is, even if it is a not-for-profit company, why there was no charitable trust? And it has been almost 12 years this company has been formed, and ED sources are telling us that they have no evidence that there is any charitable trust done by this company. Now they have also asked Rahul Gandhi, if you have done or if this company has done any charitable trust, then submit the evidence, submit the documents. So ED is trying to grill Rahul Gandhi on certain aspects of this company and also his association with AJL. Shiv.
How many more days? You know, I know it's a little difficult to tell right now, but I still want to get a sense of this, Munish, because the enforcement directorate appears to be suggesting that the fact that Rahul Gandhi is giving tutored answers is slowing down this entire process. Today is day 3 of his grilling by the enforcement directorate. Do we have a sense of how many more days this is going to stretch on for?
Yeah, well, Shiv, the questioning is happening for the entire day. Yesterday he was questioned for almost 10 hours. Day before yesterday he was questioned for almost 8.5 hours. But what is happening, and this is according to ED sources, is that on day 1, only 10 questions were asked to Rahul Gandhi. And the reason why they were able to complete only 10 questions, because whenever a question is asked to Rahul Gandhi, then he is very cautious with his words. When he is answering, and this is according to sources within the enforcement directorate, that his answers appears to be tutored by his lawyers. Now, any person has a right to take suggestions from lawyers. It might be a legal strategy by Rahul Gandhi, but ED officials are saying that it is being very difficult for them to question Rahul Gandhi, because when the process is getting very delayed. For example, if one question is being asked to Rahul Gandhi, he gives the answer in a certain way that he chooses words very cautiously, and when the answer is complete, then he requests them to change few words, change the paragraph. So the process gets delayed. For example, in ED, and this is important, Shiv, in ED the process is that when the officer will ask the question, then the person who is answering, in this case this is Rahul Gandhi, then he has to write the answers. Once the answer is written, then Rahul Gandhi will be signing that answer, and another officer will be typing that answer. To complete one answer, it will take 15 to 20 minutes, but in case of Rahul Gandhi, it is taking more than half hour. This is what the sources are claiming within the enforcement directorate. So, so far, yesterday also, Rahul Gandhi made a request to ED officials that he wants to complete the questioning, but officials are saying that there are still some questions which are untouched. There are still some questions which they want to ask Rahul Gandhi once again, so that if there is any possibility of getting more information from Rahul Gandhi, so they want to utilize it.
Thanks very much. There's still a lack of clarity, but it's going to continue for as long as necessary, is the sense we're getting from the enforcement directorate. But just take a look, viewer, at what today actually looked like in 8 images. We've selected 8 images to show you what day 3 of Rahul Gandhi's questioning by the enforcement directorate looked like in the national capital. Rahul Gandhi there before he went in for the grilling, the burning of tires, the breaking of barricades, dhakka mukhi, fists of fury being shaken, the Youth Congress chief being dragged away, many leaders being pushed and pulled, the police walking into the All India Congress Committee headquarters on Akbar Road in Delhi, which has sparked a huge amount of outrage over how exactly the police thought it could just walk inside a political party headquarters. Priyanka Gandhi also there, of course, in solidarity. But today marked, as you can see in these images, a very specific escalation. Let's go into each one of these images and show you how they define the day, which is day 3 of Rahul Gandhi's grilling. The first defining image was this one, and it was first on India Today. The burning of tires, this huge plume of black smoke in the heart of Lutyens, Delhi, captured on India Today's cameras, a picture that went viral late this morning. This was right outside the Enforcement Directorate as Youth Congress and other Congress Karyakartas indulged in this act. The burning of tires right in the national capital. The second defining image on day 3 of the grilling, Congress Neta B.V. Srinivas, leader of the Youth Congress, was detained forcibly on the 3rd straight day after allegedly running away from the police on day 1. Both his days have gone by being detained. Images, well, this is of course not B.V. Srinivas. There's a small error in this image, but the image of B.V. Srinivas being detained was one of the images of the day. These are of course images of other leaders being detained. Let's also show you, yeah, there he is. That's Srinivas. Apologies for that. That's B.V. Srinivas of the Indian Youth Congress, for the 3rd straight day being manhandled and detained by the police, bundled into bus and taken away. Viral videos of him being manhandled yesterday, running away allegedly from the police the day before that. And today, this is what the Congress's Youth Congress chief, B.V. Srinivas, was subjected to. Let's get you the 4th defining image. Congress netas also took to the streets, leaving all of their work. You know, from senior leaders to chief ministers from other states, they all descended in Delhi and they've continued to be part of this mass agitation by the Congress party. They claim it's political vendetta to fix Rahul Gandhi and that he will not cow down, and neither will the Congress party. This is what it looked like. It's blazing hot in Delhi, and as you can see, the political temperatures have also been rising. And finally, the defining image number 5 on this 3rd day of the grilling. Mayhem broke out outside the Congress headquarters in Delhi, with police personnel entering the party office premises, sparking outrage. They allegedly manhandled and beat up party officials. The Delhi police has denied the charges of high-handedness leveled against them. But these images have been tweeted by several Congress leaders to say that this is a historic low for actions by the Delhi police. And let's show you once again how things escalated in a most dramatic manner from around noon today, from the burning of those tires to people spilling out into the streets in large numbers, disruptions of traffic, and a real law and order situation in the heart of Delhi. Here's how day 3 of Rahul's grilling played out in Lutyens, Delhi.
Tires set ablaze. Thick black smoke outside ED office in the heart of Delhi. Tense standoff with cops. Fiery standoff, unruly protest and fisticuffs, and raging Congress cadre, all for Rahul Gandhi.
Look at the visuals. This is just outside the ED office, and this is nothing less than arsoning. Tires being burned on a busy stretch of road, putting the traffic on a hold. Just look at these visuals. Now these protesters are running away. Sir, tires नहीं जला सकते. जला सकते आप ये मोदी साहब के. Sir, आप नहीं सर, आप रास्ते पे ट्रैफिक में करने से मजबूर हैं हम लोग. क्या कर सकते हैं इसमें? क्यों ये इतनी पुलिस लगा रखी है? आप उसको प्रोटेस्ट आप सत्याग्रह कह रहे हैं क्या? गांधी जी ने सत्याग्रह में टायर ऐसे में ये रॉन्ग है ना मैम? टायर्स जलाना भी गलत है. ये रॉन्ग नहीं है क्योंकि हम these protesters are refusing to understand the meaning of satyagraha. This is an extremely busy stretch. It has to be repeated that this kind of arsoning can actually put a risk of life.
Day 3 of Rahul Gandhi's grilling at the ED office took a furious turn when Congress entered a chaotic face-off with the Delhi police. Congress claimed that Delhi police barged into its headquarters and assaulted its cadre. Images captured dozens of Congress leaders and workers in a tense standoff with Delhi police and other security personnel outside the party's headquarters on Akbar Road.
राजनीतिक दल का कार्यालय है और उसमें पुलिस घुसे और वहाँ लाठी चार्ज करे, तो ये साहस दिल्ली पुलिस की नहीं हो सकती। ये निर्देश मिला है ऊपर से, और ये वही ताकत है जो लोकतंत्र में विश्वास नहीं करते, जो यदि राजनीतिक विचारधारा उसके अलग है तो उसको समाप्त कर देना चाहते हैं, कुचल देना चाहते हैं।
Despite Congress fury on roads, there's no let-up in ED's marathon grilling. According to ED sources, Rahul has been evasive and giving tutored answers. ED officials questioning Rahul are not satisfied with the answers of the former Congress president, saying he's changing them often. With Shreya Chatterjee, Supriya Bharadwaj and Munish Pandey in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
And as part of Team Rahul's protest in his samarthan, in his support, which should be legitimate, the party is allowed to protest for Rahul Gandhi. You saw what was happening in Delhi, but far away in Nagpur in Maharashtra, where the Congress is part of the ruling alliance, here's what one of their leaders actually said on camera, in front of a large crowd, in the presence of two Congress ministers, part of the Uddhav Thackeray government. He said Prime Minister Modi should die like a street dog. That's his words. If you don't believe me, watch this.
फालतू के काम करना बंद करो, नहीं तो नरेंद्र मोदी तेरा वही हाल होगा। फिर आप क्या बोलेंगे कि जैसे की मौत होती है ऐसे नरेंद्र मोदी की मौत होगी।
Congress Neta resorting to open, sickening abuse. In his aggressive defense of Rahul Gandhi, this Congress leader, Sheikh Hussein from Maharashtra, got on camera hurling filthy abuses in public at the Prime Minister, saying Narendra Modi will die like a street dog if he continues to target Rahul Gandhi and not focus on national issues. Listen once again to this shocking hate rant from a senior Congress leader.
नरेंद्र मोदी तुमको लोगों ने देश को विकास करने के लिए दिया है। 70 साल में कांग्रेस ने किया है, उसी को बेचकर तुम देश चला रहे हो। तुम कुछ कर नहीं रहे। ये फालतू के काम करना बंद करो, नहीं तो नरेंद्र मोदी तेरा वही हाल होगा। फिर आप क्या बोलेंगे कि जैसे की मौत होती है ऐसे नरेंद्र मोदी की मौत होगी।
That's right. He actually said it. A Congress leader in the presence of two Maharashtra ministers who don't stop him, telling the Prime Minister that he will die like a street dog.
फालतू के काम करना बंद करो, नहीं तो नरेंद्र मोदी तेरा वही हाल होगा। फिर आप क्या बोलेंगे कि जैसे की मौत होती है ऐसे नरेंद्र मोदी की मौत होगी।
The Congress Neta also warned that the country will burn if Rahul or Sonia Gandhi are harmed in any way.
अगर उनके बाल को भी जरा सा धक्का लगेगा तो इस देश के अंदर में अंगार लग जाएगी, इस देश को ये बर्बाद हो जाएगा।
Speaking to India Today, an unapologetic Sheikh Hussein justified his attack.
मेरे दिल में कोई मलाल नहीं, मैंने कुछ गलत भी नहीं बोला और मैंने कोई ऐसी गलती की ही नहीं। मैंने एक मुहावरा दिया सिर्फ, वो समझे क्या, उसमें कोई गलत नहीं है।
The BJP expectedly has torn into the Congress for this abuse on the Prime Minister, saying that the opposition has finally shown its true ugly face.
देखिए, इस प्रकार के घृणित बयान प्रतिक्रिया के योग्य नहीं है, परंतु यह कांग्रेस की क्षुद्रता और मानसिक स्तर की सीमा तक पहुंच गया है, यह उसका क्रमशः प्रमाण है।
The unfolding drama, coupled with what's been happening in Delhi, has set off a huge fight between the BJP and the Congress in the backdrop of Rahul Gandhi being questioned on day 3 by the Enforcement Directorate.
कांग्रेस के मुख्यालय में, भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस के दफ्तर में जबरन कैसे घुस सकते हैं, कैसे किसी के घर के अंदर जाकर लाठी चार्ज कर सकते हैं।
पहले भ्रष्टाचार में जो 2000 करोड़ का गबन किया गया उस पर तो साइलेंस है, परंतु अब कोई इंटिमिडेशन कर दे, एजेंसीज को सवाल पूछने का मौका ना मिले, एजेंसीज को सच तक पहुंचने का मौका ना मिले, इसीलिए वायलेंस पर उतर आए हैं।
The ruling Mahavikas Aghadi in Maharashtra is on the back foot over this withering personal attack on Modi.
फालतू के काम करना बंद करो, नहीं तो नरेंद्र मोदी तेरा वही हाल होगा। फिर आप क्या बोलेंगे कि जैसे की मौत होती है ऐसे नरेंद्र मोदी की मौत होगी।
An FIR has been lodged against the Maharashtra Congress leader for obscenity and for provoking breach of peace. With Pankaj Khelkar in Pune, Bureau Report, India Today. So venom being spewed, the Prime Minister being called a street dog, tires being burnt. If this is not an escalation, then what is? This is what it looked like. Take a look once again. If anyone needed reminding whatsoever of what Day 3 of the Congress's protests have looked like in this country. All of this is about Rahul Gandhi Samarthan. Whatever else you may think of the Congress party's priorities, this is all about Rahul Gandhi. This is a party that will be going into so-called presidential elections in a couple of months from now. Does anyone wonder whether anyone is the boss except Rahul Gandhi? This is what the Congress party, the lengths to which the party has gone for one man, a man who isn't even their official president. And things are actually going to escalate even further than the images that you've seen here, because the Congress's big national escalation in support of Rahul Gandhi is coming up tomorrow. The Congress has just declared that they demand action against the cops for what happened at the party office, that they will protest across the country. They're going to expand their protest to a pan-India protest, and they will also be gherawing Raj Bhavans, that is the House of Governors, in different parts of the country. Gherao Raj Bhavans and an expansion in the Congress's protests is on the cards for later today as well as tomorrow. So therefore, it becomes very clear, viewer, that the Congress's protest for Rahul Gandhi is all set to get a whole lot bigger and more aggressive. Listen in to Randeep Singh Surjewala of the Congress Party.
The Delhi police today forcibly entered the national headquarters of Indian National Congress at Delhi, beat up workers and leaders. This is patently criminal trespass. The Gundaism of Modi government and Delhi police has reached its zenith. We are protesting peacefully in a Gandhian way, but this Gundaism is unacceptable. It will not be tolerated. It will be accounted for. We will remember, and the suitable action, both civil and criminal, will be taken. कल पूरे देश के अंदर राजभवनों का घेराव भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस के लोग करेंगे, क्योंकि मोदी सरकार के इशारे पर यह हो रहा है और राजभवन जो है वो मोदी सरकार का प्रतिबिंब है। और परसों हर जिला मुख्यालय पर कांग्रेस के लोग प्रदर्शन करेंगे। जान ले मोदी जी, प्रजातंत्र की अवहेलना करने वालों की खैर नहीं।
Let's go across to India today. Supriya Bharadwaj on the phone line with us on this information coming in that the Congress's protests in favor of Rahul Gandhi are going to expand big time. Supriya, Raj Bhavans are going to be gherawed tomorrow. The protests are going to expand to other parts of the country. Can you give us a picture of what it's going to look like?
Well, Shiv, this escalation will start from today itself. What we are hearing is that Congress is going to hold press conferences across the country today itself as far as what happened, the way Delhi police entered into their headquarters in the national capital. Now, the Congress party has released videos, they have given out a statement, and they have said, they have claimed that Delhi police entered their police headquarters, their headquarters, and Delhi police also took some of their leaders out. They have detained them. There was a massive showdown between the Congress leaders and workers who were present there and the Delhi police officials. After that, what we are hearing now is that there will be press conferences across the country. Tomorrow, there is this call that in the entire country, in each state where the Raj Bhavans are, Congress leaders and workers are going to gheraw them and are going to protest. They're saying because governors represent the central government, so the protest is against the central government, and they will be going all out and protesting. And day after tomorrow, they are going to protest at the district levels and at the block levels. So now the the battle is not just confined to Delhi. It is going down to ground zero, that is at the booth and the district levels also. So this is going to be a massive protest which Congress party plans in next 2 days. And what we are hearing is that in Delhi also they are saying that they will continue protesting the way they are. Now just a couple of minutes back Sachin Pilot was detained, and now also we are hearing that there are leaders who are trying to reach AFC headquarters, senior leaders who are being detained at the moment.
Supriya, thanks very much. Keep tracking that story. It's going to become bigger. That's the big message from the Congress party. We've got some breaking news coming in from the race to the president's post as well. Kaun Banega Rashtrapati finally has an answer, at least as far as the opposition parties are concerned, after Sharad Pawar has opted out of the presidential race. Gopal Krishna Gandhi is all set to be the unified opposition candidate for the presidential election. Gopal Krishna Gandhi is all set to be the opposition candidate for India's next Rashtrapati. Let's go across and listen in to Mamata Banerjee, who called this big opposition unity meeting where Sharad Pawar has opted out.
Decided there will be only one consensus candidate, though I personally, even all the members of the meeting, they unanimously suggested Sharad Pawar's name. Unanimously. If Sharad Pawar is agreed, is okay, but he said he is not interested. But then we will do. So when he is not, if he is agreed, everybody will give him support. And if not, then the name should be come from the political parties. They will consult Sharadji, consult with others, and then it will be decided.
Poulomi Saha tracking the story very, very closely. Poulomi, it's become very, very tantalizing, this whole opposition meet. Sharad Pawar's name proposed. He declines the offer. He says he doesn't want to be part of the race. It's looking like Gopal Krishna Gandhi is shaping up to be the opposition candidate for Rashtrapati.
Well, Shiv, no name has been finalized as far as the opposition is concerned. Gopal Krishna Gandhi is still a name which was suggested, like we broke earlier this morning, by the left parties only. It is a suggestion. Gopal Gandhi has himself spoken to India Today and said very categorically that only if there is a consensus and it is a unanimous opinion that I should be contesting as the joint opposition candidate, then will I consider that and possibly throw my hat in the ring. But so far, no one name has been finalized. The opposition parties today, of course, tried to convince Mr. Pawar to contest the elections again. But again, categorically, he declined the offer and he said that I want to stay in active politics. So Mr. Pawar's name is out of the race now. So what the opposition so far today has decided is that they will hold another meeting in a week's time, possibly on the 20th or the 21st of June, when they will again deliberate. Party leaders will meet and they will again deliberate on one consensus candidate. Meanwhile, they have in fact deputed Ms. Mamta Banerjee, Mr. Sharad Pawar and Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge of the Congress party to speak to all opposition parties in order to get their thoughts on who they would think and like to see in the race, or who they think is the ideal candidate, in fact, to take on the NDA's candidate.
Do we know why Sharad Pawar declined, Poulomi?
Well, Mr. Pawar says he wants to be in active politics. That is the argument, in fact, that he gave yesterday as well when we spoke to our sources in his individual meetings that he had with Mr. Sitaram Yechuri and D. Raja first and then with Ms. Mamta Banerjee as well. He said that I want to stay in active politics, and that is what he, in fact, conveyed to the party leaders over here as well. Over here, everyone present in the room was unanimously supportive of Mr. Pawar's name if he chose to contest the election. But he, unfortunately for them, has declined.
Poulomi, keep tracking that story. It promises to be a very tantalizing political battlefield, the presidential election. Let's see how that actually works out. We, of course, will keep you ahead, viewer, on every little twist and turn over Kaun Banega Rashtrapati. Quick break. On the other side, continuing with our spotlight focus on young Indians who've been abused, thrashed, slapped and thrown behind bars for their social media posts, for their free speech. We're putting the spotlight today on Ketaki Chittale, as well as a young Bengali teenager who dared to ask for rioters in her state to be thrown out of the country.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
India Today Group wins big at NT Awards 2022. Bags 5 coveted awards in digital categories. Mobile application by a news channel, Aaj Tak. Most popular social media TV news brand, Aaj Tak. News channel website, India Today. Social contribution by a news network, India Today. Strongest digital footprint of a news network, Aaj Tak. India Today Group, the gold standard of journalism. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India.
To solve Sidhu Moosewala's murder, police in 3 states have got involved: Delhi, Punjab and Maharashtra. While Lawrence Bishnoi has been taken to Punjab under a tight security cover, one shooter, Santosh Jadhav, arrested by the Pune crime branch, has now thrown up shocking details. These dreaded gangsters have been active not just on the streets across states, but also on Instagram, where they execute, take orders and boast about their kills and captures. I have that special report coming up at 6 p.m. prime today. Do not miss. That and more on India Today.
Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu and now Bengal. The intolerance fire is spreading. 19-year-old jailed for anti-riot post. She condemned rioters, got jailed. Mamta's cops book teenager, let off rioters. Speak up for Bengal's Ashwini. India against intolerance.
It's absolutely incredible. 19-year-old Ashwini in Mamata Banerjee's Bengal speaks out against rioters who are causing violence in Bengal in the wake of the Nupur Sharma comments about the Prophet. She wanted the rioters thrown out of India. Well, guess what happened? Her house was attacked, the police station was stoned, and Ashwini was put in jail, where she continues to remain behind bars. The latest young Indian face that has exposed the hypocrisy of free speech crusaders nationwide, from Ketaki Chittale to Saad Ansari to Nikhil Bhamre. Ashwini is the latest.
Is this not intolerance? Youngsters jailed for their social media posts. In Uddhav's Maharashtra, in Stalin's Tamil Nadu, in Mamata's Bengal. Remember, it was India Today that brought national attention to the case of young student Saad Ansari, who was beaten up, assaulted and then jailed for a post where he had backed Nupur Sharma. A similar tale of intolerance in Tamil Nadu, where this man has been arrested in Coimbatore. And why? Because he supported Nupur Sharma. 24-year-old Karthi, a former ABVP leader, shared Nupur's video and defended the now suspended BJP spokesperson, prompting his arrest. And now, this girl you see on your screens, all of 19, is behind bars. She didn't support Nupur Sharma. She didn't speak of any community. She actually just slammed the rioters. 19-year-old Ashwini faced protests. These rioters took the law into their own hands, pelted stones at a police station and attacked her house. And how did the police respond? No, they didn't book the rioters. They actually jailed Ashwini instead.
এটা খারাপ কি লিখেছে খারাপ কিছু যদি লিখতো যে যদি কোনো উল্লেখ করে কিছু যদি লিখতো যদি যে কোনো সাম্প্রদায়িক দল বা কোনো ভাই সাহেব মুসলমান হ্যাঁ এই হিসাবে যদি ও লিখতো তাহলে এটা আলাদা ব্যাপার ছিল.
So what did Ashwini say in her post? She simply demanded that these rioters who resorted to violence in her state should be sent out of India, prompting violence on the streets of Howrah.
Stones were pelted, pointing the locals' residents, and as you can see, that this is the road connecting National Highway to this locality. Several houses were damaged. We can see that the stone were pelted, pointing towards the glass windows.
যা অবস্থা হয়েছিল যে পরের দিন যে আমরা বাজবো আত্মীয়স্বজন ফোন করছে মানে আমাদের কি গিয়েছে আমরা জানি এইটুকুন বলতে পারবো আর কিছু কি বলবো দাদা তারপরে তো পুলিশ যদি না আসতো ওই 10 মিনিটে যে আরো অনেক কিছু হতে পারত.
The BJP meanwhile has condemned this crackdown on a teenager and offered legal help as well to Ashwini's family.
Mobs surrounded her house and the police arrested her rather. So in the same matter, the state said that sometimes it is safe to stay in the jail. So regarding the same, I have made my submissions and the Honorable Court has taken cognizance and they have asked the state to file a report regarding her arrest. So the matter will be taken up soon.
The very same political leaders who have time and again spoken of the BJP's intolerance and exposed the ruling party now stand guilty of maintaining a symbolic silence, of shining examples of intolerance in their own states, at least as much as those they accuse of displaying the same intolerance. But India Today will continue to highlight these stories of hypocrisy and fight for these youngsters who've been punished for voicing their views. With Ritik Mondal in Kolkata, Bureau Report, India Today.
So what's happening with Ashwini, who's still languishing inside jail right now? 19 years old, wanted the Mamata Banerjee government to throw rioters out of the state, and she's been thrown into jail. India Today's Ritik Mondal has been tracking the story. Ritik, what is the current situation in the case? Ashwini has become the new face, or rather should I say the latest face of a young Indian who's been penalized for free speech.
Right, exactly. The things unfolded after in the wake of the violent protests erupted in Howrah, and Ashwini Biswas, a 19 years old girl from Murshidabad, Beldanga. We did visit his place, her place, and of course also met her parents, and they were shivering because we did see that the entire house of that girl, and of course and also the neighborhoods of that particular girl was vandalized by the hate mongers. Things unfolded on Friday night, and when a fresh violence erupted in parts of Murshidabad. Now police were blaming that Ashwini Biswas, 19-year-old girl, these are the ruckus-like situation erupted because of her controversial post that she posted on her from her Facebook handle, and then she was picked up and detained. After a detailed questioning, she was arrested and now has been sent for 5 days jail custody. Now we also met her parents, and they absolutely deny that for having any indulgence of a kid in the creating this ruckus. But also we also met the parents and also the neighbors, and they also alleges that her house, which is at a stone throw distance of from Beldanga police station. Now we also did filed report that how the police were also targeted that evening, and they were absolutely helpless to rescue that girl, and she was arrested. So word of words have been also erupted. And let me also conclude with this updates that the demands for Nupur Sharma's arrest have been also raising in parts of in the other parts of Kolkata and as well as the states, and many non-political spectrums, they are also taking out rallies even today to demanding their raising their voice, demanding the arrest of Nupur Sharma.
Ritik, thanks very much for getting us that update on Ashwini. The BJP has stepped in. They want to provide her with some kind of legal support. But the fact is, this young woman is still in jail. All she wanted was action against rioters who are ruining her state. Now let's tell you from east, let's take you west to the story of Ketaki Chitale, the Marathi actor who yesterday marked 1 month 30 days behind bars for a social media post attacking apparently Sharad Pawar. This Marathi actor has been in jail for the last 1 full month. She was thrown behind bars because derogatory content on social media against NCP Chief Sharad Pawar. She was arrested on the 14th of May and continues to be in jail even as we speak. And here are some of the other faces of young Indians who've been thrown behind bars. Now there's an ABVP youth from Coimbatore who supported Nupur Sharma, who's been arrested. Saad Ansari, who did not criticize Nupur Sharma, was slapped. He's still behind bars. The continuing jailing of young Indians who are simply speaking their minds. The real rioters, nothing's happening with them, but young Indians who merely express an opinion are all being thrown behind bars. Ketaki Chitale, who took on Sharad Pawar in a social media post. She's had many controversies before as well. She's been rude, she's been outspoken. But does she deserve to spend 1 month behind bars for a social media post against Sharad Pawar, continuously attacked by one of the ruling allies of the Mahavikas Aghadi, with all the free speech crusaders of the Uddhav government have their fingers on their lips as far as Ketaki Chitale is concerned. Live today Live today on India Today is Milind Shintre. He's a Marathi actor. He happens to be Ketaki Chittale's friend. Milind, thank you very much for being with us here on India Today. Your friend Ketaki Chittale has been in jail now for the last 1 month, 31 days to be precise. She was arrested on May the 14th. Yesterday was 1 month since her arrest. She has strongly spoken out for herself in court, in hearing after hearing, saying that she refuses to apologize, that she has done no wrong. What is on your mind right now, Milind?
पहली चीज़ ये है साहब कि मैं केतकी का फ्रेंड बिल्कुल नहीं हूँ, मेरी पहचान भी नहीं है, लेकिन मैं उस बारे में सब कुछ जानता हूँ क्योंकि हम एक ही इंडस्ट्री से है। हुआ है दरअसल कि जस्ट बिफोर 30 डेज, लगभग 15 मई के आसपास कुछ, केतकी ने एक पोस्ट जो थी वो वायरल हो गई थी फेसबुक पे और सोशल मीडिया पे, तो वो उसने रिपोस्ट कर दी थी, वो उसने फॉरवर्ड कर दी थी। और उसकी जो लैंग्वेज थी, जो पोस्ट की, जो खुद केतकी ने लिखी नहीं हुई थी, इट वाज वेरी एब्यूजिव लैंग्वेज, वो गलत लैंग्वेज थी। वो उसका जो सब डायरेक्शन था, डायरेक्टिव्स जो थे वर्डिंग के, वो एनसीपी लीडर जो शरद पवार जी है उनके बारे में थे। और एनसीपी के जो सब कार्यकर्ता है हर एक जिले के, तो उनमें तो खलबली मच गई उससे, और सब लोगों ने मिलके एफआईआर डालनी शुरू कर दी। और उसके बाद आई थिंक ठाणे बॉम्बे के नज़दीक है थाना, तो वहाँ के पुलिस ने केतकी को अरेस्ट किया। लेकिन मैं ऐसा कहना चाहता हूँ कि अरेस्ट होके 1 महीना हो गया है और अभी तक केस नहीं दाखिल हुआ है, तो जल्दी से जल्दी वो केस का निपटारा हो जाना चाहिए। या तो उसे छोड़ दो या तो केस चालू कर दो, जो भी कर रहे हैं वो जल्दी हो जाना चाहिए। ये इतना ही मुझे कहना है।
तो आपको क्या लगता है कि एक महीना हो गया मिलिंद जी, that she has been in jail right now? Why do you think she is still in jail? The High Court ने भी एक pronouncement किया है कि जो करना है आप जल्दी करो. She's been in jail for the last 1 month.
Yeah, she's more than 1 month, I think. तो जल्दी से जल्दी ये हो जाना चाहिए। ये क्यों नहीं हो रहा है, ये या तो पुलिस जानती है या तो कोर्ट जानता है। ये क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? होना तो चाहिए, बिल्कुल होना चाहिए। क्या है, महाराष्ट्र में ऐसी थोड़ी बहुत परंपरा है कि जहां आर्टिस्ट एक्सप्रेस कर देता है, वो गलत हो सही हो, उसको वो सही लगता है। एक सीनियर राइटर थे हमारे यहाँ पे, विजय तेंदुलकर साहब थे, तो वो ही वॉज अ ग्रेट प्लेयर, राइट। सो विजय तेंदुलकर ने कहा था उस टाइम कि अगर मेरे हाथ में गन होता था तो मैं मोदी को मार देता था। तो इतना बड़ा स्टेटमेंट हो जाने के बाद ना तो विजय तेंदुलकर को अरेस्ट मिला, ना तो जेल हुई, कुछ भी नहीं हुआ। क्यों नहीं हुआ? क्योंकि इंडिया में फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन है। ये जो फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन है, ये हर आर्टिस्ट चाहता है कि ये उसे मिले। लेकिन इस केतकी के केस के बारे में मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि उसने जो पोस्ट फॉरवर्ड किया, उसकी जो लैंग्वेज थी वो अच्छी नहीं थी। चाहे विचारधारा अलग हो सकती है एक आदमी की, मैं ऐसा आदमी हूँ कि मुझे आपकी विचारधारा अच्छी नहीं लगती, आप ऐसे कि आपको मेरी विचारधारा अच्छी नहीं लगती, लेकिन अगर मुझे एक्सप्रेस करना है, भले आपके खिलाफ हो, तो मेरी लैंग्वेज जो है वो अच्छी होनी चाहिए, वो सोबर होनी चाहिए। तो वो लैंग्वेज का प्रॉब्लम है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूँ। लेकिन फिर भी कुछ भी हो जाने दो, 1 महीना तक उसे जेल में रुकाने का कोई पॉइंट ही नहीं है। अगर रोकना है तो केस चालू कर दो, अगर केस नहीं चालू कर रही है तो छोड़ दो, इतनी सिंपल सी बात है।
मिलिंद, बहुत लोग फ्री स्पीच के बारे में बात करते हैं, ज़्यादातर महाराष्ट्र के नेता लोग बहुत बात करते हैं फ्री स्पीच के बारे में। क्या आपको लगता है कि शरद पवार और उद्धव ठाकरे, आदित्य ठाकरे, ऐसे लीडर्स, दे शुड कम आउट एंड से समथिंग? आई मीन, शी इज़ एन एक्टर, शी इज़ अ पब्लिक फेस, शी इज़ पॉपुलर, शी इज़ बीन इन jail for the last 1 month. What about all those people who speak about free speech, including people in government?
नहीं, फ्री स्पीच होना चाहिए, ये तो खाली ऑन पेपर है, ऐसा है ही नहीं। अगर कोई आर्टिस्ट है, वो खुद को एक्सप्रेस करता है, वो उसके आर्ट के जरिए एक्सप्रेस करता है, या इंटरव्यू के जरिए एक्सप्रेस करता है, या राइटिंग के जरिए एक्सप्रेस करता है। आज की तारीख में ऐसा है कि आप कुछ भी बोल दो, एक लाइन बोल दो, किसी के खिलाफ बोल दो, किसी के साइड में बोल दो, तो आज वो वायरल हो जाता है। जो लोग स्पेक्टेकल से, जो सुनने वाला है, जो देखने वाला है, जो पढ़ने वाला है, अगर उसे वो अच्छा नहीं लगा तो वो एक मिनट विद इन स्पैन ऑफ 1 मिनट वो आपके डोर में आ जाता है। आज डोर में आ जाता है, आपको ट्रोल करता है, आपको मारता है, आपको कुछ भी हो सकता है। इस केस में, केतकी के केस में ऐसा नहीं हुआ। लोगों ने बकायदा पुलिस कंप्लेंट किया, कायदे से गए लोग, और आगे ये एक्सपेक्टेशन है हमारी कि ये कायदे से होना चाहिए, इंडियन पिनल कोड के मुतालिक होना चाहिए सब, और वो जल्दी होना चाहिए। वो नहीं हो रहा है। बाकी बात रहेगी, हमारे सीएम साहब है, उद्धव ठाकरे जी है, आदित्य ठाकरे जी है, या खुद एनसीपी के सुप्रीमो शरद पवार साहब है, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि उनके काम इतने बहुत बड़े हैं, इतने ज़्यादा है, उनके पास टाइम नहीं है। शायद उनको ये पता है भी नहीं, ये मुझे नहीं पता। अगर उनको पता भी होता तो उन्होंने माफ़ कर दिया होता। ये इतना छोटा इशू है एक तरह से देखा जाए तो। शरद पवार साहब को ये चीज़ शायद पता भी नहीं होगी, शायद बोल रहा हूँ मैं, मुझे पता नहीं कि उनको पता है या नहीं, लेकिन बड़ा आदमी है, बड़ी फिगर है, 4-5 बार महाराष्ट्र के सीएम रह चुके हैं, सेंट्रल में मिनिस्ट्री थी उनके पास, वो एग्रीकल्चर मिनिस्टर थे, डिफेंस मिनिस्टर थे, बहुत बड़े बड़े पोर्टफोलियो संभाले उन्होंने। ये पद्म विभूषण है शरद पवार जी, तो उनको शायद पता भी नहीं होगा कि ऐसा कुछ हुआ है। और अगर पता होता था तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है तो उन्होंने छोड़ दिया होता, तो माफ़ कर देता था। छोटी बच्ची है, कुछ ना कुछ तो बग गई, छोड़ दिया। ये इतना बड़ा इशू करने की भी ज़रूरत नहीं थी। ये बात सही है कि वर्ड्स गलत थे, लेकिन उसके खुद के नहीं थे, उसने फॉरवर्ड किए थे। अगर गलती है तो भाई केस चलाओ, और जो भी कोर्ट रिजल्ट देगा वो देगा, कोर्ट अपना रिजल्ट दे देगा। ये ऐसा विदाउट केस जेल में रखने का कोई मतलब ही नहीं है ना अभी। और बड़े बड़े जो लीडर्स हैं उनको ये पता भी नहीं होगा शायद।
Milind Shintre, thank you very much for speaking to India today. We will continue to put the spotlight on young Indians who continue to be behind bars for speaking out, because they've become the face of hypocrisy around the country. Thanks for watching 5 Live. We'll see you at the same time tomorrow. 6 p.m. Prime comes up next with Bhujan.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Moosewala's murder, police in 3 states have got involved: Delhi, Punjab and Maharashtra. While Lawrence Bishnoi has been taken to Punjab under a tight security cover, one shooter, Santosh Jadhav, arrested by the Pune crime branch, has now thrown up shocking details. These dreaded gangsters have been active not just on the streets across states, but also on Instagram, where they execute, take orders and boast about their kills and captures. I have that special report coming up at 6 p.m. Prime today. Do not miss that and more on India Today.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
To solve Sidhu Moosewala's murder, police in 3 states have got involved: Delhi, Punjab and Maharashtra. While Lawrence Bishnoi has been taken to Punjab under a tight security cover, one shooter, Santosh Jadhav, arrested by the Pune crime branch, has now thrown up shocking details. These dreaded gangsters have been active not just on the streets across states, but also on Instagram, where they execute, take orders and boast about their kills and captures. I have that special report coming up at 6 p.m. Prime today. Do not miss that and more on India Today.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. Co-powered by introducing Motorola Edge 30. Co-powered by Philips Beard Trimmer. Adapts to you. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. Apollo 24/7. Download now. NECC. Sunday हो या Monday, रोज खाओ अंडे. Netmeds, इंडिया की अपनी फार्मेसी. The Lawrence Bishnoi Troop Files.
पहले हमारे पूर्वज पीतल में पानी भरते थे और अब बात हमारी है, हम पीतल ही भर देते हैं.
Revealed Moosewala blood trail. Scary twist to Moosewala kill probe.
हमें जेल से भागे हुए सारे मोस्ट वांटेड. मैंने रोड से गिर रही है, पुलिस वाला बाहर नहीं पाट रहा हमारा.
Gangsters grilling, inside scoop. 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening and welcome. I'm Pooja Shali. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime. Next half an hour, stay tuned because what I'm going to tell you about the Sidhu Moosewala murder investigation concerns us all. It's not an isolated case because these gangsters are closer than you think. Let's begin first with the headlines. Shocker from Congress Neta Sheikh Hussein amid party satyagrah for Rahul Gandhi, says Prime Minister will die the death of a street dog. FI registered against the Neta who refuses to apologize.
जो काम करना है वो छोड़कर ये फालतू के काम करना बंद करो, नहीं तो नरेंद्र मोदी तेरा वही हाल होगा. फिर आप क्या बोलेंगे कि जैसे कुत्ते की मौत होती है ऐसे नरेंद्र मोदी की मौत होगी.
It's day 3 of Rahul Gandhi's questioning by the ED. Sources at the ED say Rahul's tutored answers are slowing down the questioning. Congress cadres, meanwhile, as you can see, set tires ablaze across the national capital, Delhi, where protests erupted, specifically outside ED office in the VVIP zone of New Delhi. Kerala gold scam fallout is simmering. BJP takes to the streets against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Water cannons were used against protesters. Accused Swapna Suresh is defiant. She says will not withdraw the statement. Have Mamata Banerjee's hope been dashed? Aam Aadmi Party and the TRS skip her important meeting. Sharad Pawar says no to the joint opposition nominee reference. Left parties, though, proposing Mahatma's grandson. India Today continues to bring you how young people are being tortured and assaulted. This Southern Sari rerun now in Tamil Nadu. ABVP man arrested in Coimbatore for supporting Nupur Sharma, a Bengal teenager girl, is behind bars for opposing the rioters. What is happening in the country? Are we entering into a new age? It's goodbye Internet Explorer, Microsoft to retire 27-year-old browser. Netizens clearly expectedly getting nostalgic on other social media sites. We have big breaking news coming in. This is with regard to the Salman Khan threat letter case. Now investigation appeared to be back to square one because it turns out that Saurabh Mahakal, who was an arrested accused, gave wrong information to Mumbai police about Salman Khan's threat letter case. So it's just getting twists and turns. Mahakal, remember, had said 3 people had come to give a threat letter to Salman Khan in Mumbai's Bandra Bandstand. But when the police verified this information, it turned out these 3 people were in prison at the time when this letter was delivered, and hence they couldn't have possibly by themselves done it. So who then threatened and sent a letter to Bollywood superstar Salman Khan? Let's go across directly to my colleague Arvind Oja on the same. Arvind, because you've been tracking this case of Sidhu Moosewala and all the twists and turns here, why this specific threat letter and investigation is not working? क्या इसको मान सकते हैं कि अब दूसरी लीड्स जो हैं पुलिस को ढूंढनी पड़ेंगी? किसने थ्रेटन किया फिर सलमान खान को?
देखिए, सबसे पहले जिस तरह से ये सिद्धू मूसेवाले का मर्डर हुआ, उसके बाद जो पुराना वीडियो था धमकी भरा लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का, वो वायरल हुआ, और उसके बाद अचानक से सलमान खान के घर के बाहर जो धमकी भरा लेटर है वो मिलता है। उसके बाद जो सबसे पहला जो शक जाता है वो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग पर जाता है, और ऐसे में जबकि सिद्धू मूसेवाले का मर्डर होता है और पुणे के 2 शूटर्स का नाम सामने आता है, जिसमें एक सौरभ महाकाल था, संतोष जाधव था। दोनों को ही पुणे पुलिस ने अरेस्ट कर लिया था। शुरुआत में सौरभ महाकाल ने बताया कि जो सलमान खान के घर के बाहर जो धमकी भरा लेटर था वो दरअसल कनाडा में बैठा हुआ विक्रमजीत सिंह बराड़, जो राजस्थान का गैंगस्टर है, फिलहाल कनाडा में मौजूद है और लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग का एसोसिएट है, उसने ये थ्रेट लेटर वहां पर रखवाया था। लेकिन अब इस पूरे मामले में ट्विस्ट और टर्न आने के बाद फिर से जो वो पूरा इलाका है जहां पर धमकी भरा लेटर मिला था, वहां का डंप डेटा अब जो महाराष्ट्र पुलिस है वो निकालेगी और उसके बाद फिर ये जानने की कोशिश करेगी कि वहां पर कौन कौन से मोबाइल फोन एक्टिव थे, आखिर थ्रेट लेटर वो किसने रखा। लेकिन अभी भी कहीं ना कहीं जो दिल्ली पुलिस है, दिल्ली पुलिस सोर्सेस है, वो अभी भी ये मानती है कि जो ये धमकी भरा लेटर है और जिसमें बाकायदा इंडिकेट शॉर्ट फॉर्म में लिखा गया था LB और GB, यानी लॉरेंस बिश्नोई और गोल्डी बराड़, तो सबसे पहले शक की सुई लॉरेंस बिश्नोई पर ही गई और उसी को लेकर लगातार महाराष्ट्र पुलिस जो उसके एसोसिएट है उनसे पूछताछ कर रही थी। लॉरेंस बिश्नोई से भी दिल्ली पुलिस ने पूछताछ किया था, हालांकि उसने बहुत कुछ डिस्क्लोज नहीं किया था, लेकिन जाहिर सी बात है चूंकि काफी सीरियस मामला है, इसलिए महाराष्ट्र पुलिस
What you're telling us is very important. Remember, Salman Khan's threat letter case is getting connected to Lawrence Bishnoi. Lawrence Bishnoi's case is getting connected to Sidhu Moosewala. Delhi police, Maharashtra police, also Punjab police now in the picture to solve the case, which clearly has an interconnected relations of different gangs. So the Punjab police has finally got the custody of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi for the next 7 days. So the gangster has now been given top-notch security because there's clearly a threat also to his life that he had also claimed while he was behind bars. Now here's what you need to know, all the details about the high-profile security, the questioning and lots more. Big news, take a look.
A bulletproof car, 100 policemen standing guard, and heavily armed commandos. This is the top-notch level of security for the grilling of dreaded gangster and suspected mastermind of the Sidhu Moosewala murder. Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi being grilled by Special Investigation Team and Anti-Gangster Task Force personnel after the Punjab police got his custody for 7 days.
This gangster who was brought on one-day transit remand, he was produced in the Mansa court which remanded him to police custody. Though the gangster during the Delhi police questioning has not confessed that he is behind Sidhu Moosewala's murder conspiracy.
किस तरह की सिक्योरिटी है, क्या कमांडो
आप देख सकते हैं, बिल्कुल सिक्योरिटी की इसके लिए जो है सफिशिएंट सिक्योरिटी हम कर रहे हैं, उसमें कमांडो भी है, उसमें लोकल है, उसमें हमारी जो पैरामिलिट्री है वो भी है.
India Today had earlier tracked the gangsters' high security convoy.
ये सारी चीजें जल्दी जल्दी पंजाब पुलिस ने इसलिए की क्योंकि एक तो ये गाड़ियों का काफिला काफी लंबा है. पंजाब पुलिस की अपनी 12 से 15 गाड़ियां हैं. इसके अलावा लोकल जिस जगह से ये गुजर रहे हैं वहां की लोकल एस्कॉर्ट इन्हें मिल रहा है और 50 से ज्यादा सुरक्षा कर्मी है.
The Punjab police are trying to unravel the Moosewala murder plot and trace the Lawrence Bishnoi gang's sharpshooters who actually pulled the trigger in Mansa, Punjab. The death threat letter to Salman Khan may also come up for probe.
बिश्नोई, सलमान खान को आपने धमकी दिलवाई? हैं? सिद्धू मूसेवाला मरवाया?
India Today's Arvind Ojha is the only crime reporter to confront Lawrence Bishnoi, asking him about his crimes. Lawrence Bishnoi is being grilled over gang rivalry and the weapon used by the killers of Moosewala. The Punjab police have revealed to India Today that the gangster, so far, is not cooperating. With Manjeet Sehgal, Arvind Ojha and Himanshu Mishra in Mohali, Bureau Report, India Today.
So 8 questions will specifically be asked to Lawrence Bishnoi for the next 7 days that he's under custody of the Punjab police, and India Today has accessed some of those questions, and I want to now put it out for you because on top will be that because you've now been revealed as the mastermind of the Sidhu Moosewala, according to at least 3 state police, what is your reaction? And importantly, what is the reason for your murder? Because the reason, importantly, even though he's behind bars, how did it lead to a murder of the Punjabi musician? Who shot Sidhu Moosewala? Because if you are behind bars, did you appoint a specific shooter? Who was he that was then given the task to go and kill Sidhu Moosewala in broad daylight a few weeks ago? How do you know Goldie Barar? Goldie Barar, remember, also had given out a statement on social media. He's presently in Canada, a free man, but a gangster, as we are being told, lives in Canada. Is there a connection between him and Lawrence Bishnoi? Because there is a past connection, as it appears, between the 2 different gangs. Now, let's bring in to another angle. Superstar Salman Khan, who has been receiving threats. Why did you threaten to kill Salman Khan? This is not conjecture, remember. Lawrence Bishnoi had given a video statement, very openly, blatantly telling Salman Khan that, see what I do to you, and this, of course, has been going viral. Did you send a gangster to kill Salman Khan? This is with regard to the threat letter. Previous attacks, police have said, have been attempted against the Bollywood superstar. Was Lawrence Bishnoi behind those attempted attacks and the threat letters? And then, how many members are a part of your gang? And this specific question, we are being told, will be asked by the Punjab police because this appears to be a diverse gang, not just across states, but likely outside India, likely on other websites as well. All of them coordinating, and then does it also now depends how many gang members are part of it. It's very important that this question is the last one because the next report I'm going to tell you will actually shock you. Because these gangsters, you thought were on the streets. But to solve Sidhu Moosewala's murder, investigators from 3 states are probing this case: Delhi, Punjab and Maharashtra police. So with the arrest of one shooter, Santosh Jadhav, by the Pune crime branch in Gujarat, has revealed a shocking modus operandi, which is these gangsters used to communicate, track on social media platform, which is very popular, Instagram. It was guns, Ghana, gangsters on social media sites. Very important, and you need to see how gangsters are operating. Take a look at the special report.
हम है जेल से भागे हुए सारे मोस्ट वांटेड मैंने ढूंढती फिर रही है
कितकी पूरी ठोक ठोक रखदा डेंजर पे जानलेवा शौक रखदा।
पहले हमारे पूर्वज पीतल में पानी भरते थे और अब बात हमारी है, हम पीतल ही भर देते हैं।
करनी है बदमाशी ता दिल शेर दा चाहिए, करनी है बदमाशी ता दिल शेर दा चाहिए। मैं बस हंस के ही डाल देता है कोई पिट।
These are no ordinary Instagram videos. These multiple reels are to interact between dreaded criminal groups, to boast about their kills and captures. Startling revelations in Sidhu Moosewala murder case, interconnecting gangs across the states. Arrest of sharpshooter Santosh Jadhav has blown the lid off this gang's operations. Pune crime branch reveals that Lawrence Bishnoi gang's mode of communication is the popular social media platform Instagram. Instagram is being used to communicate orders, to even flaunt news reports of extortion and intimidation against this gang. Interestingly, some uploaded videos have the music of Sidhu Moosewala, the Punjabi singer shot dead allegedly by the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. And Jadhav is accused to be one of the shooters. Santosh Jadhav was arrested by Pune police on Monday and has multiple Instagram accounts, some of them flaunting friends and weapons. So how do the gang members here identify? They pen initials using guns and bullets, and their code is Jai Balkari. The police are investigating further accounts to identify these gang members, that whether on Instagram or even YouTube. Mumbai Police Crime Branch, which is investigating Bishnoi gang's alleged threats to Salman Khan, are now also trying to trace previous attempted attacks against the Bollywood superstar. So today's dreaded gangs are operational not just on the streets, but also across the virtual space to target people and spread the word. That is, till the time law of the land catches up with them. Bureau Report, India Today. Let's go across now to my colleague Arvind Ojha, who's tracking all the latest on that. Arvind, at this point, many would believe Instagram जैसा जो social media platform है, उस पर आप fun pictures, video, time pass के लिए डालते हैं. ये तो gangsters हैं. ये उसी से coordinate, track, execute करते हैं. तो किस तरह से social media sites को use किया जा रहा है? और दूसरी बात, investigators इसको कैसे देख रहे हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, मैं आपको ये चीज़ें बताऊं डिटेल्स, उसके पहले मैं आपको ये भी दिखाना चाहता हूं कि देखिए मोहाली का ये वो जगह है, आप देख पा रहे हैं, जो पंजाब पुलिस के कमांडोज हैं वो जहां पर खड़े, उसी के ठीक अंदर लॉरेंस बिश्नोई है. उससे पूछताछ फिलहाल जो एसआईटी और एंटी गैंगस्टर टास्क फोर्स है उसके ऑफिसर्स कर रहे हैं. और आप देखिए कि कितना सेंसिटिव ये मैटर है और किस तरह का ये खतरनाक गैंगस्टर है कि 24 घंटे यहाँ पर पंजाब पुलिस के कमांडोज वो तैनात है. उसके अलावा हैवी सिक्योरिटी फोर्स है. और जैसा पूजा आपने बताया, दरअसल ये जो गैंगस्टर है इनके अलग अलग सोशल मीडिया अकाउंट है और कई सारे फेक अकाउंट है जिसमें लगातार जो इनके गुर्गे हैं वो वीडियोस अपलोड करते रहते हैं. बहुत से ऐसे गैंगस्टर है जैसे लॉरेंस बिश्नोई, वो तिहाड़ जेल या दिल्ली के किसी जेल में होता है, वहां से उसकी एक पिक्चर क्लिक की जाती है और वो सोशल मीडिया पर अपलोड की जाती है. इसके जरिए ये गैंगस्टर अपने फॉलोअर्स बढ़ाते हैं और उसके बाद जब कोई उसमें से बहुत ज्यादा सेपरेट बंदा दिखता है। उसके बाद उसको बाकायदा जो सिग्नल ऐप है उसमें ले आया जाता है, उससे बातचीत की जाती है। उसके बाद जब लगता है कि वो पूरी तरह से तैयार है, उसके बाद उसको टास्क दिया जाता है कि तुम्हें यहाँ पर वारदात को अंजाम देना है। इस मामले में भी
जी, मेरा जुड़ा सवाल इसी से है क्योंकि आप पूरा इन्वेस्टिगेशन भी ट्रैक कर रहे हैं। 100 कॉप्स, कमांडोज, टाइट सिक्योरिटी, बुलेट प्रूफ कार, लॉरेंस बिश्नोई के लिए क्या देखकर पंजाब पुलिस ने इतनी टाइट सिक्योरिटी रखी है और क्यों और कितने घंटों से अभी इंटेरोगेशन जारी है?
देखिए, लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ए ग्रेड का गैंगस्टर है। ए ग्रेड का जो गैंगस्टर होते हैं उसको इस तरह की सिक्योरिटी प्रोवाइड की जाती है अमूमन। और यहाँ लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ने, मैं फिर तस्वीरें भी दिखाना चाहूंगा आपको, जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई है उसने दिल्ली की अदालत में ये आशंका जताई थी कि उसका एनकाउंटर हो सकता है, जो उसका राइवल गैंग है वो उस पर अटैक कर सकता है, उसको जान का खतरा है। जिसके बाद जब ट्रांजिट रिमांड पर पंजाब पुलिस ले रही थी, उसके बाद भी कोर्ट ने बाकायदा ऑर्डर में कहा है कि प्रॉपर सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट की जाए। और वैसे भी ये काफी बड़ा गैंगस्टर है। इस गैंग के लोगों के बीच ये देखा गया कि अक्सर पुलिस जब कहीं अदालत में पेश करने के लिए जाती है या किसी एक जेल से दूसरे जेल में शिफ्ट किया था तो अमूमन गैंगवार की स्थिति देखने को मिलती है। इसी को देखते हुए यहाँ पर टाइट सिक्योरिटी है। जैसा सोशल मीडिया का आपने जिक्र किया था तो अलग अलग फेक अकाउंट पर ये गोल्डी बरार, खास तौर पर लॉरेंस बिश्नोई या इस गैंग के लोग वो एक्टिव होते हैं। और जब किसी से बातचीत करनी होती है तो वो बाकायदा एक सिग्नल देते हैं कि आप इस अकाउंट पर आइए, और उस अकाउंट पर आने के बाद फिर उससे बातचीत होती है और वो टास्क देते हैं। तो कुल मिलाकर ये
Arvind, keep tracking all the latest because yes, this is absolutely, there are so many twists and turns coming in, and what you've said is very important. It's not just about Lawrence Bishnoi but all the connected individuals here. Let me now help you explain why this is not just about one gangster who was already behind bars when Sidhu Moosewala was murdered. So what is the Punjab police, the Delhi police, the Maharashtra police is trying to find out? Remember, Sidhu Moosewala was murdered in broad daylight when he was driving through Punjab, that was in Mansa. After that murder, remember what happens next? Lawrence Bishnoi, the mastermind, gets arrested. The seeming alleged mastermind according to the police. As you can see the link here. But there was a post that comes on Facebook acknowledging that I killed him. That came from Goldie Barar, who is a criminal and a gangster based in Canada. Therefore, this is now the thread that started to come in. Sandeep Singh aka Kekda, that's his nickname as a gangster. There was information shared by him also with the shooters that led to this whole map that we are telling you about, how these names are interconnected. The aggression of these gangs appears to have come on the Punjabi musician. Now, Saurav Mahakal, being linked to the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, has also now been questioned with regard to the Salman Khan case. So, different names coming in. Investigation is still on. Remember, at least 3 state police are trying to find out who killed Sidhu Moosewala and why. And this is the web that has surfaced till now. I'm heading into a very short break, but when we return, we'll take you to Jammu and Kashmir. 2 encounters have taken place. Are we looking at a possible avenging of death, of murders of 2 innocent people, Rajni Bala and banker Vijay Kumar? We'll get you the update from Kashmir after a very short break.
India Today Group wins big again. Bags 37 awards at the NT Awards 2022. Aaj Tak triumphs with 18 awards. India Today TV with 12 awards. Aajtak.in and IndiaToday.in with 5 awards. And Good News Today with 2 awards. Making the group proud once again. India Today Group, the gold standard of journalism.
this industry, this place, the competition, the people, the world, every day there's something that can demotivate you. Every day there's something that can suck the life out of you. Every day there's something that makes me think, यार ये भी कैसे झेलूं, ये भी कैसे लूं, इतनी कैसे फाइट हो सकती है ये. एंड मुझे तो शॉकिंग बस कभी कभार ये लगता है कि ऐसा कैसे है कि किसी और के लिए इतनी आसानी से सब हो जाता है और किसी के लिए इतनी मुश्किल होती है. दैट extreme of that scale for me is just it's unbelievable. You have to be part of the system to bring about any change in the system. If you get out of the system, you anyway don't stand a chance. So you can't give up the game just because it's demotivating every day and something pulls you down. You got to be there na, to get back up there. उधर होगे नहीं तो उठोगे क्या मतलब.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Has the murder of Rajni Bala and Vijay Kumar been avenged? In an encounter in Kulgam in Kashmir that broke out earlier and resumed today morning, 2 local terrorists affiliated to Hizbul Mujahideen have been involved. We're also being told that they are the same 2 terrorists who had also attacked school teacher Rajni Bala, who was shot dead, remember, in Kulgam on 31st May. Another encounter took place in Shopia after CCTV footage was analysed of killing bank manager Vijay Kumar from point blank range. That shocking killing there on your screen. Now it appears this man, the identity of the killer was confirmed as Jan Mohammed Lone. Both these terrorists, Lone and Tufail Ganai, another one, have been neutralised because they killed Vijay Kumar, an innocent bank manager. His picture there on your screen. So this is what is coming up as information. Let's listen into what the police officials are saying.
The person who in the killing of a very young, handsome manager of a bank, Vijay Kumar from Rajasthan on 2nd of June was identified right on the day this killing took place. We were looking for him, we were after him, and I'm happy to say that last evening this John Mohammed Lone of Lashkar-e-Toba has been killed. Along with him, his associate, who is opposed from Jaish-e-Mohammed and was working with him, Tufail Ganai, has also been eliminated in the encounter last night. We believe that this innocent killing of Vijay was a burden on everyone's mind who was involved in the security operators, and it's good that he's been utilized in this operation.
Joining me in this telecast is my colleague Ashraf Wani from Srinagar. So Ashraf, it appears that there were 2 encounters in Shopia and Kulgam. What is the latest update coming in from that? Have the terrorists who killed innocent people, have they been neutralized?
So far the Kulgam encounter, Puja, is still underway, as the police officials are saying that there is a hideout in the Kulgam orchards which are very dense. For the safety and security of the security persons, they are not pursuing towards that operation, but they have started the combing operation in the area, and soon they are going to get those 2 Hizbul Mujahideen militants who are believed responsible for the killing of Rajni Bala, the school teacher. She was killed in a school premises on 31st of May, and in fact another encounter which took place in the Shopia, that is over 2 Lashkar-e-Toba militants, including Jan Mohammed Lone, who was responsible for the killing of banker Vijay Kumar from Rajasthan in Kulgam district, has been killed in that encounter. In fact, I spoke to Inspector General of Jammu and Kashmir Police today morning. He clearly said that the strategy has been changed and we have the clues of all those militants who were responsible for the targeted killings, and one by one they are going to neutralize them. And in fact, so far they have killed 3 those hybrid militants who were responsible for the targeted killings among the 6 civilians here in the Kashmir Valley during the last 2 months.
Okay, Ashraf, thank you so much for updating us, and we'll be tracking the latest coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Now, let me take you through perhaps now a good news coming your way. This is about 5 days on, more than 100 hours later. 10-year-old boy Rahul Sahu has been brought out alive from an open bore well in which he had fallen. Now, importantly, with this good news, we also hope that he recovers soon. Remember, this is the non-stop rescue efforts due to which this young boy has been now out and is recovering. This story comes from Chhattisgarh.
You know Kim Tae-hyung, aka V of pop group BTS fame? Well, he's simultaneously 26, 27 and 28 years old. Confused? How old were you when you were born? 0? 1? In South Korea, you'd be 1 year old. Let's clear the air about this. South Korea has a unique way of calculating age. When a baby is born, it's considered a year old. And as the year changes on January 1st, the child gains a year. So no special birthdays. South Koreans count age based on their birth year and not days. A child born in December will already be 2 by January. But the president-elect Yoon Suk-yeol wants to do away with this traditional system. Because of persistent confusion and unnecessary social and economic costs, the incoming administration is looking to standardize age calculation. This was observed especially when health authorities use the international age and Korean ages interchangeably to set guidelines for COVID-19. This will also help South Korea get in line with the rest of the world. The age conundrum doesn't end here. South Korea also counts age in an international way. That means it counts age in 3 ways. For legal and administrative purposes, the country has been using the international counting system since 1962. In another way, babies are born at 0 and gain a year on New Year's. This method is mainly used to define the legal age for areas of law that affect a significant percentage of the population, including military service conscription. And the third is the Korean age system, where everyone is already a year old at birth and become older on New Year's Day regardless of the birth date. That's how Kim Tae-hyung from BTS fame is simultaneously 26, 27 and 28 years old, as he was born on 30th December 1995. There are multiple problems that arise with age discrepancies. It's led to wage disputes that have been dragged to the Supreme Court and ruled that workers should consider their international age for work. There have also been cases of parents trying to cheat the birth registration system because of worries that their children born in December will be at a disadvantage at school as a result later in life. Efforts were made in 2019 and 2021 to change the law. 2 lawmakers proposed legislation to adhere to the international age, but experts are divided on what the new measure means for Korean society, and the bills were not signed into law.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. You
News coming in with regard to the presidential elections. The opposition parties are likely to now field a joint presidential candidate This could be big news, remember, for now, because Sharad Pawar of the NCP has decided to opt out of the presidential race. Could Gopal Krishna Gandhi be a joint opposition candidate? That could be a very interesting name. This after Sharad Pawar decided to officially say that he's opting out of the presidential race, a name that Mamata Banerjee was clearly keen on. Now, apart from Gopal Krishna Gandhi, there are other names also surfacing. Farooq Abdullah, N.K. Premachandran could also find way. These are names that are still being discussed, remember, through the day today. As you can see these visuals on your screen, there have been opposition huddles, meetings that have been on. But it also has its share of controversy where the Aam Aadmi Party and the TRS decided to skip the meeting.
But all we have decided, there will be only one consensus candidate. Though I personally, even all the members of the meeting, they unanimously suggested Sharad Pawar's name. Unanimously. If Sharad Pawarji is agreed, is okay, but he said he is not interested. But then we will deal with. So when he is not, if he is agreed, everybody will give him support. And if not, then the name should be come from the political parties. They will consult Sharadji, consult with others, and then it will be decided.
So all eyes will now be on the upcoming presidential polls, because in the key opposition meeting today led by Mamata Banerjee, the Bengal Chief Minister, it was decided that the opposition party will together, jointly, field a presidential candidate. So Sharad Pawar's name was initially suggested. Mamata Banerjee of the TMC was very keen on it, but the NCP chief has opted out of the presidential race. And as you can see now, after the meeting, Mamata Banerjee claimed that these presidential elections are a prelude to the upcoming 2024 Lok Sabha polls. So, the Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav, who all attended, including Congress leaders Randeep Surjewala, Mallikarjun Kharge, attended the meeting. Political stalwarts Mehbooba Mufti, Sharad Pawar also attended the meeting, and Omar Abdullah, Priyanka Chaturvedi of the Shiv Sena, H.D. Kumaraswamy also were part of the meeting. Now, the meeting was called by Mamata Banerjee, called to formulate a joint strategy for the upcoming elections. But there was a controversy and a setback to Mamata Banerjee. What happened? The TRS and the Aam Aadmi Party skipped this important meeting of the opposition parties to decide the presidential candidate. According to sources, the TRS did not want to share the stage with the Congress party. So there's also an internal scuffle of these political parties. The Aam Aadmi Party, on the other hand, led by Arvind Kejriwal, said the issue will be considered only after the candidate is officially declared. So at the meeting, what were the names that did come up? Gopal Krishna Gandhi. This is after Sharad Pawar said no. Gopal Krishna Gandhi, remember, is the grandson of Mahatma Gandhi, and former West Bengal governor was also suggested. Now, Gopal Krishna Gandhi, speaking exclusively to India Today, has said that he was approached by the left parties for the candidature, but has added that he needed time to take a call on such a crucial decision. Are we looking at possibly a joint candidate, Gopal Krishna Gandhi?
आज का मीटिंग में महत्वपूर्ण चीज यही है कि हम लोगों ने हर इम्पोर्टेंट पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज दे सेंड देयर रिप्रेजेंटेशन, और बहुत सारे सीनियर लोगों ने भी आए थे. आप पहले कभी नहीं देखा अखिलेश और मुफ्ती जी, all they came this meeting. So there are so many party, even CPM, CPI, RSP, Congress, the Shiv Sena, the DMK, like this, so many party, NCP, Trinamool Congress, all they were there. So only 1-2 party may be left out because they have some reason, maybe they are busy or sometimes. But all we have decided, there will be only one consensus candidate. Though I personally, even all the members of the meeting, they unanimously suggested Sharad Pawar's name. Unanimously. If Sharad Pawarji is agreed, is okay, but he said he is not interested. But then we will deal with. So when he is not, if he is agreed, everybody will give him support. And if not, then the name should be come from the political parties. They will consult Sharadji, consult with others, and then it will be decided. But today is the beginning, and I think it is good after so many months, We opposition, we sat together, and next also we'll sit together because in our country the bulldozing is going on.
There's a consensus that there will be a joint opposition candidate. Everybody is also in consensus that it should be Sharad Pawar. Sharad Pawar has actually said that he doesn't want to give up his political life right now. We'll leave it to him to decide, and we'll call.
He was not keen, ma'am. We have seen
not keen because he doesn't want to give up the political space right now. Where he says that we will talk about it jointly.
Let's bring you some other stories as well. Now, political temperature continues to soar in Kerala over the gold scam that has sunk Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Today, Bharatiya Janata Party workers and supporters took to the streets in Thiruvananthapuram, the capital city, demanding the resignation of Kerala Chief Minister. This after main accused in the scam, Swapna Suresh, alleged the involvement of the CM, his wife and also daughter in this scam. But Swapna Suresh herself is declaring that there is no question of withdrawing her statement now against the Chief Minister. So while the Chief Minister himself has denied the charges, he's also questioned the timing coming in from Swapna Suresh's allegations. So these are the visuals of what happened today in Kerala. Massive protests and water cannons that were used on protesters. Joining me on this telecast is my colleague Shibimol KG from Thiruvananthapuram. Shibimol, what exactly happened? Because I could see water cannons being used and a lot of protesters also being detained. Is the Swapna Suresh case really escalating and literally knocking at the door now of the Chief Minister, Pinarayi Vijayan?
Well, Pooja, yes, the protest in Kerala against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan seems to only escalate as the Congress and the BJP has said that they will continue to protest until the Chief Minister resigns. Today, the Yuva Morcha took a protest outside the Secretariat. They marched towards the Secretariat in large numbers, demanding Chief Minister's resignation. The police and the workers had a clash in which some of the workers were injured also. The police had to use water cannons as well as tear gas to disperse the crowd. They were not only chanting slogans against the Chief Minister but also against his family, his wife Kamala and his daughter Veena, whose names were taken by Swapna Suresh, the prime accused in the case, when she recorded a 164 statement. Yesterday we saw the Congress also protesting outside the Secretariat. The Mahila Congress also sitting on a dharna outside the Secretariat demanding Chief Minister's resignation. As a result, the Chief Minister's security has also been tightened. Wherever he's travelling, he has heavy police deployment as well as many vehicles guarding him so that all his events are organized without any disturbance. But we spoke to opposition leader V.D. Sadishan some time back, who said that they will not stop the protest. They are going to continue the protest. Fresh reports emerged that Swapna Suresh had recorded an affidavit before she gave her 164 statement in which she has revealed more allegations against the Chief Minister's family.
Really, Shibimol, it appears that this case is not going to die down anytime soon. Do keep tracking all the latest coming in from Kerala. And is this also about the pressure building on the Chief Minister of Kerala? I'm heading into a very short break. All politics concluded for now, because on the other side, I'm going to tell you about the much-awaited trailer for the film Brahmastra that is out, and everyone's been watching and talking about it. I'll bring you that trailer and the reactions after a very short break.
प्राचीन काल से हमारे बीच कुछ ऐसी शक्ति
Last week was marked by terrible news of popular actor Mahima Chaudhary getting diagnosed with breast cancer. She's come out in the open talking about her illness. This is our space to have a conversation about breast cancer. Here's all that you need to know. There is just 1% chance of a man developing breast cancer. In a woman, it is actually the most common type of cancer that's seen. What are the symptoms that one should be looking out for? Any sort of change in the size of the breast, a lump in the corner, or any discharge from the breast, pain in the breast, a discharge from the nipples, a change in the color and size of the nipples, or a lump in the breast. These are some of the most common symptoms and telltale signs of breast cancer. Sometimes there could be severe itching, dryness, or even bleeding from the nipples. Usually there are 3 types of treatments that are used to treat breast cancer depending on what stage the patient is in. One is chemotherapy and radiation. Well, the third one is hormone therapy. Who should be then getting screening done for breast cancer? Women between the age of 50 to 75 should be the one doing a screening for breast cancer. But if there is a chance of a predisposition, which means that if there is a history of breast cancer in the family, then it is advisable to consult your doctor and get a test done after the age of 40. In fact, a mammogram should be done every 2 years. The question that many ask is whether there is any way to avoid breast cancer. Avoiding radiation exposure, eating a healthy diet, also adopting a healthy lifestyle like sleeping at regular timings, also ensuring that there is physical activity and exercise in your daily routine is going to go a long way in keeping this disease at bay. Reducing the use of plastic, not consuming alcohol and avoiding smoking, and also importantly breastfeeding when you're required to do so is certainly a step that will help keep this disease at bay.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Ranbir Kapoor and Alia Bhatt starrer Brahmastra trailer has finally been released. The film is set to roll out in theatres on the 9th of September. So here's a sneak peek into how the real-life newly married couple is looking like as the real-life duo in Brahmastra. Take a look, enjoy.
There is love. कौन हो तुम?
क्या हो तुम?
There is drama. शिवा, तुम्हारा हाथ?
ईशा, मैं आग से जलता नहीं. कुछ रिश्ता है मेरा आग से. आग मुझे जलाती नहीं.
There is action. And there's also a whole lot of visual effects one cannot seem to ignore. Yes, this is the trailer of Brahmastra Part 1 Shiva. Mukherjee's dream project featuring Ranbir Kapoor and Alia Bhatt in lead roles. The near 3-minute glimpse into this magnum opus includes Amitabh Bachchan's narration.
जल, वायु, अग्नि. प्राचीन काल से हमारे बीच कुछ ऐसी शक्तियां हैं जो अस्त्रों में भरी हुई है.
And the film, which is the first part of the trilogy, focuses on the story of Ranbir's character Shiva, a young man who is on the brink of an epic love with Alia's character Isha. Shiva, तुम्हारा हाथ?
ईशा, मैं आग से जलता नहीं. कुछ रिश्ता है मेरा आग से. आग मुझे जलाती नहीं. कुछ चल रहा है इस दुनिया में ईशा. कुछ पुरानी शक्तियां हैं.
The duo's world turns upside down soon after Shiva learns that he has a mysterious connection to the Brahmastra and a great power within him.
क्योंकि तुम खुद एक अस्त्र हो. अग्नि अस्त्र.
A day before the makers dropped this trailer, lead pair Ranbir and Alia shared a video message for fans expressing their excitement.
I believe truly that the trailer is the most important unit that goes out of the film because based on the trailer, audience decide करती है कि क्या मुझे ये फिल्म देखनी है नहीं देखनी है.
मैं जानता हूँ आप सब इस मूवी का काफी टाइम से वेट कर रहे हो और मैं बेसब्री से वेट कर रहा हूँ आप सबके रिस्पॉन्स के लिए. एक्चुअली अंदर से मर रहा हूँ. I don't even know if I'll ever get an opportunity to be a part of a film like Brahmastra.
Interestingly, Brahmastra will roll out in theatres on September 9th in 5 languages, including Tamil, Malayalam and Kannada.
प्राचीन काल से हमारे बीच कुछ ऐसी शक्तियां हैं जो अस्त्रों में भरी हुई हैं.
And while Big B has voiced for the Hindi version,
कहानी है इन सारे अस्त्रों के देवता की, ब्रह्मास्त्र.
megastar Chiranjeevi came on board to lend his voice for the Telugu version. The makers had in fact also shared this behind-the-scenes video ahead of the trailer release. What's more, Bahubali and RRR filmmaker S.S. Rajamouli is behind presenting Brahmastra in regional languages. And he, along with Ranbir and director Ayan Mukherjee, also visited Visakhapatnam to promote the film, where the trio also received a grand welcome from their fans. That's not all. Brahmastra marks Ranbir Kapoor and Alia Bhatt's first film collaboration, and the anticipation around it kept building up ever since it was announced. The duo fell in love with each other during the filmmaking process and also got married after wrapping up the shoot. Makers of Brahmastra all while also kept fans on tenterhooks by releasing one glimpse at a time, that too on perfect occasions. Case in point, this love song titled Kesariya. That's right, it was dropped hours before Ranbir and Alia were all set to begin their new journey as a married couple in April. Earlier, the lead pair's first looks were also revealed one after another. While Ranbir's character Shiva was unveiled at a grand event in Delhi.
What is R?
What is R? What are you asking me?
I said, what is R? Why do these people keep asking R? जवाब दो.
क्या जवाब दूँ?
वो भी सही है, जो भी ट्रूथ है.
ट्रूथ ये है कि R मेरे लाइफ का सबसे बड़ा
Alia's character Isha was introduced on her birthday. Brahmastra also features Amitabh Bachchan, Nagarjun and Moni Roy in pivotal roles, and their respective first looks were also released by the makers in the similar fashion. So yes, gear up for Brahmastra as it promises to be a larger-than-life experience. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
So September 9th will be a big day for Brahmastra and the film lovers. That's a wrap from me for today. Thank you so much for watching. Coming up next at 7, Day 3, constant Rahul Gandhi is questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. Congress cadres protesting on the streets in New Delhi, setting tires ablaze outside the ED office. That and more with Preeti Chaudhary at 7. Thank you for watching.
takes no time to gulp up juice, milk or shakes in a Tetra pack. But it takes up to 200 years for the plastic straws to be decomposed. So from July 1st, the government has banned single-use plastic items in the country. But companies like Coca-Cola, Amul and PepsiCo haven't welcomed this ban. Amul is India's biggest dairy product producer in India. The managing director of the group, R.S. Sodhi, wrote to the government to delay the plastic ban. The letter to Prime Minister Modi said that the move will negatively impact the farmers. He also added that it will hamper milk consumption in the country. This is because Amul sells billions of small dairy cartons with plastic straws every year. Similarly, fruity producer Patel Agro has sought a 6-month deferment to the ban to set up local manufacturing capabilities. The ban will hurt the production and sale of small packs of juices and milk for a market estimated to be worth $790 million. Action Alliance for Recycling Beverage Cartons represents major drinks companies like Coca-Cola. It said companies were considering importing paper straws from China, Indonesia and other nations in light of the upcoming ban. Single-use plastic, as the name suggests, can only be used once before being thrown away. These are usually not disposed of properly, making it difficult to recycle. Items like plastic sticks in balloons, flags, ice creams, earbuds, and items such as plates, cups, straws, and cigarette packets will be banned. More than 34 lakh tons of plastic waste was generated in 2019-20 and 30.59 lakh tons in 2018-19 in India. Since it doesn't decompose, it contaminates land, water, and air. Burning isn't a solution either because it releases harmful and toxic gases. Kenya banned single-use plastic bags. United Kingdom introduced a tax on plastic bags in 2015. China has announced to ban non-degradable bags by 2022. With India joining the queue, it is yet to be seen how the ban will pan out, with major industries resisting it.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Oh, sorry.
राज में तो पक गए, इलेक्शन में इतनी मेहनत की कि थक गए। तुम तो चाय पिलाओ मियाँ, आजमगढ़ से हाय आदमी को जिताओ मियाँ।
जी जी चाय लाया।
चाय पहले यहाँ आएगी मियाँ, क्योंकि यूपी के सीएम हम हैं। मैं कह रहा था बाबा जी, चाय तो आप ही पहले पी लो, लेकिन आजमगढ़ में झंडे हम ही गाड़ेंगे। रामपुर से करेंगे आपकी हार की शुरुआत, फिर धीरे धीरे यूपी से उखाड़ेंगे। चाय भी हम पियेंगे और यूपी में भी हम रहेंगे। जनता की मोहब्बत से हम यहाँ डंडा गाड़ के रहते हैं। साइकिल लेकर हमसे ना टकराओ मुन्ना, बिखर जाओगे। हमें लोग बाबा बुलडोजर कहते हैं। खामोश। कमल में दम नहीं, हम किसी से कम नहीं। साइकिल है तो पॉसिबल है।
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, big in your life. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
You're watching 7 at 7. I'm Nabila Jamal taking you on the roundup of the day's news. First, the headlines. Shocker from Congress Neta Sheikh Hussein amid party satyagraha for Rahul Gandhi. says Prime Minister will die the death of a street dog. FIR registered against defiant Neta who refuses to apologize.
जो काम करना है वो छोड़कर ये फालतू के काम करना बंद करो, नहीं तो नरेंद्र मोदी तेरा वही हाल होगा। फिर अब क्या बोलेंगे कि जैसे कुत्ते की मौत होती है ऐसे नरेंद्र मोदी की मौत होगी।
Day 3 of Rahul Gandhi's grilling. ED sources say that Rahul's tutored answers slowing down questioning. Congress cadres set tires ablaze outside ED office in BBIP Delhi. Kerala gold scam fallout simmers. BJP takes to the streets against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan and water cannons used against protesters. Accused Swapna Suresh defiant, says won't withdraw her statement. And a big blow to Mamta's Raisina race. Up in the TRS skip her meet. Pawar says no to be the joint opposition nominee. The left proposes Mahatma's grandson. And Saad Ansari rerun in Tamil Nadu. ABVP man arrested in Coimbatore for backing Nupur Sharma. Bengal teen behind bars for opposing those rioters. Singer Sidhu Moosewala's murder secret set to unravel. Punjab cops get gangster Lawrence Bishnoi's custody. Murder threat to Salman Khan now being probed. Today was day 3 of ED summons to Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi was summoned, grilled for several hours. We're also looking at the Congress leaders at large launching a nationwide protest, burning tires and agitation that was anything but satyagraha. Take a quick look at a roundup of what happened today as the Congress launched massive protests.
Tires set ablaze. Thick black smoke outside ED office in the heart of Delhi. Tense standoff with cops. Fiery standoff, unruly protest and fisticuffs and raging Congress cadre, all for Rahul Gandhi.
Look at the visuals. This is just outside the ED office. And this is nothing less than arsoning. Tires being burned on a busy stretch of road, putting the traffic on a hold. Just look at these visuals. Now these protesters are running away. Sir, tires nahi jala sakte.
All right, we have a big breaking news coming in. Congress MP from Tamil Nadu, Jyoti Mani, has now put out a video of her torn clothes, accusing the Delhi police of brutality. Remember, a bunch of the Congress netas landed up in Delhi, throwing their weight behind Rahul Gandhi as they claim that he's innocent. This is vendetta politics. And while they were protesting in an area, remember, which has been restricted from any kind of large-scale protests, here is a bunch of Congress women who were protesting, were dragged by the police and detained. Congress MP Jyoti Mani now sends out a video to Om Birla. The speaker shows her torn clothes in the video, accusing the Delhi police of brutality. I have Jyoti Mani joining me right here on India Today. But let's have a quick listen what Jyoti Mani said right after she was detained and allegedly abused by the police.
And also we are trying to buy water from outside. Honorable Speaker, sir. This is your member of Parliament, Ms. Jyoti Mani from Karur, Tamil Nadu. Delhi police has brutally behaved with us yesterday and today as well. So they brutally assaulted us and tore my clothes like this. They tore my clothes like this. This is happening to the Lok Sabha member of Parliament. And they removed my shoes. They carried me like a criminal. Now they are taking us to an unknown location for the past 1 hour. We are actually dying for water. We 7-8 women in this bus, including me. We are repeatedly asking for water. They refuse to give water. And also we are trying to buy water from outside. Police stopping the people who are selling water to us not to sell us. Is this the way this police will behave? This is what happened to a woman member of Parliament. A woman member of Parliament can go through this. This cannot be tolerated, whether a woman member of parliament or a woman or any person from a political party cannot be treated like this. Please take action against them.
India Today speaks exclusively to Jyoti Mani. She is joining us to narrate her ordeal. Jyoti Mani, thank you for joining us. Give us exactly the update on what you've rolled out on your video to Speaker Om Birla. Tell us what really happened. Of course, we feel for you, but at this point, we also know that many of those areas where you all were protesting were restricted areas. Police had imposed prohibitory orders there, but yet many of the Congress netas were protesting. Does not justify for what happened to you, but do tell us what happened.
See, we are protesting peacefully. Every political party, every individuals have a right to protest peacefully. That's what we are doing for last three days. Today, me and other MPs and women office bearers of the Congress party peacefully marching out of our office. They are actually treated us like criminals. They dragged us, they tore my clothes and other women office bearer clothes. Really throw us into bus. This is not the way to behave with the women MPs and women and any member of any political party. What kind of democracy we are living in? So that's what I raised the issue. Even they're thrown into bus, then took us somewhere. We didn't even know where they are taking us. 1 hour actually we are dying for water. They kept on asking water. They refused to give water and we tried to buy it. They threatened the water seller not to buy to us. Is this the way to behave with the women MPs, women of this country? And they not only assaulted women MPs, they actually Delhi police barged into the party office, a political party office. Any political party, its office is a lifeline of democracy. How can they do this? This is a country where there is any rule of law exists. How we cannot tolerate this kind of brutality against us.
You know, at this point, what we know, we see your video, you seem very agitated. What's the action you expecting? Because we know the Congress is also launching a nationwide protest tomorrow. You all are marching towards the Raj Bhavan, condemning police brutality. Do you think anything is going to come out of this? Have you got a word of assurance from Om Birla?
See, my floor leader, Mr. Adhiranjan Chaudhary ji, has taken this issue to Honorable Speaker. I think the land will be prevailed. We are also will launch a complaint. See, you just see what we are doing. See, you asking our leader Rahul Gandhi to appear before ED without any basis. We are the last 3 days. My party is asking for what is the scheduled offence? Where is the FIR? Show us the FIR. Despite actually illegally asked to appear before the ED, as a law-abiding citizen, my leader Rahul Gandhi goes and appear before the ED while his mother is in the hospital. Till midnight, 12 o'clock, they made him to sit in the ED. As a son, he has no duty to take care of his mother. Despite that, he is going and sitting. We are actually in support of our leader. We are protesting. This is don't think this happening only the Congress leader, Mr. Rahul Gandhi. It can happen to any opposition leader. It can happen to any individual in this country. This is no longer a fight of Rahul Gandhi or the Congress party. This is a fight of the country. We are fighting this out in the street. We will continue to fight this out in the streets.
All right, Jyoti Mani, thank you very much. We hope you're all right now. Thank you for joining us. We know that the Congress has already declared a nationwide protest tomorrow as they're going to be marching towards the Raj Bhavan. Quickly shifting focus to a comment made by a Congress neta in Maharashtra. Absolutely distasteful. Sheikh Hussein, who's a Congress neta, spoke on a public platform wishing death to Prime Minister Modi. Quite shocking. In fact, he's attracted several sections of the IPC as an FIR has been filed against him. Let's have a listen.
फालतू के काम करना बंद करो, नहीं तो नरेंद्र मोदी तेरा वही हाल होगा। फिर अब क्या बोलेंगे कि जैसे की मौत होती है ऐसे नरेंद्र मोदी की मौत होगी।
Congress Neta resorting to open, sickening abuse. In his aggressive defense of Rahul Gandhi, this Congress leader, Sheikh Hussein from Maharashtra, got on camera hurling filthy abuses in public at the Prime Minister, saying Narendra Modi will die like a street dog if he continues to target Rahul Gandhi and not focus on national issues. Listen once again to this shocking hate rant from a senior Congress leader.
नरेंद्र मोदी तुमको लोगों ने देश को विकास करने के लिए दिया है। 70 साल में कांग्रेस ने किया, उसी को बेच कर तुम देश चला रहे हो। तुम कुछ कर नहीं रहे, ये फालतू के काम करना बंद करो, नहीं तो नरेंद्र मोदी तेरा वही हाल होगा। फिर अब क्या बोलेंगे कि जैसे की मौत होती है ऐसे नरेंद्र मोदी की मौत होगी।
That's right. He actually said it. A Congress leader in the presence of two Maharashtra ministers who don't stop him, telling the Prime Minister that he will die like a street dog.
फालतू के काम करना बंद करो, नहीं तो नरेंद्र मोदी तेरा वही हाल होगा। फिर अब क्या बोलेंगे कि जैसे की मौत होती है ऐसे नरेंद्र मोदी की मौत होगी।
The Congress Neta also warned that the country will burn if Rahul or Sonia Gandhi are harmed in any way.
अगर उनके बाल को भी जरा सा धक्का लगेगा तो इस देश के अंदर में अंगार लग जाएगी, इस देश को ये बर्बाद हो जाएगा।
Speaking to India today, an unapologetic Sheikh Hussein justified his attack.
मेरे दिल में कोई मलाल नहीं, मैंने कुछ गलत भी नहीं बोला और मैंने कोई ऐसी गलती की ही नहीं। मैंने एक मुहावरा दिया सिर्फ, वो समझे क्या, उसमें कोई गलत नहीं है।
The BJP expectedly has torn into the Congress for this abuse on the Prime Minister, saying that the opposition has finally shown its true ugly face.
देखिए, इस प्रकार के घृणित बयान प्रतिक्रिया के योग्य नहीं है, परंतु यह कांग्रेस की क्षुद्रता और मानसिक स्तर की सीमा तक पहुंच गया है, यह उसका क्रमशः प्रमाण है।
The unfolding drama, coupled with what's been happening in Delhi, has set off a huge fight between the BJP and the Congress in the backdrop of Rahul Gandhi being questioned on day 3 by the Enforcement Directorate.
कांग्रेस के मुख्यालय में, भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस के दफ्तर में जबरन कैसे घुस सकते हैं, कैसे किसी के घर के अंदर जाकर लाठीचार्ज कर सकते हैं।
पहले भ्रष्टाचार में जो 2000 करोड़ का गबन किया गया उस पर तो साइलेंस है, परंतु अब कोई इंटिमिडेशन कर दे, एजेंसीज को सवाल पूछने का मौका ना मिले, एजेंसीज को सच तक पहुंचने का मौका ना मिले, इसीलिए वायलेंस पर उतर आए हैं।
The ruling Mahavikas Aghadi in Maharashtra is on the back foot over this withering personal attack on Modi.
फालतू के काम करना बंद करो, नहीं तो नरेंद्र मोदी तेरा वही हाल होगा। फिर अब क्या बोलेंगे कि जैसे की मौत होती है ऐसे नरेंद्र मोदी की मौत होगी।
An FIR has been lodged against the Maharashtra Congress leader for obscenity and for provoking breach of peace. With Pankaj Khelkar in Pune, Bureau Report, India Today.
Just a day after Saad Ansari, a young 19-year-old engineering student was arrested for merely putting up a post in support of Nupur Sharma, or rather condemning all the death threats she received. We're looking at similar instances that happened in West Bengal as well as in Tamil Nadu. Let's have a quick look on this intolerance that we see rampantly.
Is this not intolerance? Youngsters jailed for their social media posts. In Udhav's Maharashtra, in Stalin's Tamil Nadu, in Mamata's Bengal. Remember, it was India Today that brought national attention to the case of young student Saad Ansari, who was beaten up, assaulted and then jailed for a post where he had backed Nupur Sharma. A similar tale of intolerance in Tamil Nadu, where this man has been arrested in Coimbatore. And why? Because he supported Nupur Sharma. 24-year-old Karthi, a former ABVP leader, shared Nupur's video and defended the now suspended BJP spokesperson, prompting his arrest. And now, this girl you see on your screens, all of 19, is behind bars. She didn't support Nupur Sharma. She didn't speak of any community. She actually just slammed the rioters. 19-year-old Ashwini faced protests. These rioters took the law into their own hands, pelted stones at a police station and attacked her house. And how did the police respond? No, they didn't book the rioters. They actually jailed Ashwini instead.
এটা খারাপ কি লিখেছে, খারাপ কিছু যদি লিখতো, যে যদি কোনো উল্লেখ করে কিছু যদি লিখতো, যদি যে কোনো সাম্প্রদায়িক দল বা কোনো ভাই সাহেব মুসলমান, হ্যাঁ, এই হিসাবে যদি ও লিখতো তাহলে এটা আলাদা ব্যাপার ছিল।
So what did Ashwini say in her post? She simply demanded that these rioters who resorted to violence in her state should be sent out of India, prompting violence on the streets of Howrah.
Stones were pelted, pointing the locals' residents, and as you can see, that this is the road connecting National Highway to this locality. Several houses were damaged. We can see that the stone were pelted, pointing towards the glass windows.
যা অবস্থা হয়েছিল যে পরের দিন যে আমরা বাজবো, আত্মীয়-স্বজন ফোন করছে, মানে আমাদের কি গিয়েছে আমরা জানি। এইটুকুন বলতে পারবো, আর কিছু কি বলবো দাদা। তারপরে তো পুলিশ যদি না আসতো ওই 10 মিনিটে যে আরো অনেক কিছু হতে পারত।
The BJP meanwhile has condemned this crackdown on a teenager and offered legal help as well to Ashwini's family.
A mob surrounded her house and the police arrested her rather. So in the same matter, the state said that sometimes it is safe to stay in the jail. So regarding the same, I have made my submissions and the Honorable Court has taken cognizance and they have asked the state to file a report regarding her arrest. So the matter will be taken up soon.
The very same political leaders who have time and again spoken of the BJP's intolerance and exposed the ruling party now stand guilty of maintaining a symbolic silence, of shining examples of intolerance in their own states, at least as much as those they accuse of displaying the same intolerance. But India today will continue to highlight these stories of hypocrisy and fight for these youngsters who've been punished for voicing their views. With Ritik Mondal in Kolkata, Bureau Report, India Today.
Meanwhile, the Punjab police has finally got 7-day custody of dreaded gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. And the irony here, Lawrence Bishnoi gets top-notch security as he claims threat to life. Here's a detailed report.
A bulletproof car, 100 policemen standing guard, and heavily armed commandos. This is the top-notch level of security for the grilling of dreaded gangster and suspected mastermind of the Sidhu Moosewala murder. Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi being grilled by Special Investigation Team and Anti-Gangster Task Force personnel after the Punjab police got his custody for 7 days.
This gangster who was brought on 1-day transit remand, he was produced in the Mansa court which remanded him to police custody. The gangster during the Delhi police questioning has not confessed that he is behind Sidhu Moosewala's murder conspiracy.
किस तरह की सिक्योरिटी है, क्या कमांडोज है?
कर सकते हैं, बिल्कुल सिक्योरिटी की इसके लिए जो है सफिशिएंट सिक्योरिटी हम कर रहे हैं, उसमें कमांडो भी है, उसमें लोकल है, उसमें हमारी जो पैरामिलिट्री है वो भी है.
India Today had earlier tracked the gangsters' high security convoy.
ये सारी चीजें जल्दी पंजाब पुलिस ने इसलिए की क्योंकि एक तो ये गाड़ियों का काफिला काफी लंबा है. पंजाब पुलिस की अपनी 12 से 15 गाड़ियां हैं. इसके अलावा लोकल जिस जगह से ये गुजर रहे हैं वहां की लोकल एस्कॉर्ट इन्हें मिल रहा है और 50 से ज्यादा सुरक्षा कर्मी है.
The Punjab police are trying to unravel the Moosewala murder plot and trace the Lawrence Bishnoi gang's sharpshooters who actually pulled the trigger in Mansa, Punjab. The death threat letter to Salman Khan may also come up for probe.
बिश्नोई, सलमान खान को आपने धमकी दिलवाई? हैं? सिद्धू मूसेवाला मरवाया?
India Today's Arvind Ojha is the only crime reporter to confront Lawrence Bishnoi, asking him about his crimes. Lawrence Bishnoi is being grilled over gang rivalry and the weapon used by the killers of Moosewala. The Punjab police have revealed to India Today that the gangster, so far, is not cooperating. With Manjeet Sehgal, Arvind Ojha and Himanshu Mishra in Mohali, Bureau Report, India Today.
Meanwhile, in Maharashtra, Ketki Chitale has been in prison for putting out a defamatory post against NCP Sharad Pawar. It's been close to a month now and she still remains in jail. She was arrested on the 14th of May, continues to be in prison. The question is Ketki's arrest genuine legal action or abuse of law? Ketki's lawyers say that she was beaten, harassed when in police custody. Sections against her are bailable. And according to a petition filed by Ketki in the High Court, there are more than at least 20 FIRs filed against her. And in the case of Nikhil Bamre, a student from Nashik, arrested for making objectionable posts against Sharad Pawar, the Bombay High Court has now asked if the state is aware that multiple FIRs are being registered for one offence. The BJP already questioning the Aghadi government. Independent MP Navneet Rana, who was booked for sedition, has now joined in the chorus. Rana has asked why no action taken when women MPs are trolled with vulgar slurs.
जो महाराष्ट्र में ठाकरे सरकार पहले दिन से एक माफिया, ड्रग माफिया से ऊपर, कोई भी विरुद्ध में बोलेगा तो जेल में भेजा जाएगा, ये उद्धव ठाकरे शरद पवार का सूत्र है। अब केतकी चितड़े हो या दूसरा हो नौजवान है, उसको महीना महीना जेल में रखना, ये सिर्फ ड्रग माफिया के ऊपर वाले माफिया की ठाकरे पवार सरकार ही कर सकती है।
Legal instructions are there because keep her behind bar. Yes, keep her behind bar, and this is not a way. What the message you are giving in the society? This is for a single forwarded post. And what is about her liberty or fundamental rights? She was abused, she was beaten in the police custody. She have filed a complaint in the Kalamboli police station, but no single FIR registered till then. Means some power is there in that poem she forwarded. Some power is there. So every NCP leader is going and lodging FIR against her, and police also registering that FIR. This is a clear misuse of power.
All right, we're slipping into a short break. On the other side, we're going to take you through a fact-check video that's masquerading as a truth. Stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
이번에 굉장히 청기서원께서는 단교안에 이제 8기 어차전에서 인민들의 생활상용으로 기준으로 내세우고 생산투쟁을 돌릴 수 있는 이런 가업도 있었습니다. 그래서 우리 공장에서는 인민들이 좋아하는 이런 샴푸, 그다음에
세대비사망 체계여음학의 소독 사업을 제일 순위에 놓고 진행하고 있습니다. 특히 인민소비품을 생산하는 공장으로서 바닥소독과 기대들에 대한 소독 사업을 그 어느 때보다 더 강화하고 있습니다.
You are watching India Today.
All right, here's our fact check segment. We see a video that's gone viral that shows and says that Nupur Sharma has released a video response to all that troll and condemnation that came her way. Well, the fact of the matter is that this is indeed a video of Nupur Sharma, but this is a 2019 video where she was seen reciting an Uri film dialogue. This was back in 2019, so that video right now showing her to have responded to the trolls after her comment on Prophet Muhammad, that's false. That's it for me here. Thank you for watching. Up next, Preeti Chausik.
Himalayan glaciers are melting rapidly because of climate change. And this should concern you. Why? Because the Himalayan glaciers supply water to India's usable water sources. If the glaciers melt at this rate, devastations are inbound. Now let's see what is going on there. Himalayan glaciers have been shrinking for 5 decades, but now that process has sped up. The rising temperature and precipitation change are the likely causes. Data says that temperature anomaly around parts of Uttarakhand and Himachal will hit up to 3 degrees during May. So the Himalayas are on the front line of climate change. Studies say that the higher altitude, the faster the temperature changes. So a higher altitude area could experience warming up of up to 4 to 5 degrees Celsius by 2100. For instance, the region's annual average surface air temperature has increased from 0.1 to 0.2 degrees Celsius. India Today's DIU team analyzed 40 years of temperature data of India's 2 cities, Shimla and Uttarkashi, to trace the unusual heat pattern. Both cities have seen an upward trend in temperature shifts. Shimla, the capital of Himachal Pradesh, experienced a sharp temperature rise with a 40-year high of around 4 degrees Celsius in March and April. Similar temperature changes were seen in Uttarkashi in the same period. April 2022 was the warmest April across the world. Extreme temperatures and heat waves have become more frequent from Antarctica to the Himalayas. Now, the Himalayas glaciers have been melting for the past 5 decades, and it might result in a significant threat to the regional water resources and flash flood-like disasters.
Fiery twist to Congress Krodh for Rahul. Flaming escalation in the heart of VVIP Delhi. Congress's satyagrah with burning tires. As Rahul's grilling continues for the 3rd day, Congress's kutte ki maut attack on Prime Minister Modi. Burning tires, bashing PM, bruising self, the big focus on Newstrack.
The call for opposition unity when it comes to the president election in India was mooted, put forth by TMC's Mamta Banerjee. Many netas boycotted the event. The opposition, more divided than united. What exactly went down in the meeting? Has a certain set of the opposition decided to come together to put forth a joint candidate? All of that behind the scenes action right here on To The Point this evening.
The race to Raisina Hill intensifies. Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee is the first of the bloc, taking the initiative to stitch a united opposition front. The long-awaited meeting of opposition leaders, called by the TMC leader on Wednesday, agreed on fielding a single candidate. Mamta once again pitched NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar for the post, but he declined.
Though I personally, even all the members of the meeting, they unanimously suggested Sharad Pawar's name. If he is agreed, everybody will give him support. And if not, then the name should be come from the political parties.
Sources tell India Today that Mamta also floated former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah's name. The left parties, according to sources, have suggested Mahatma Gandhi's great-grandson and intellectual Gopal Krishna Gandhi. Another meet is expected in a week's time. The meeting was attended by Sharad Pawar, Samajwadi Chief Akhilesh Yadav, Congress leaders Randeep Surjewala, Mallikarjun Kharge and PDP's Mehbooba Mufti among others. But in a big blow to Mamta, the TRS and the Aam Aadmi Party skipped the meet. According to sources, the TRS did not want to share a platform with the Congress.
All they were there. So only 1-2 party may be left out because they have some reason, maybe they are busy or sometimes. But all we have decided, there will be only one consensus candidate.
Mamata Banerjee's meet to unite the opposition has also exposed the fault lines within. 4 major regional parties, TRS, YSR Congress, BJD and Aam Aadmi Party stayed away. And without the support of at least 3 of these parties, the fight for president's post could become just a symbolic contest. Bureau Report, India Today.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Well, this is how the day panned out today with what you just saw. It was a meet called by Mamata Banerjee, mooted to get the opposition together when it comes on consensus where the president's elections are concerned. There were certain parties which skipped it. There were 2 candidates which whatever opposition was present, that opposition united and built consensus on 2 names. Both the names fell out because number 1 was Mr. Sharad Pawar's name. He has refused. The second name mooted was Farooq Abdullah's name. His son Omar Abdullah refused. Then the third name, which possibly maybe now a consensus can be built. It was pitched by Mr. Sitaram Yechuri, the name of Gopal Krishna Gandhi. Could there be consensus on that? We're going to try and get an understanding, and also why certain parties skipped this particular meet. Joining me over the next 25 minutes, Dr. Kakoli Ghosh. She's a Lok Sabha MP where the TMC is concerned. I would have Ravula Sridhar Reddy. He's the leader from the TRS. Guru Prakash Paswan, spokesperson BJP, would be joining us. But who we have right now is Jasmine Shah, spokesperson Aam Aadmi Party. Mr. Shah, the TRS in all probability did not join was because they didn't want to come on the same platform as the Congress. What was the reason that the Aam Aadmi Party did not join, even though the Aam Aadmi Party has about 15,000 votes, which is not as much as, say, the other opposition parties? But what was your reason for not coming in on the same platform? Because many times over, Arvind Kejriwal has gone on record to call Mamata Banerjee his elder sister.
See, the Aam Aadmi Party has very good relations with many opposition parties and definitely with TMC chief Mamata Banerjee. Having said that, on the question of a candidate for the presidential elections, Aam Aadmi Party is going to take the call once we know who are the candidates that are in the final round of selection. And I think that is where Aam Aadmi Party is going to chip in. What we are very clear is that the direction that the country is going in under the current BJP regime, where each and every norm of constitution is being broken, institution after institutions like the Enforcement Directorate, CBI, IT, all of them are being unleashed only at the will and at a split second decision of one leader and one party. That needs to be stopped, not for just Aam Aadmi Party or any single party. It is for the democracy of our country that is today come under attack. And our joining or agreeing on any candidate is going to be decided based on the suitability of that candidate. Which candidate is we feel confident will protect the constitution and not protect only the leaders and the ideology of one political party.
You know, stay with me, Mr. Shah. I want to bring in Dr. Kakoli Ghosh, Lok Sabha MP, TMC. Dr. Ghosh, it was your leader, Mamata Banerjee, that called this opposition meet. But I want to ask you, in the history of India, only once has a president been elected unopposed. And if I'm not wrong, it was in the year 1977, Mr. Sanjeeva Reddy. But would you not reckon that, or is it an utopian concept right now that both the ruling party and the opposition come together with a single name? Do you think that's not happening anymore? Because what's happening outside, pitched battles will be fought on this pitch as well.
The opposition has a responsibility. And in many states, the opposition is still ruling in the state government. If you speak of West Bengal, BJP has fared very badly in the last assembly election. That proves that the people of India, they don't want to see BJP at the power anymore, at the helm of power anymore. So it is difficult to come to a consensus for a candidate which is fielded by the Bharatiya Janata Party, who are doing the divisive politics, and they have sent this country absolutely in jeopardy as far as economy is concerned, peace is concerned, solidarity is concerned, federal structure is concerned. So the opposition has rightly come together. And if you consider the number of MLAs together in the country, then the total number with the Bharatiya Janata Party is approximately 1,300 or something. The rest are in the opposition. So if the opposition parties come together and field, then we think that we are going to get a candidate of consensus.
Dr. Ghosh, may I just come in? Because you said that the numbers could possibly lie with the opposition. But, with what we've done is we've looked at the numbers very clearly. Now, given the combined strength of all opposition parties in parliament and the assemblies, making up 51.1% of the total points against the NDA's 48.9%. So it's very close. But having said that, yes, on paper, you might have that marginal lead, but parties like YSRCP, parties like AIDMK, parties like BJD have traditionally every time voted with the BJP. So do you really think you have a chance to moot your candidate?
Of course, because there is still a lot of time. And in an election of this stature, I think the opposition parties will again sit together and they will come up with a candidate who will be voted as our Rashtrapati ji, who will at least show us the proper light of guidance as far as the constitutional provisions are concerned, which are being trampled upon by the present regime.
But Dr. Ghosh, right now, at least number-wise, because like I said, traditionally parties which are looked on as opposition, which are being counted in the numbers that you suggest, have traditionally voted for the BJP. The AIDMK is very openly saying they'll go with the BJP, even though they might have 15,000 votes. But a party like YSRCP with 43,000 votes is could decide to go with the BJP. But stay with me. I want to bring in the TRS into this conversation. I have Mr. Sridhar Reddy with us. Sir, my question is, number one, lots of speculations that the TRS did not want to join this meeting today because the Congress was there. Is that the reason why TRS didn't come?
First, let me be very clear, Preeti, that we are not hurry taking decisions now. If somebody does a unilateral meeting before, without consulting and finalizing the meetings like this. Number two, we want to make it very clear. We don't want to be a part of any meeting that Congress will be a part of it, basically. Because Congress is a principal opposition in Telangana for us. At the same time, they made it very clear they don't want to be a part of the meetings where TRS is present. And today, Congress failed both as a ruling party and opposition in this country today. So they will not be in a position to show any direction to any kind of activity, political activity, whether it is presidential election or any other opposition activity. They could not expose BJP in the last 8 years. So Congress, having Congress a part of the activity and we be present is not going to give any meaning. We have enough time to discuss this issue. We are going to explore many options before us. And we also have a strong opinion that before finalizing a date of this, sort of this meeting, there should have been prior consultations with the constituents, the political parties which are in opposition. If you wanted to bring in consensus, the convention also was that. Ms. Mamata Banerjee would have spoken to important leaders like KCR or, Keriwal and other leaders and all. Then they could have finalized one date. Now, who have come into this meeting? No top leadership has come, leaving a couple of parties. No left parties have not sent their top brass. And Congress has sent their a couple of representatives. They were
top
not
brass, sir, is embattled in ED investigations right now.
That's what I'm trying to say. They are busy protecting their, skin in the legal issues. And other parties, they have not come. And CPI, CPM, they also have not come. So what is that the outcome of this meeting? So one should have a prior consultation with the constituents of the entire process. if you want to bring in a consensus. So TRS
Okay, I want to go
party
back
is
to
in
Dr. Ghosh. Sir, just stay with me. Dr. Ghosh, now do you see this is the kind of opposition that you have? Because Dr. Reddy from the TRS, who's got a sizable proportion when it comes to voting where the president's election is concerned with the TRS party, says no consensus was built by your leader. You know, she didn't call the leader of TRS, KCR, to have a conversation to try and build consensus. In any case, they are not going to come onto the same platform as the Congress. How is this opposition unity going to work, ma'am?
My leader is a leader in the true sense. She is trying to get together the opposition, and she is trying to lead them towards this election so that we can fight the battle together. If somebody has preoccupation or somebody has particular allergy towards another party, that is not the problem of my party or my leader. But after they have been discussing and there has been discourses, then only she sent letters, and some party might have some preoccupation, that's why they didn't come. We might expect that they will come in the future. But
I want to make it very
about
clear.
this person, Dr. Reddy is not well informed that the communist parties did come, CPIM, CPIM,
Yes.
CPI,
Mr. Yechuri,
all representation was
Mr.
there.
Yechuri only mooted the name of Gopal Krishna Gandhi, Mr. Reddy. But Mr. Reddy, what is the biggest issue? Is the issue that Mamata Banerjee didn't call to build quorum or consensus, or is the issue that the Congress was there?
I was very clear. First of all, I want to make it very clear. We wanted to be equidistant with both BJP and Congress. And wherever Congress is present, we don't want to share any platform for any kind of political activity with Congress party. And, a couple of weeks back, Mr. Rahul Gandhi has come to Telangana. And being a principal opposition, they claim, he did not utter a single word against BJP. And he just spoke against TRS party. And at the same time, even in this case, Ms. Ghosh was saying that we have come from CPI. They have clearly expressed their displeasure in organizing such meeting without informing in prior. Well, that's what I'm trying to say. One is Congress party, and having Congress failed, utterly, even being an opposition, how can you bring in a strong opposition for NDA today? They failed in exposing BJP's wrongdoings. So we, as TRS party, is going to come before the nation with a strong alternative agenda for the people of this nation, whether it is development or welfare. We wanted to put forth a strong alternative agenda in this country. So at this point in time, sharing a dais with Congress is no meaning.
Okay, Mr.
So
Reddy, I'll ask you this question, and I will ask the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson this question as well. And Mr. Reddy, I want to ask you, did the government call the TRS to try and build consensus on a president candidate? Have they tried to build consensus or quorum getting you along? Have you got a call from the ruling party yet?
Absolutely not. We are, that's what I tried to tell you. We are not in hurry. Our leader, Honorable CM KCR, we will discuss in the party. We have enough time to deliberate on this issue. And we are going to present a strong alternative before the country. Let the candidates come out. Nobody has finalized their candidates. Nothing has just moved. The notification has just come. If somebody is in hurry, to show that they are leading the front, it is not the question of, conducting a meeting and speaking few things about it. It's an important discussion, important matter before the country, electing the top constitutional post.
Mr. Jasmine Shah.
So we are clear. We will wait.
Right.
We will discuss.
Okay, you want more time. Mr. Jasmine Shah, but the fact that, in the past you voted with the BJP, will come on to that. But Jasmine Shah, I want to bring you in. Has the government called you or the Aam Aadmi Party, even though your pool in the larger lot is just 15,000 votes, but has the government tried to initiate a conversation, the ruling party, to try and build consensus on a mutual candidate?
Well, I think they know better not to, because the vision that BJP has for this country is diametrically opposite to the vision that Aam Aadmi Party has for this country.
So now have you confirmed in a way that no matter then you will go with the opposition on a candidate that they choose?
We are not saying that. Again, I'll go back to the statement I made earlier, that for us, what is most important is that who is that individual that the nation can trust to uphold constitutional values above anything and everything else. Doesn't matter which party or what background the person has. Can we as a nation collectively trust this individual as the first citizen of the nation to uphold the constitution in a time of unprecedented crisis? And I don't mean by the crisis of employment and price rise. I mean a constitutional crisis where almost the foundations of each and every institution are being weakened, and we know it is the BJP regime that wants to see that happen, and therefore we are committed. If it means working with other opposition parties, we are not saying no to that. But it will all finally arrive at who is that candidate who we feel collectively as the best suited candidate to uphold the constitution of a country.
Dr. Dastidar, two names were given by your leader. Name number one was Sharad Pawar. He has said no, which you have accepted. Name number two was Farooq Abdullah. His son Omar Abdullah said no. Name number three was put forth by the left, Mr. Yechuri, suggesting Gopal Krishna Gandhi. Is the TMC ready to put their seal of approval on Mr. Gandhi?
Only time will tell. We have to discuss every party, every political party will discuss in their party, inside the party forum, and they will come up with a name and a consensus, and then only it will be announced. Because this is a very serious matter. We are trying for the topmost constitutional post, and the person has to be dependable. The person has to uphold the constitution of India laid by our forefathers, not being unfriendly towards the constitution as is happening now. So this will take time, and people-friendly, constitutional-friendly name will come out with which all parties will agree, and then only we will go for the election.
All right, okay. Mr. Reddy, I'll bring you in on this. You say you're equidistant from the BJP of late. Your leader, KCR, has criticized the BJP, especially Mr. Modi, in a big way. But I'll take you back to the 2017 presidential elections, sir. At that point of time, the NDA did not have the numbers to pull in with their candidate. It was you who helped the NDA at that point of time. You voted with the BJP. The TRS went with the BJP. Could that happen again this time?
No, absolutely not. That was a different situation, wherein, the political dynamics are different then. Now it is totally different. The BJP has failed this country. We have a strong, our CM also has presented this many times before the nation, that BJP failed this country in all aspects. So there is no question of supporting BJP. At the same time, we are equidistant with Congress. That's what I'm trying to say. And as many other speakers were saying, you are electing a person for a top constitutional post of this country. So there is no hurry. We will definitely have wider consultations before we express our opinion, and who should be the candidate, and what could be, our priority, and what we are going to do on this. Basically, as somebody was saying that, the trustworthiness, the upholding the constitutional values, being friendly with all the parties and all that, they all should be there. At the same time, I repeat, we have enough time. We will discuss widely. We have many parties. AAP is there. There are so many other parties. There will be many options coming up. There will be many, options coming up.
But sir, AAP really doesn't have that kind of votes, right? It would hope to in all of this. But I'll ask you, that question again. And one thing you're saying, the TRS this time around is very clear, because 2017 you voted for the BJP. No matter what, the TRS is not going to go with the NDA this time.
That's what I'm trying to say. I clearly said we are equal in distance with both the parties.
So if the Congress decides to go with the opposition, Mr. Reddy,
let the candidate come out, consensus candidate come out, let the things come forward. What's going to happen in the days to come? We have enough time. We will discuss it. There is time. That's what I'm trying to say. There is no hurry. We are not in a hurry.
The other question, sir, I'd ask you is, if the Congress decides to go with the united opposition, will that stop the TRS from going with the united opposition?
Let's see how it goes, because we are very clear. We don't want to share any platform with Congress party. But the nation's priority also is there. We want a strong candidate. We want a trustworthy, and then a person who can uphold the values of the Constitution should be there as the president of this country. So let's see how it goes. We have enough time. There is no hurry now.
The TRS is
urgency.
Right. Well, your party has itself in a rather peculiar position, because you don't want to go with the BJP. You are very clear of that. 2017 you did, not now. But you don't want to go with the Congress as well. Congress, meanwhile, attended this meeting and is ready to come up with a mutual candidate. Dr. Kakoli Ghosh, I'll bring you in again. How do you think you'd be able to dissuade the likes of YSRCP and BJD, which have always gone with the BJP and the NDA in big ticket decisions?
See, if they are saying they will not go with the opposition if Congress is there, then like you asked, then are they going to go with the NDA and the Bharatiya Janata Party then?
I made it very clear.
Ulterior motive.
I made it very clear. We do not have any doubt.
Dr. Ghosh, yes, I'll put that question,
I don't see any anchoring part of
Mr. Reddy, Dr. Ghosh is trying to attribute an ulterior motive because you might, under the garb of not going with the Congress, go with the NDA.
This is up to them to attribute any sort of motive. We are very clear. I made it very clear many a times, even in this discussion. We are equidistant to both BJP and Congress. They both, as ruling and opposition parties, have failed in their duties, failed this country, failed in meeting the aspirations of this country's youth, country's farmers, country's every section of the society. So we are going to present a strong alternative agenda before the nation in the very short future. So these parties are not going to meet the aspirations of this country. So at this point in time, the presidential election is a different situation. We will definitely, present our option in a very short notice before the nation, and it will be a appropriate thing. So we don't want. That's what I'm trying to say. We are not in hurry. Why should you be hurry? Is there any urgency that you have to immediately take a decision and tell something?
Dr. Ghosh, why are you in a hurry? Consensus has to be built, quorum needs to be sought. Why in such a spectacular hurry? I'll come back to that question again. How are you going to now try and dissuade the likes of the BJD and the YSRCP to vote in your favor? They've never done so on big ticket decisions, madam.
Not in my favor, in favor of the country, in favor of the Constitution of India, in favor of the consensus candidate. It's not that they are voting in favor of my party or my leader, but my leader is taking the fight ahead, and she is in the true sense, she is leading the country and she's trying to get together. It takes time to form consensus. She's in touch with 19 parties. She's written to them. She's had dialogue with them. She's still discussing with them so that we can go for this fight together. All the parties put together and fight this menace of the Bharatiya Janata Party, who are destroying this country, who are, the likes of agencies, different agencies are being unleashed on the opposition leaders, and
Dr.
they
Ghosh,
are being harassed. If you just criticize them, then you will be harassed, and if you just oppose them for their policies, you will be harassed. This is not constitutional.
Right, Dr. Ghosh, when you said my leader is leading this country, there was a wry smile on both the TRS leader and the Aam Aadmi Party leader. And, I don't want to put them in a tight spot, but Mr. Reddy, do you agree that Mamata Banerjee is leading the country and the opposition?
See, let anybody feel they are leading the activity. Definitely, different parties will try for different things.
Mr. Shah, do you agree? Do you agree Mamata Banerjee is leading the country and the opposition?
Our priority is not that whether who is leading and who is not leading. Here I am very clear when you ask me about the election, I made it very clear.
Right, sir. So I need to quickly, yes. Mr. Shah, do you agree?
No, it is not a question of whether we agree or not. Again, as I said, that it is the nation that comes first. And to that extent, if everyone can unite behind a person who we jointly feel can uphold the constitution, great. It can happen through joint meetings. It can happen through one-on-one discussions.
Well, at least the meeting started. And on that note, I'm really short on time. I apologize for coming in. But thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Thank you, Mr. Reddy and Jasmine Shah for joining us. It's rather interesting, viewers, how it's all going to pan out. But when we talk about fissures within the opposition, this debate was a prime example of just that. Thank you. Keen eye on the president's elections and the candidates mooted by both the government and the opposition. In an utopian world, there would have been a joint candidate, but not anymore. Up next is Rahul Gandhi.
India Today TV wins big at NT Awards 2022. Bags 14 most coveted awards. TV news presenter male Rahul Gandhi. Business news anchor female Abha Bakaya. Best news debate show News Track. Best talk show To The Point. Daily news bulletin News Today. TV news reporter Ashutosh Mishra. Sports special Go for Gold. Best use of graphics by a news channel State of War 2021 elections. and many more. With 37 awards for the India Today group, the most credible network is also the most awarded. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye. Unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Я думаю, що втрати будуть великі. По-перше, це втрати по врожайності. По-друге, це баланс втрати по грошах, бо сьогодні немає експорту, немає куди вивозити, немає реалізації зерна саме. І це дуже скажеться на всіх подальших, адже для того, щоб але зараз, по-перше, не можна здати зерно, немає таких коштів, щоб це робити. І, по-друге, спеціалісти, які зазвичай це роблять, не базуються в Миколаївській області. І ми дуже недалеко від зони обстрілів, і тому доволі таки нема бажаючих їхати. Наскільки вони будуть заважати далі рухатися, я теж не знаю, але я дуже сподіваюся, що все відновиться і відновиться найближчим часом, адже аграрії дуже чекають на це, не тільки ми.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Fiery twist to Congress Krodh for Rahul. Flaming escalation in the heart of VVIP Delhi. Congress's satyagrah with burning tires. As Rahul's grilling continues for the third day, Congress's kutte ki maut attack on Prime Minister Modi. Burning tires, bashing PM, bruising self, the big focus on Newstrack.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply. Aag se bachai. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Good evening and welcome. 22 hours and counting. That's how long Congress MP Rahul Gandhi has been questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. That questioning on for the third straight day. The Congress meanwhile out in the streets. The BJP calling this one big tamasha, an attempt to intimidate the Enforcement Directorate. All the latest in this big story coming up on the news track tonight.
Fiery twist to Congress Krodh for Rahul. Flaming escalation in the heart of VVIP Delhi. Congress's satyagrah with burning tires. As Rahul's grilling continues for the third day, Congress's kutte ki maut attack on Prime Minister Modi. Burning tires, bashing PM, bruising self, the big focus on Newstrack.
We have a power-packed show lined up tonight. Here are the headlines I'm tracking this evening. Rahul Gandhi questioned about young Indians' limited financial transactions by the ED. Rahul says he's not taken a single penny. Congress cadre continue their satyagrah for art. Opposition parties decide to field one common candidate for the presidential elections. Pawar bows out of the race. Mahatma Gandhi's grandson is in the running. Bengal teen behind bars for opposing rioters. ABVP man arrested in Coimbatore for backing Nupur Sharma. Singer Moosewala murder plot set to unravel. Punjab cops get gangster Lawrence Bishnoi's custody. Murder threat to Salman Khan also being probed. Goodbye Internet Explorer. Microsoft retires its 27-year-old browser. Netizens get nostalgic. The third day of Rahul Gandhi's grilling by the Enforcement Directorate is still underway. RG is being questioned now for 8 hours and counting. The capital saw a fiery twist to the Congress anger for Rahul as tires were burnt in the heart of VVIP Delhi. While there was arson in some parts of the capital, a Congress neta in Maharashtra went on an abusive rant against the Prime Minister. Here's what happened through the day.
Tires set ablaze. Thick black smoke outside ED office in the heart of Delhi. Tense standoff with cops. Fiery standoff, unruly protest and fisticuffs and raging Congress cadre, all for Rahul Gandhi.
Look at the visuals. This is just outside the ED office and this is nothing less than arsoning. Tires being burnt on a busy stretch of road, putting the traffic on a hold. Just look at these visuals. Now these protesters are running away. Sir, tires नहीं जला सकते. जला सकते आप ये मोदी साहब के. Sir, आप नहीं sir, आप रास्ते पे ट्रैफिक में करने से मजबूर है हम लोग. क्या कर सकते हैं इसमें? क्यों ये इतनी पुलिस लगा रखी है आप उसको प्रोटेस्ट आप सत्याग्रह कह रहे हैं क्या गांधी जी ने सत्याग्रह में टायर ऐसे में ये रॉन्ग है ना मैम टायर्स जलाना भी गलत है ये रॉन्ग नहीं है क्योंकि these protesters are refusing to understand the meaning of satyagraha. This is an extremely busy stretch. It has to be repeated that this kind of arsoning can actually put a risk of life.
Day 3 of Rahul Gandhi's grilling at the ED office took a furious turn when Congress entered a chaotic face-off with the Delhi police. Congress claimed that Delhi police barged into its headquarters and assaulted its cadre. Images captured dozens of Congress leaders and workers in a tense standoff with Delhi police and other security personnel outside the party's headquarters on Akbar Road.
राजनीतिक दल का कार्यालय है और उसमें पुलिस घुसे और वहाँ लाठीचार्ज करे तो ये साहस दिल्ली पुलिस की नहीं हो सकती। ये निर्देश मिला है ऊपर से और ये वही ताकत है जो लोकतंत्र में विश्वास नहीं करते। जो यदि राजनीतिक विचारधारा उसके अलग है तो उसको समाप्त कर देना चाहते हैं, कुचल देना चाहते हैं।
Despite Congress fury on roads, there's no let-up in ED's marathon grilling. According to ED sources, Rahul has been evasive and giving tutored answers. ED officials questioning Rahul are not satisfied with the answers of the former Congress president, saying he's changing them often. With Shreya Chatterjee, Supriya Bharadwaj and Munish Pandey in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
At the center of the ED's investigation into the National Herald case is a Kolkata-based company. Now, India Today tried to investigate this company and try and find out as much as we could about Dotex. BJP alleges that Dotex is a shell company that provided hawala money to young Indian to buy AJL's debt of 90 crore rupees. India Today's Ankit Kumar and Suryagni Roy try to separate fact from fiction.
At the center of the Rahul Gandhi National Herald Young Indian Limited case is one company, Dotex Merchandise Private Limited. It has been shrouded in mystery till now. According to the Registrar of Companies, Dotex Merchandise Private Limited is a financially active company. It reported a turnover of over 4 crores in 2019-20, which increased to 7 crore 87 lakh 2,566 rupees in 2020-21. The company is associated and part of the wider RP Sanjeev Goenka group. In its official filings, it has used the email rpsg.secretarial@rpsg.in. Dotex Merchandise Private Limited's official address, Akashdeep, 5 Lower Roden Street, flat number 3, 4th floor, Kolkata, is also owned by another RP Sanjeev Goenka group-linked company. When India Today visited the office in Kolkata, this is what we found.
This is the registered property of Dotex India, Dotex Merchandise Private Limited. Now, when we went there, it did not look like an office. It was a guest house. It is a 3 BHK guest house. We spoke to the caretaker, who stated that people do come over here, the owners do come over here at certain times. However, when we went over there, no one apart from the caretaker was here. What he mentioned was that this is Dotex office for the past 20 years.
Dotex is owned by 2 shareholding companies, Ritushri Vanijaya Private Limited and Salty Commercial Private Limited. Both Ritushri Vanijaya and Salty Commercial have 50% ownership each of Dotex. Ritushri Vanijaya and Salty Commercial became shareholders of Dotex on 29th May 2010. All 3 have the same address, that is owned by RP Sanjeev Goenka linked Philips Carbon Black Limited. Dotex's half owner, Ritushri Vanijaya Private Limited, is further owned by 7 different companies linked to RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. The BJP alleges that Dotex is a shell company that gave Young Indian Limited a loan of 1 crore rupees, out of which 50 lakhs was used to buy out National Herald's 90 crore debt.
जो कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता आज दिल्ली में एकत्रित हुए हैं, वो राहुल गांधी जी से पूछिए कि गांधी खानदान का संबंध डोटेक्स मर्चेंडाइज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड से क्या है?
India Today's deep dive has decoded the Dotex connection. With Ankit Kumar in Delhi and Suryagni Roy in Kolkata, Bureau Report, India Today.
Looks more like a guest house than a real company, plus the owners don't stay there, even though it's registered in that name, come in every once in a while. The BJP says that's a shell company. It needs to be established in a court of law, whether that's the case or not. But I want to go across in the meanwhile to Munish Pandey. He tracks the Enforcement Directorate for India today, and he's joining us at this time. Several of the ED officials have been giving reporters on the beat a sense of how the questioning's gone. What's been asked of Rahul on day 3, and what kind of response has he been giving?
Well, Rahul, today's questioning was important not only for ED but also for the also for Rahul Gandhi, because today ED started focusing on Rahul Gandhi's association with Young Indian Private Limited, the company where he was a director and 38% shareholder. Now, what we have been given to understand by our sources within the Enforcement Directorate is that when Rahul Gandhi was asked about Young Indian Private Limited, he told the ED officials that Young Indian Private Limited was incorporated under special provisions of Companies Act, that is Section 25 of Companies Act, and it is a not-for-profit organization. And no person in the company, whether it was Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi or any Congress leader, was in a position to take even 1 rupee of benefit from this company. That is what he explained, but he was countered by the Enforcement Directorate officials. They said that this company was incorporated in 2010. It is a charitable organization. It is a not-for-profit organization. But why there hasn't been any business activity or any charitable activities since the incorporation of this company? He was also asked by the ED officials that if you have any evidence, if you have any proof, then submit those documents or evidence that there is any charitable work done by Young Indian Private Limited. So the questioning is still going on. Several questions regarding the transactions linked to AJL, linked to Young Indian Private Limited, and also regarding the alleged Kolkata-based shell companies were posed before Rahul Gandhi. But according to ED officials, Rahul Gandhi is very cautious while answering the questions, and it appears that the questioning will go for long. He has been questioned for almost 29-30 hours in the last 3 days, and it is expected that today also he will be in ED office for at least 2-3 hours. Rahul.
Now, there are several glaring questions around the whole AJL Young Indian payoff. What did the Congress do to recover the AJL loan before 2011? Was a complete valuation of assets done? Why was no attempt to try and pay off the AJL loan, which was about 90 crore rupees of debt? Because there was so much asset available, some of those real estate properties could have been sold to repay the loan. What India Today did is we worked with experts in company law. We spoke to company secretaries, got them to pour through the documents of both organizations. Our legal team with this report.
On day 3 of his questioning by the Enforcement Directorate, Rahul Gandhi reportedly told the investigators that Young Indian Limited is not-for-profit company, incorporated under special provision of Companies Act, and that not a single penny has been taken out of it. The ED asked him to submit evidence of charitable work done by Young Indian Limited. The spotlight is squarely on the deal between Associated Journals Limited, which published the National Herald newspaper, and Young Indian Private Limited, owned by the Gandhis. India Today spoke to several experts who have closely scrutinized the documents belonging to both companies. They raise some crucial questions. What steps were taken by the Congress to recover the loans from AJL before 2011? Was a complete and fair evaluation of assets done by AJL before assigning of loan owned by AJL to Young Indian by Congress? Sources who have gone through the company documents say that it seems the real estate assets owned by AJL were severely under-evaluated. When the assets owned by AJL amounted to several times the loan, why was no attempt made by AJL to pay the loan back? Sources suggest the scheme was brought to introduce Young Indian as a company, and it was possibly established with the purpose of assigning the loan. Why was there a requirement to transfer the loan to Young Indian when a bad loan with AJL was a bad loan with Young Indian as well?
मेरा इंटरप्रिटेशन तो लगता है कि प्राइमा फेसी अब दोनों पार्टी के सुनकर के अंतिम फैसला हो सकता है, लेकिन मेरा मानना है कि प्राइमा फेसी कि जिस तरीके से पैसा यहाँ से वहाँ गया फिर उनके निजी खाते में आ गया, द अमाउंट्स टू हेरा फेरी क्रिमिनल प्रोसीड का एक क्रिमिनल प्रोसीड पार्टी के पैसा है, The breach of trust is an offence. अगर scheduled offence ही है तो ये money laundering act लागू हो जाएगा.
Senior leaders from the Congress have time and again defended the deal between AJL and Young Indian, saying there was no illegality.
Not a single paise can go into the pockets, private the private accounts of the Gandhi family. Am I correct?
Not a single rupee can go. Not a single rupee has gone. Not a single rupee will go. It is a trust. So Young India is a Section 25 company, which is a trust company. And not 1 rupee can be taken by anyone. Not 1 rupee salary can be taken by anyone.
Experts, however, ask, though there was no direct transfer of assets between AJL and Young Indian through this deal, doesn't the Gandhi family become the indirect owners of thousands of crores worth of assets belonging to the AJL? All the experts who evaluated the documents of the two companies raised the red flag on tax invasion. Though the structuring of the deal between the two companies is valid in the eyes of law, sources suggest that there is every possibility that the companies were used to evade tax. Experts also suggest that the modus operandi adopted in this case for the Gandhi family to take control of AJL indirectly through Young Indian is indicative of criminal intent and criminal conspiracy. With Nalini Sharma, Kanu Sarda and Anisha Mathur, Bureau Report, India Today.
Remember, Associated Journals belong to the families of 5,000 freedom fighters. Effectively, the assets belonging to AJL were transferred to 4 individuals: Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Oscar Fernandez and Motilal Vora, with Rahul and Sonia owning 76% of the stake. Those are the questions that the ED is posing to Rahul Gandhi for the 3rd day running. Joining me on this broadcast, representing the BJP, we've got its spokesperson Shehzad Poonawala. Representing the Congress, we've got Supriya Shrinate, we've got Bishwajit Bhattacharya, Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court, former Additional Solicitor General of India. I want to go across to Supriya Shrinate on some of the reportage that we just put out. We spoke a lot about Dotex. We in fact sent a reporter down. We looked at the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Registrar of Companies filings. It seems quite clear, A, that it's a guest house. So the charge that Smriti Irani levelled about this being a shell company, that there is no real activity that they are involved in. A, your response to that charge. And the second point, which comes out of the report that we just put out after speaking to this company secretaries, judges and experts on company law, which is about just there was a cleaner way to do this deal, which is to sell the real estate assets of AJL rather than finding a way of transferring assets belonging to 5,000 individuals or 5,000 families to 4 individuals at the helm of the Gandhi family, at the helm of the Congress party. Supriya Shrinate.
Thank you for having me on the show. I will first start off with saying, which is my position and has always been on this case, where is the scheduled offence? Where is the FIR? How is ED questioning a PMLA case? I want that answer. That answer hasn't come from the government. That answer hasn't come from ED. My second point, and I think that's a point I want to make and make with some emphasis, my colleagues are being beaten up. Women's clothes, Jyoti Mani's clothes have been torn. We saw how JB Mathur was being pulled mercilessly by the police. I denounce every bit of how the Delhi police and how dare it enter the Congress headquarters and treat our people the way they did. To answer your question first, I want to give you an example, and that example is important to give because I think the wider audience should understand what are we debating and why are we, why is it malicious? You and I buy a lakh of shares each of Indian hotels that owns the Taj, the Taj hotels, the Indian hotel, the Taj group of hotels. You and I buy a share, 1 lakh each of shares. Does it give us the right to a presidential suite in the Taj? No, it does not, no matter how many shares we buy. Because please understand what has happened. You keep saying assets are being owned by Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Assets have been transferred. Not a single asset was transferred from AJL. The 700 plus shareholders of AJL continue to be shareholders of AJL. Young Indian is one more such shareholder. Please also understand.
Which owns 99% of the assets. Which owns 99% of the equity of AJL and therefore virtually all the assets. The shareholders who earlier had 100% of the shareholding are now down to 1%. Good
point you're making. But again, a point that lacks the lacks actually the substance of what I'm trying to say. That's an academic argument you are making, because the 99% that you keep talking about, it's actually a 98%, is owned by a company which is a Section 25 company, not for profit. So it's an academic exercise. You can own 1 share or you can own 1,000 shares if you are not going to be the fiscal beneficiary.
Even if it is academic, I'd love to own assets worth hundreds of crores. I don't know. You've been a business journalist. I don't know how you're calling this an academic exercise. This is a real transfer of shareholding. You can own the only point, and I want to put that to. I'll put your point. Rather than join argument with you, let me put that point to Shehzad Poonawalla. The one straw that she can hang on to is that no, you've spoken for 3 minutes. Supriya, don't complain. You've spoken for 3 minutes. Supriya, you've spoken for 3 minutes. Let's get an opening comment from Shehzad. I'm coming back. I've asked her 3 questions. I can't be bullied like this. No. So Shehzad, no, this is not unfair. You've spoken for 3 minutes. Let the other guy have a chance. Shehzad Poonawalla, the argument that Supriya makes is that this is an academic transfer of assets, which is not. There's no, in asset transfer, there's no academic transfer. It's a real transfer of assets, not a notional transfer of assets. But the argument she makes, and Chidambaram made that point, is that no money is being taken out. It's not like Rahul or Sonia, Motilal Vora or Oscar Fernandez have sold any of the assets and therefore not benefited from it. And therefore, you can't say that this is money laundering because no money is being taken out. That's the point that Chidambaram and now Supriya.
Rahul, let me make very important clarifications about how Mr. Chidambaram has been spin doctoring using the platform of this channel. First of all, they said that there's no FIR in this case. ED does not file FIRs, it files what is called an ECIR. And an FIR is the starting point of investigation. It goes to court, court takes cognizance. In this matter, since Subramaniam Swamy had gone to court first, the court had taken cognizance and directed that there should be action under 403, 406, 420, 120B, and 420 and 120B, by the way, are scheduled offences under PMLA Section 3 for money laundering. Okay, so there was an ECIR that was registered. I have the Hindu report also confirming this fact. So there is an ECIR. And let me give you one more example. In the last year, there was an attachment of ED of these properties. Mr. Motilal Vora and Oscar Fernandez, God bless their souls, were also investigated. If there was no FIR, ECIR, and this was happening, the great Mr. Chidambaram did not go to court once saying that why are you harassing my colleagues without an FIR? That wasn't their argument 3 days ago. Now, secondly, let me come to the point about the transfer of the assets. Rahul, there is something called beneficial interest in assets. So, for instance, if they had such good noble intentions, AGL had taken a loan from Congress party could have waived it and kept the shares with AGL itself. They did not. Their shares got transferred to YI for 50 lakh rupees, which was taken from Dotex, which is a big question mark. And YI had only 2 major shareholders, Rahul and Sonia, 78%. And YI, by the way, had no charitable activity from 2010 to 16. It did not run the newspaper till 2016. So what about their charity under the Section 8, Section 25 company? More importantly, if you wanted to only do some favor to AGL, Congress could have waived off the loan in favor of AGL, but they did not. And AGL shares, when it went to young Indians, people like Kaju and people like Shantilal Bhushan were defrauded because they were not told. Please, Supriya, you will get an opportunity. I request you. We are having a good debate. Lastly, no money or... please, Rahul, I beg your indulgence. Rahul, I beg your indulgence.
Supriya, let him speak.
Third point that Mr. Chidambaram said, that not a single rupee has gone to Rahul Gandhi. I don't believe Mr. Chidambaram, he's out on bail. I believe the income tax, which slapped a notice of 100 crores saying that this undisclosed income was there in favor of Rahul and Sonia, which was the income they generated from Young India, which started renting out these properties. And forget income tax. They will say, ye bhi bika hua hai. They challenged this income tax order in Supreme Court and High Court, and the Supreme Court, High Court upheld this. And lastly, but you understood what I'm trying to say.
One second, let's take it one at a time. We have enough time on the debate.
Right.
Because
they did get beneficial interest out of it.
After speaking to company secretaries and company law experts, it's very clear, Supriya, that there were other ways, more charitable or noble ways in which this transaction could have been structured. For example, if there is a loan that's being written off, the Congress could have written off that loan with Associated Journals itself, which had at least 1,000 shareholders at this time, 5,000 earlier, and therefore the assets would have stayed with those shareholders. Instead, the loan was written off when the assets were transferred to Young Indian, and therefore effectively those assets now belong largely to 4 individuals. So the same thing could have, why is it that this is raising questions? Because the manner in which the entity concept is being violated, you're taking what belongs to 1,000 individuals, 1,000 families, and transferring it to 4. And then you're only saying, I haven't sold it, but it's yours now.
No, you're wrong there. You're wrong there. And please don't use words like bully. I don't appreciate being called out those words.
No, I didn't say you were a bully. I was saying I can't be bullied. I never called you a bully.
No, I
said I can't be bullied.
Please don't use words like that with me. I don't like those words. Please don't use them with me. You can heckle me. You can stop me from speaking. But please don't use words like that because I personally don't appreciate it. I don't think you're letting me speak and making my point. AJL's assets are with AJL. Young Indian is one more shareholder. When voting happens, it happens on the number of shareholders voting. So Young Indian, because it owns 99% share, doesn't have disproportionate rights. And you can be very happy owning 100 crore worth of shares. But those worth of shares will never come to you. You are never going to gain a single penny out of that. So you can own all of corporate India. But if you're not going to get a single penny of that, it is an academic and a notional exercise. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Section 25 में अगर आप director है, shareholder है, आपको
AGL when it comes to transfer of real estate assets, there is no academic transfer.
Please let me finish.
Ma'am, no, because you're wrong. There is no academic transfer of assets. In the books, there's a real transfer of assets to new owners. It's not. What is an academic transfer of assets?
Can I just explain
this
concept?
I don't think you're even understanding what I'm saying because you don't want to perhaps. It is academic because Section 25 is a not-for-profit company.
No matter only argument is they can't sell the assets. It's not like Rahul
that is not with the money. Rahul, that is immaterial whether you can transfer the assets on somebody's name.
Am I being given an opportunity to talk?
Supriya, I request your indaldence.
No,
we are having an academic discussion. You will get your opportunity. Let me just make a point.
Why are we having an academic? I just finished college and came back. I don't want to have an academic conversation.
Rahul, I want to explain in the most humblest tone. I'm trying to make a point. You don't need to transfer
Rahul,
an asset.
Why am I not being allowed to speak?
You just spoke, Supriya.
No, I'm sorry. I don't like the fact that you're letting the
Okay, give her another minute. Give her another minute.
But then let me explain.
Okay, one second. Let her continue. Supriya, go on.
Rahul Gandhi or Sonia Gandhi do not have anything to do with AJL. So whatever AJL is earning goes to AJL. They have nothing to do with AJL. They are not on the boards of directors. They are not shareholders. They have nothing to do with the governance of the company. This is an academic exercise because assets have not been transferred. I don't know how else do I explain it.
Can I hold you? Can I just tell you that one second, Supriya, a case study in a business school for the extent of what's happening in class, if you set up a company, transfer assets around, that is an academic exercise. This is not an academic exercise. This is an exercise in the real world where real shareholding patterns have changed with real world consequences. You keep calling it an academic exercise. This is not happening in a business school. This is happening in the real world. Therefore, please don't call it an academic exercise because that is wrong. That is wrong, Supriya Srineth. It's not an academic exercise.
You emphasize on what it's not
Rahul,
wrong.
Please.
There is a company A which owns 380 crore worth of assets.
No, but then it's not an... So first, let's concede it's not an academic exercise. You're only saying they haven't stolen money like Subramaniam Swamy alleges because nothing has been sold. Okay. And therefore, you can't say they ran away with the money. They haven't done that.
Just give me 1 minute of uninterrupted time.
I need to finish.
No, one second. You've spoken now, Supriya. This is not fair. Let Shahzad speak.
You know, the BJP is courteous on debates does not mean this is a weakness. Please, now let me come to the major point. An asset does not need to be transferred. You know, if she is going to make these snide remarks, I can also say तपस्या में बहुत कमी रह गई है. ये तपस्या करने से कोई फायदा नहीं है. और मीडिया में भी बहुत तपस्या की इन्होंने. Now let me not go into that direction.
Just Rahul, not get personal. Yeah. Come on, let's have a proper conversation.
So let me please have a say. I am not interrupted.
He cannot have a proper conversation because he's lying through his teeth.
Okay, let him speak.
You are not the judge of that, madam.
You've spoken.
You and Chidambaram for sure who's out on bail and your party presidents are not judges of that. You all are out on bail. Kindly please refrain from your snide, personalized remarks and don't indulge me into making these. You will go home feeling roasted like your colleague felt the other night. Please, I request you.
Please.
Now let me come to the point.
I don't want to
subject you the same treatment that Pawan Kheda was. Please, I want to spare you the Pawan Kheda treatment. No, please.
Rahul, can I just have a one-on-one conversation with Shahzad? We'll come back to Supriya in just a moment.
Rahul, now
she says the money wasn't taken away, no assets have been sold, they haven't benefited, and therefore there is no money laundering. What is the ED doing?
Rahul, there are umpteen number of cases where Section 25 companies or trusts are misused for personal gain.
Even though, where is the gain?
I'm telling you. Point number 2, an asset does not need to be transferred from A's name to B's name. The beneficial interest in that asset, that means you can earn the income. AGL was earning A income. That income transferred to Rahul Gandhi because he owned the shareholding in Young Indians, which owns, in a sense, this property. So that happened, and I'm not saying that. The income tax, please, subjected them to an income tax notice that you have not shown this income that came from the properties you put out on
that's
these.
a violation of income tax.
I'm coming to that. Please have just 10 seconds more. So the income tax, the Subramaniam Swamy case and the income tax case became the basis of the starting point of the ED case because 420 and 120B are scheduled offences under Section 3 of PMLA. I am not lying, ma'am. I know the law. I have studied law. Please.
No, you don't.
Now, this became the basis of these cases. ECIR was registered. There's an income tax inquiry. They challenged that income tax inquiry. They got no relief in High Court and Supreme Court. My simple question is, if they had such noble interests, AGL could have been kept as the major shareholder and their loan could have been waived off in favor of AGL. They did not do that.
The question
Point number 2.
Asked, no, one second. The question that's being asked.
Now let me clarify one thing.
Income tax offence is different from a money laundering
This
offence.
is a money laundering.
Where is the money laundering? What is your allegation about money laundering? Because the charge was with Dotex.
Please, let me explain.
The point that Supriya made is the transaction with Dotex.
See, this is what happens when
checks.
Chidambaram tells you only half part of the law. Money laundering, as per Section 3 of PMLA, is not just money going in and out of the country. Proceeds of illegal criminal activities is also money laundering. Now, in this particular case, please, madam, please.
Define the criminal
I'm telling
activity.
you, the trial court, when it took cognizance of the case, had got an ECIR registered under Sections 403, 406, 420, 120B. 420 and 120B are the basis, the scheduled predicate offences
That's cheating
of
and criminal
PMLA. Yes. So this is the basis of the ECIR investigation. He's saying what is the schedule offence? The schedule offence in this case is 420 and 120B. And I'm not lying. I'll read out the trial.
Criminal conspiracy and cheating.
Yes, sir. In PMLA,
money laundering.
Sir, that is proceeds got illegally through cheating from a property that does not belong to you can also become the basis of a money laundering investigation as has been directed by the court which has taken cognizance of it. And let me read out to you what the court has said. From the complaint and evidence led so far, it appears, please, it appears that YI was in fact created as a sham or a cloak to convert public money into personal use by a special purpose vehicle acquiring control over 2,000 crores of assets of AJL, and the accused persons have allegedly acted in consortium with each other to achieve the nefarious purpose.
Okay, hold that.
And the next point, one last point.
When
it was done with criminal intent.
When the shareholding pattern was changed, you didn't go back to the 1,057 shareholders and ask them that these assets which belong to all of you are now, we're changing the shareholding pattern that will largely belong to the Gandhi family, and therefore that is where you take what belongs to many and you give to the Gandhis, and that's where the ED believes that there is a criminal proceed, which they are investigating. They need to prove that, but that's what they're investigating.
The court has taken cognizance of it too.
The ED still needs to prove
but the court, on the court's cognizance, this ECIR is not an ECIR that I go and file. This is an ECIR in a special category.
Now let him speak.
The court has taken cognizance.
Now let Supriya speak. Supriya.
There is a company A. Company B buys shares of company A. How does company B gain? It's not as if assets follow the buying of shares.
The beneficial interest of
let us speak now. Let us speak now.
He will have to keep quiet, otherwise I can leave the show, and there's no point having the show because he's not going to allow me to speak.
Go ahead, make your point.
You don't mind that either. There is a company A, and its shares are being bought by company B. Company B does not get the assets of company A. Company A at some stage will have to declare dividend, and according to the shareholding, according to you, 98% shareholding, so all the dividend should come to this company. But this company is a not-for-profit company. So it cannot get the dividend. It cannot get the money. It cannot get the financial beneficiaries. How is it then any violation of any law? And let me also tell you, for anybody who has ever filed an income tax filing, and that case is pending before competent authorities there is no section to declare. If Mr. Gandhi was not getting any income or asset or financial benefit out of it, there is no section to declare something. You cannot answer what is not asked. It's as simple as that.
Okay, so we've heard from the Congress. We've heard from the Congress. We've heard from the BJP. Can I now go across to Bishwajit Bhattacharya and get a third-party opinion? No, once again, I'm not a judge. No, once again, I'm not a judge. I can't pretend to play the role of a judge and jury. Let Bishwajit Bhattacharya come in. You've heard two arguments. One is that no assets have been sold. The Gandhis haven't benefited.
Half an hour.
Yes, sir. Where do you think the truth stands? Where do you come out on this?
Now, I have two fundamental points to make.
Go on.
The first point is, Enforcement Directorate has no jurisdiction. And I regret to say that neither the political parties, nor so far any of the, I won't name, have come up with this point. The jurisdiction of Enforcement Directorate basically comes from the Prevention of Money Laundering Act.
Correct, which is the point I was making. Yes, go on.
Okay. Now, whatever allegations have been made, I have been hearing shell company, Hawala company, income tax investigation. You see, Income Tax Act is not a schedule. It is not in the schedule. There are precisely 31 offenses under the schedule of the PML Act. When you read Section 2(1), read with Section 3 and schedule offense, neither the Income Tax Act nor the Foreign Exchange Management Act, which allegedly deals with Hawala, is there. So therefore, ab initio, Enforcement Directorate jurisdiction is void. Number 2 point, which also no one has raised in the country so far, and I am very surprised. I don't think even the Congress party is not capable enough to defend itself. They have got such big legal sort of luminaries. You know, this is a Section 25 company. And in Section 25 company, the assets cannot be dissipated. Section 25 company license is given by the central government from 23rd of November 2010 till today. From 2010 to 20, for 12 years. Those conditions, if they are violated, central government is empowered to cancel the license. Has either the Congress government or the BJP government, they have cancelled the license of young Indians? And you are talking about amassing assets and dissipating assets. You know, this company of AJL was floated on the 20th birthday of Indira Gandhi on 19th of November 1937.
Correct.
This AJL and National Herald became a very powerful weapon for India's independence. It continued to operate in a blistering manner. It was banned by the British government from 1942 to 1945. In 2008, the company ran into difficulty. And that is why a bailout package was worked out.
No, one second. Let me pause, sir. With all respect to you, one second. Bishnoi Bhattacharya. No, 1 second, sir.
Mr. Rahul, you are being unfair. I have waited
let me ask you a question. You've spoken for 2 minutes now. Let me ask you a question.
You don't want to hear inconvenient facts which goes against your thinking.
But Mr.
Sir, I have no line.
About the law.
1 second.
Yes, your line is very clear. You kindly hear me. You kindly hear me for the next 1 minute.
Okay, I'll hear you, sir. Go on.
But please give me an opportunity to counter he's not right about the law.
No, I have waited for half an hour. Please.
Okay, go on.
All right.
Shehzad, now let him speak.
All right.
This AJL belonged to Congress. And now today, young Indian also belongs to Congress.
It does not belong to the Congress, it belongs to 4 individuals. Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Motilal Vora and Oscar Fernandez are not the Congress party, sir.
Section 25, has Section 25 license been cancelled?
Let me answer.
Sir, Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi are individuals. It does not belong to the 1,000. How can you, sir, ignore that reality? These 4 people are not the Congress party. They're not 1,000 shareholders.
Rahul Kanwar, you don't want to hear me.
I'm hearing you, sir.
No, you are not hearing me. The question is, there were 5,000 shareholders
earlier.
Now it reduced to 1057 as on 29th of September 2010. And
Correct.
Today there is only 1 shareholder, that is young Indian.
Correct.
So all these assets belong to young Indians. So one private company to another private company, both are Section 25. The assets cannot be dissipated. Central government in its own wisdom, even Narendra Modi government or the Manmohan Singh government, they did not cancel the license. where is the question of money laundering? Where is the question of all these allegations?
Let me counter you on the point that the assets still belong to the Congress party. I'm saying that is not the case. They don't belong to the Congress party. They belong to 4 individuals.
We have come to a stage in the country. Enforcement Directorate will exercise power without jurisdiction, and the anchor would not like to hear.
Sir, you are, once again, you are welcome to say whatever you want, right? I'm not trying to counter what you're saying. You're welcome to say what you want.
No,
you
invited me.
Because you are saying the assets belong to the Congress party. They don't belong to the Congress party. They belong to 4 individuals. And someone like you should know that the Congress party is not 4 individuals. The Congress party is not 4 individuals. That's the problem in which this whole thing is being seen. What belongs to 1,000 families cannot then suddenly belong to 4 individuals, and you can say nothing has changed.
Belongs to the company.
Rahul, can I please come
one Congress company.
And that company has shareholding which is vested in 4 individuals.
All kinds of allegations can be made without knowing the law.
Shahzad Punawala.
Please,
Go on.
I want to come in.
Now let Shahzad
Please,
speak.
And I request the Honourable
I think
Speaker.
I should also be allowed to comment.
Shahzad.
Rahul, please. Firstly, please understand one thing. This is not a proceeding on income tax laws. The income tax violation is a separate case. There is a violation of section 420 and 120B that forms the basis of the section 3 of PMLA getting activated for money laundering, because money laundering...
but the point he's making is that can be investigated by anyone, by the ED. That's the question
I am telling you exactly that. Please give me 1 minute, don't interrupt. Have some patience and faith in me. The ED works on an act called PMLA. There is section 3 of the PMLA. Section 3 of the PMLA defines money laundering. Money laundering, as we think, is not just money coming in and out of the country. It is proceeds of a crime. The proceeds of the crime were determined by the fact that 420 and 120B were violated, and this is not being said by Shahzad or by Narendra Modi or Amit Shah. It was said by a trial court, the basis of which became the foundation of the ECIR, which is the equivalent of an FIR. This is, 1 second, please don't interrupt. I'm making a fundamental point. FIR is still an allegation made by A about B, and it goes to court. This is the court taking cognizance and telling the ED, go ahead.
No, but if every criminal conspiracy or 420 ka case comes to the ED...
Not in this particular case, this became the trigger point of the money laundering investigation. Now, let me make one fundamental point, Rahul. If the Honorable Biswajit Ji thinks that all of this is illegal, no jurisdiction, right? Here is a news report, I think it's of India Today, or PTI. ED had attached a Mumbai property of National Herald last year. If this was all being done without jurisdiction, without an ECIR, without a court order, without a court cognizance, investigation of Motilal Vora and Oscar Fernandez, Chidambaram did not go to court for 1 year, 2 years and get this quashed till now, and they got no relief, and this is all illegally happening. Point number 2, sir, I don't need to make the asset in my name, but the asset was generating an income. For instance, there was a Herald House building. That Herald House building was given on rent. That rent was technically supposed to come to AGL, but because I took over AGL through Young Indians, now that rent is coming to me. That's what the income tax said, that you took away money meant for AGL to yourself, and it was challenged by them in High Court and Supreme Court.
So even if the assets haven't been sold,
the beneficial interest in the asset,
not just the beneficial interest in the asset, the fact that the rental income now starts coming to these 4 individuals and not to the larger chunk of 1,000 plus shareholders, that by itself is problematic, Suprashant.
राहुल कंवल, वहीं पर आप गलत है सर. इतनी देर से यही बताने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ हिंदी और अंग्रेजी में. वहीं पर आप गलत हैं. वो इनकम नहीं आएगी यंग इंडियन को, even though it is a shareholder, क्योंकि यहाँ पर ये सेक्शन 25 की कंपनी है. वो रेंटल इनकम सोनिया गांधी, राहुल गांधी, मोतीलाल वोरा या ऑस्कर फर्नांडिस को नहीं आ सकती थी. ये सेक्शन 25 की कंपनी है. उनको कोई भी फाइनेंशियल बेनिफिट नहीं मिल सकता है. इंडियन बंद होकर बेच भी दी जाए तो उनका 1 पैसे का एसेट राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी को नहीं मिलेगा. ये कौन सी बात समझ में नहीं आ रही है?
Okay, that's a good point. If the money had been taken, then the section 25 license could have been cancelled. Respond to Bishwajit. That's a good point. Bishwajit Bhattacharya makes a good point. Respond to that.
I'm responding to both. I'm responding to both. Rahul, it's 2 versus 1.
Yeah, respond.
Rahul,
respond to Bishwajit Bhattacharya. Go on.
Yes. First of all, 1 second. So you're being you're sounding like the official Congress spokesperson, sir. So you're a practitioner and a person who understands law. You don't have to be a party. If you want to be a party, you designate yourself as such.
Okay, respond. Okay, other faders down. Let Shahzad respond. They haven't taken money out.
With folded hands. Yes. With folded hands, I'm asking.
No, you just said rental income goes to Rahul and
I'm telling.
He's saying that's not possible.
मुझे complete करने दो, नहीं समझ पाएंगे लोग. 60 lakh was being earned per month by the Herald House being given to Passport Seva Kendra. It was supposed to go to AJL. Where is that money gone? Ask Supriya Shinate. If it has not been pocketed by Rahul and Sonia, Income Tax says it, High Court confirms it, Supreme Court confirms it. I am supposed to believe Supriya that they didn't take it. They didn't use up that money. Why should I believe her? You tell me where's that 60 lakh?
But that's what he's saying.
And now coming to the cancellation of the license. Please, madam. The cancellation of the license will come.
That's the law of the land.
There is right now, this is a matter in which the court has taken cognizance. ED is investigating, IT is investigating. Once it's proven the license will be cancelled, if we cancel the license beforehand, then they will say it's vendetta. My limited point is only this. If you were above board, why did you transfer the shares of AJL to Young Indians? आप AJL के पास रख के young loan माफ करवा देते. And can Congress give a loan maafi to a Young Indians which is doing business in real estate?
Let me put that question to Bishwajit Bhattacharya because he came out so strong. No, one second. Bishwajit Bhattacharya, what could have been done by the Congress party is if that 90 crores of loans had to be waived off, it could have been done when shareholding still vested with Associated Journal. You didn't need to create this separate holding company called Young Indian and transfer the assets and equity over there. Sham called by one second. Bishwajit, why not write off AJL's loans?
If All India Congress Committee decides to give 90 crores to Young India or to AJL, then it is none of business of anybody.
Congress party is not a person. Congress party is not a private entity. It's a party. It is representation of People's Act. It is Election Commission answerable. It gets people's money as donation. What are you saying, Mr. Biswajit? I'm shocked. Congress party is not a private company that Sonia Gandhi ka man kara maaf kar diya. And look at the conflict of interest. Motilal Vora was the MD of AJL. Motilal Vora was the treasurer of Congress. And Motilal Vora was the shareholder of Vaya.
No, can I just come in to say that one of the most
once voted by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru in
So you're losing a sense of balance in the arguments you're making.
One second. Okay, all faders down, please. Just one second. Can I just say that one of the most fundamental principles of accounting is the entity concept, which is that you can't take what belongs to a collective or to a company or to a body, say the Congress, or to 1,000 shareholders, and transfer that to 4 individuals and say if the Congress decided to waive off the loan for Young Indians, how is it of anybody else's business? There are the rights of 1,057 shareholders involved. Those shareholders were not consulted. What belonged to them was given to 4 individuals. Now, whether they've sold it or not is a different matter. But what belonged to them has been given to 4 individuals. And the likes of Bishwajit Bhattacharya cannot get away by saying if the Congress decided to give it to Young Indians, then what goes of anybody else?
Tell them to show the Congress resolution.
That is not how it works.
Exactly. Show the Congress resolution that all members of the Congress party assented to it. Chaliye, I'll leave this debate if Supriya can show me.
But even then it is problematic.
It is problematic.
What belongs to the India group does not belong to one individual.
They didn't even do that. That's what I'm saying. This is a complete fraud. And it allows money laundering investigation to take place. And I'm surprised.
An asset that belongs to the India Today group cannot be transferred to my name, for example, and say, how is it of anybody else's concern? As part of a listed company, there are other shareholders involved. They have rights. You can't transfer to an individual and say, humne kar diya, what goes of your father? It doesn't work like that. That is problematic.
Who gave the money to Congress? Who gave the money to Congress? Biswajit, was it Sonia Gandhi's ghar ka paisa? Sonia Gandhi के घर का पैसा था. What are you saying?
Have you read the Congress party? Do you not want the Congress spokesperson to come in and clarify some of these things?
You understand the law?
Yes, I understand the law, and the law is on my side. There are 2 court orders in my favor, not in yours. You are questioning the law. You are questioning the court orders. You have none to back your claim.
Supriya, I'm out of time. I'm going to 20 seconds to wrap up. Supriya.
राहुल कंवल, फर्स्टली आई वांट टू से ये जो जुगलबंदी आपकी और बीजेपी की चल रही थी, इस पर आपको शायद मुझे ज्यादा वक्त देना चाहिए था बोलने का, जो आपने नहीं दिया.
आपकी जुगलबंदी यंग इंडियंस में कैसे चल रही थी देश ने देखा है जी. आपकी जुगलबंदी देख रहे थे.
लोगों के चलते आज देश का ये हाल हो गया. चुप रहिए. वहां पे श्रीलंका में जाके
You better speak with respect. Supriya, I give you respect. It does not mean you take me for granted. My silence and my discipline is not my weakness. I am not here to be abused by people like you. Please get that very clear, Supriya. I speak to you with respect. I treat you as my elder sister. Does not mean you come and you use this language. Please go home and do what you used to do before this, was being a partisan journalist. The only person who has a track record of being a partisan journalist is you. One day in the media, the next day you're contesting an election, and you are coming here and lecturing Rahul Kanwal. Please have some shame. You are in the media, and next day you join and short an election, and you're lecturing Rahul Kanwal.
Okay.
Have some shame.
One second.
Supriya, and don't do this ever. Do not take anybody for granted.
One second. I am humble enough to say I don't have all the facts before me, and that this is a matter before investigating agencies and before courts. It can only be resolved in a court of law. There are very serious questions. We try to delve into some of those questions. Ultimately, you need non-partisan judges. Having a Congress versus BJP debate doesn't provide the answer, because you need a non-partisan judge to decide on the mala fide or the bona fides of this case. But there are different ways in which this transaction could have been structured. That is very clear. They chose a particular route. It ends up benefiting for individuals. The argument is, but those 4 individuals haven't monetarily benefited, even though the assets are in their name, not in an academic way, but in a very real world way. They haven't taken any money out, and therefore only a judge in his wisdom can decide what happens next. We'll track the politics and the financial trail in this case very closely. For the time being, Bishwajit Bhattacharya, Supriya Srinath and Shehzad Poonawalla for lighting up this news track debate with fireworks, which are all over the place for a bit in a while, but we try to bring it under control to the extent possible. Thank you. We'll slip into a break. When we come back, Punjab cops get gangster Lawrence Bishnoi's custody. Singer Moosewala murder plot set to unravel. Details coming up on the other side.
India Today Group wins big again. Bags 37 awards at the NT Awards 2022. Aaj Tak triumphs with 18 awards. India Today TV with 12 awards. Aajtak.in and IndiaToday.in with 5 awards. And Good News Today with 2 awards, making the group proud once again. India Today Group, the gold standard of journalism. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
The Punjab police has finally got the custody of Lawrence Bishnoi for 7 days. The gangster has been given top security, citing a threat to his life. Will he now spill the beans about the Sidhu Moosewala murder plot? Arvind Ojha with the details.
A bulletproof car, 100 policemen standing guard, and heavily armed commandos. This is the top-notch level of security for the grilling of dreaded gangster and suspected mastermind of the Sidhu Moosewala murder. Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi being grilled by Special Investigation Team and Anti-Gangster Task Force personnel after the Punjab police got his custody for 7 days.
This gangster who was brought on one-day transit remand, he was produced in the Mansa court which remanded him to police custody. Though the gangster during the Delhi police questioning has not confessed that he is behind Sidhu Moosewala's murder conspiracy.
किस तरह की सिक्योरिटी है, क्या कमांडोज है? देख सकते हैं, बिल्कुल सिक्योरिटी की इसके लिए जो है सफिशिएंट सिक्योरिटी हम कर रहे हैं, उसमें कमांडो भी है, उसमें लोकल है, उसमें हमारी जो पैरामिलिट्री है वो भी है.
India Today had earlier tracked the gangsters' high security convoy.
ये सारी चीजें जल्दी जल्दी पंजाब पुलिस ने इसलिए की क्योंकि एक तो ये गाड़ियों का काफिला काफी लंबा है. पंजाब पुलिस की अपनी 12 से 15 गाड़ियां हैं. इसके अलावा लोकल जिस जगह से ये गुजर रहे हैं वहां की लोकल एस्कॉर्ट इन्हें मिल रहा है और 50 से ज्यादा सुरक्षा कर्मी है.
The Punjab police are trying to unravel the Moosewala murder plot and trace the Lawrence Bishnoi gang's sharpshooters who actually pulled the trigger in Mansa, Punjab. The death threat letter to Salman Khan may also come up for probe.
बिश्नोई, सलमान खान को आपने धमकी दिलवाई? हैं? सिद्धू मूसेवाला मरवाया?
India Today's Arvind Ojha is the only crime reporter to confront Lawrence Bishnoi, asking him about his crimes. Lawrence Bishnoi is being grilled over gang rivalry and the weapon used by the killers of Moosewala. The Punjab police have revealed to India Today that the gangster, so far, is not cooperating. With Manjeet Sehgal, Arvind Ojha and Himanshu Mishra in Mohali, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where we wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you at 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night.
The tenure of President Ramnath Kovind is coming to an end. With that, the 16th presidential elections are set in motion. So who will be the next first citizen of the country? Here's how the world's biggest democracy elects its president. The presidential elections are conducted by the Election Commission of India. Article 54 of the Indian Constitution states that only elected members of the Parliament and legislative assemblies of state and union territories are eligible to cast their votes in the polls. This means that no nominated member of either House of the Parliament or the assemblies can participate in the elections. As Lok Sabha has 2 and Rajya Sabha has 12 nominated members, voters from the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha are 543 and 233, making it 776 voters from Parliament. Additionally, the members of legislative assemblies of all states, Delhi and Puducherry, amount to 4,033 voters. This takes the total number of members in the Presidential Electoral College to 4,809. Members vote in the polls through the single transferable vote method or proportional voting. The principle of a single transferable vote allows voters to choose any number of candidates in order of preference. For example, if 10 candidates are contesting the election, the voters can mark them as 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on based on their choice. Under this, the vote value of each MP and MLA is greater than 1. The vote value of an elected MLA is equal to the population of the state or union territory divided by the total elected MLAs of that respective state or union territory multiplied by 1,000. This time, Jammu and Kashmir will also affect the voting system. Before it was reorganized into forming a union territory in 2019, the state of Jammu and Kashmir had an 87-member assembly. However, since an elected house is yet to be in place, Jammu and Kashmir will not be eligible to take part in the voting for the presidential elections. To win the elections, a candidate needs 51% of the total votes. In the past, if the incumbent vice president was elected as the nominee of a party but continues to be in power, they are often elevated to the presidency. Venkaiah Naidu was elected as the vice president as a BJP nominee, so he has a fair chance. But in 2002, the NDA led by Prime Minister Vajpayee had surprised everyone with the choice of APJ Abdul Kalam as the presidential candidate. We'll have to hang in as the voting is set for 18 July and the results will only be out by 21st July.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
It takes no time to gulp up juice, milk or shakes in a Tetra Pak, but it takes up to 200 years for the plastic straws to be decomposed. So from July 1st, the government has banned single-use plastic items in the country. But companies like Coca-Cola, Amul and PepsiCo haven't welcomed this ban. Amul is India's biggest dairy product producer in India. The managing director of the group, R.S. Sodhi, wrote to the government to delay the plastic ban. The letter to Prime Minister Modi said that the move will negatively impact the farmers. He also added that it will hamper milk consumption in the country. This is because Amul sells billions of small dairy cartons with plastic straws every year. Similarly, fruity producer Patel Agro has sought a 6-month deferment to the ban to set up local manufacturing capabilities. The ban will hurt the production and sale of small packs of juices and milk for a market estimated to be worth $790 million. Action Alliance for Recycling Beverage Cartons represents major drinks companies like Coca-Cola. It said companies were considering importing paper straws from China, Indonesia and other nations in light of the upcoming ban. Single-use plastic, as the name suggests, can only be used once before being thrown away. These are usually not disposed of properly, making it difficult to recycle. Items like plastic sticks in balloons, flags, ice creams, earbuds, and items such as plates, cups, straws, and cigarette packets will be banned. More than 34 lakh tons of plastic waste was generated in 2019-20 and 30.59 lakh tons in 2018-19 in India. Since it doesn't decompose, it contaminates land, water, and air. Burning isn't a solution either because it releases harmful and toxic gases. Kenya banned single-use plastic bags. United Kingdom introduced a tax on plastic bags in 2015. China has announced to ban non-degradable bags by 2022. With India joining the queue, it is yet to be seen how the ban will pan out, with major industries resisting it.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination news. Newsmakers talking points. Tonight, it's Delhi police versus the Congress in the heart of Delhi. Point of no return in that face-off as Rahul Gandhi continues to be quizzed by the Enforcement Directorate. Sachin Pilot will be joining me, the Congress leader. Also on the show tonight, Kaun Banega Rashtrapati? Does the opposition really have a plan and a name? Sitaram Yechuri will join us of the CPIM. And we'll have an exclusive on Agnipath. with the former Chief of Staff, General VP Malik. All that and much more. Lots of special guests to join me. But first, as always, the 9 headlines at 9. It's Congress versus the Delhi police in the heart of Delhi on the day 3 of Rahul Gandhi's questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. The Congress accuses the police of entering Congress headquarters, beating workers, a charge the police strongly denies. No consensus on a single candidate at a meeting called by West Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee to decide on a common opposition candidate for president. Aam Aadmi Party TRS skipped the meeting. Sharad Pawar says he's not in the race. Left proposes Gopal Gandhi. Day after Agnipath scheme announcement by Centre, Home Minister Amit Shah says Agniveers will be given preference in recruitment to Central Police Forces also. Kerala gold scam fallout simmers. BJP takes to the streets against Chief Minister Vijayan. Water cannons used against protesters. Accused Swapna Suresh defiant says won't withdraw my statement. Maharashtra's Minister Anil Parab skips Enforcement Directorate summons in a probe linked to the 2017 land deal irregularities. Parab is accused of purchasing a parcel of land in Maharashtra for 1 crore. 5G spectrum auction approved by the Union Cabinet will deliver 10 times the data speed available today. Auctions to begin on 26th of July. Stock markets remain on the edge. Sensex and Nifty end volatile sessions with marginal losses. Auto shines, metal, IT drag the market down. Olympic champion Neeraj Chopra does it again, sets a new national record, personal best of 18.3 at the Pavo Nurmi Games 2022, his first competitive action since the Tokyo Olympics. And goodbye Internet Explorer. Microsoft retires its 27-year-old browser. Netizens get nostalgic. But the breaking news we are getting at the moment, Rahul Gandhi, the Congress leader, has now been summoned for a 4th time by the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, today he was being questioned. Now he's been summoned again on Friday. So this is the 4th time Rahul Gandhi, who's already had 3 long sessions with the Enforcement Directorate, will now have to return again. Rahul, remember, has been grilled on, or at least been questioned since 11 a.m. Questioned for over 9 hours today. So he will continue to be questioned for a 4th day is what we are being told. That questioning will take place now on Friday. So clearly the ED continues in a way to keep the heat on Rahul Gandhi. Now the Enforcement Directorate's questioning of Rahul Gandhi, which is continuing, is taking place amidst growing political turmoil because Congress leaders and workers are hitting the street in protest. Today they faced a police crackdown. The party has accused the Delhi police of entering its Congress headquarters, manhandling its workers. The BJP, on the other hand, says the Congress is provoking violence in a bid to save the Gandhis in the National Herald case. It was a dramatic day once again on the streets of Delhi. It's our top story tonight.
The face-off between the Congress and BJP plays out on the streets of New Delhi. For a 3rd straight day, Congress workers held protest against ED's questioning of Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case. The police on Wednesday stopped party workers and leaders from entering the Congress headquarters on 24 Akbar Road. Rajya Sabha MP Dipinder Hooda claimed he was blockaded at his home itself. Stopped from taking out a march, Chhattisgarh CM Bhupesh Baghel sat on a dharna on the road. Sachin Pilot was among those prevented from entering Congress office and detained. As tensions rose, the police were seen entering the Congress office compound where they allegedly manhandled party workers and journalists. While the BJP accused the Congress of orchestrating violence to hide alleged corruption by the Gandhis, the grand old party lashed out at the Delhi police.
जिस प्रकार की हरकतें विगत 3 दिनों से दिखाई पड़ रही हैं और हिंसा की आड़ लेकर भ्रष्टाचार को छुपाने का प्रयास हो रहा है, तो कितनी लघुता, कितना छोटापन नेतृत्व का दिखाई पड़ रहा है। यह साफ दिख जाता है कि गांधी के दौर से सोनिया गांधी जी और राहुल गांधी जी के दौर तक आते आते कांग्रेस कितनी छोटी और कितनी बौनी होती चली जा रही है।
The Delhi police today forcibly entered the national headquarters of Indian National Congress at Delhi, beat up workers and leaders. This is patently criminal trespass.
In Maharashtra, a Congress leader found himself on the wrong foot after making offensive remarks on Prime Minister Modi.
नरेंद्र मोदी तुमको लोगों ने देश को विकास करने के लिए दिया है। 70 साल में कांग्रेस ने किया है, उसी को बेचकर तुम देश चला रहे हो। तुम कुछ कर नहीं रहे। ये फालतू के काम करना बंद करो, नहीं तो नरेंद्र मोदी तेरा वही हाल होगा। फिर अब क्या बोलेंगे कि जैसे की मौत होती है ऐसे नरेंद्र मोदी की मौत होगी।
The Congress is now taking its protest national. The party has called for a gherav of Raj Bhavans across the country on Thursday. It will hold protest in every district on Friday. Meanwhile, the ED questioning of Rahul Gandhi continued for a third day. Sources tell India Today, Rahul Gandhi claimed he has not taken a single penny from the Young Indian, the non-profit firm promoted by the Gandhis that took over Associated Journals. Sources say the ED asked him to list the charity work done by the Young Indian. 3 days of questioning, 3 days of protest that are escalating day by day. The Congress versus BJP face-off is worsening. With Sonia Gandhi next on the ED list, the question remains, what is the agency's action against the Gandhis leading to? Bureau Report, India Today.
And let's go to two people who are at the heart of what was happening in the national capital. Sachin Pilot, former Deputy Chief Minister Rajasthan, senior Congress leader, joining me. Also, B.V. Srinivas has just come out, I think, of detention. Youth Congress Chief is joining me. But to you, Sachin Pilot, first, explain what has happened today. The government is saying the Congress is unnecessarily escalating this issue by hitting the street day after day. Allow the law to take its own course. You are itching for a fight. And that is not the way a democracy works. How do you respond to them when they say this is not the way a political party should respond when its leader is being questioned by the ED?
I think the whole world knows, Rajdeep, that the agencies of Government of India, whether it's ED or CBI or income tax, for the last 7 years have acted according to the political masters. Not a single BJP leader has ever been questioned or raided. The fact that there is blatant misuse and influence of the ruling party on these agencies is a matter of concern. The fact that Congress party was taking out a peaceful march just to show our concern about how the agency is being misused. The police entered the Congress party's headquarters with lathi charge. Our senior leaders were beaten black and blue. Our women MPs were thrown on the street. I mean, this kind of brute force being used is for the first time being witnessed in the national capital. I think nobody in the Congress party is looking for violence. In fact, I know anybody who uses...
No, I'm playing shots of tires. No, Mr. Pilot, I'm playing some shots of tires burning outside the ED office. Now, that is unacceptable. I mean, you've got to condemn that. Is that what you want to show?
But you should also condemn the fact that the police action beating people up in our own party office. If I am saying I want to follow the law, break no rules, so that must apply to the Delhi police also. How can you have the police enter an office and beat up people, detain them, put them under house arrest, put them in buses and detain thousands of people across the city? The point is that if you are using the police as a political tool, sure, then say it. All we are saying is that the blatant misuse of the agencies has now come to the fore. We want to expose that. As a political party, I'm within my right to do that. But the Government of India and the Delhi police must act in a way that is becoming of an elected government. What's happened in the last 2 or 3 days is that they have shown no regard for sentiment, for the opposition. Anyone who opposes the BJP, their voice will be muzzled. They will be attacked. They'll be brutalized. They'll be raided. They'll be, there'll be character assassination. And also, who is telling you these questions that ED is asking Mr. Rahul Gandhi? How do we know what is being asked, what is being said? This selective leakage of information also is a very planted ploy to make sure that the focus is not on the killings of the Kashmiri Pandits in the valley or of education, unemployment, price rise, the country's in distress in many sectors. But to avoid a discussion on those issues, they're using this to always keep the country on a boil, to have a policy of acrimony. I think anyone who uses foul language, anyone who uses violence as a mean, I will never support that. But the same rule must apply to Government of India and to the Delhi police. Look at what they did today. women MP, the closed book tone.
They are
people
saying
were
section
injured.
144.
Harish Rawat. This is not acceptable in a democracy.
Okay, I want you to pause for a moment because, BB Srinivas, who on video has been caught being kicked by a Delhi police officer, is joining us. That video has now gone viral. That's why he's joining us. BB Srinivas, were you, as is being suggested by the police, provoking people? You were provoking people. There was section 144 there. Despite that, you and Youth Congress, आप लोग सब रास्ते पर आ गए. What is the police supposed to do? They are saying.
देखिए पुलिस किस तरीके के एसीसी ऑफिस तक घुसते हैं अंदर, तो कार्यकर्ता चुपके देख के बैठ सकते हैं क्या कोई? मैं कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ता हूं, मेरे साथ आप ये लोग पुलिस कुछ भी करें, मेरे को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. बट जो किस तरीके की जो मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट है, जो पॉलिसी मेकर्स है, वो भी स्पेशली महिला लोकसभा ज्योति मनी से लेके तमाम मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट के साथ किस तरीके के इन लोग ने व्यवहार किया. और एआईसीसी सेक्रेटरी, जनरल सेक्रेटरी, कोई कौन सा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में नहीं है? एआईसीसी ऑफिस में हम लोग नहीं जा सकते, एआईसीसी ऑफिस बेरर नहीं जा सकते, चारों जगह इस तरीके के.
उनका कहना है सेक्शन 144 है, सेक्शन 144 है, आप सेक्शन 144 का उल्लंघन नहीं कर सकते थे.
और रात में बीच में रात में 3 बजे आके लगा देगा, स्टिकर लगा देगा 144 सेशन करके. ये थोड़ी है इनका काम. हाँ, किस तरीके के जो एक्स सेंट्रल मिनिस्टर से और मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट है, सीएम से लेके तमाम लोगों के साथ किस तरीके के व्यवहार किया है.
आप लोग ने टायर जलाए कि नहीं जलाए?
ऑफिस के कार्यकर्ता लोग ने जलाया होगा, बट ऑफिस के अंदर वो लोग ने किस तरीके के व्यवहार किया, एक पत्रकार तक नहीं छोड़ा, उसको धक्का लेके वैन पे बिठा के पुलिस ने ले जाता है. कौन कार्यकर्ता चुप के बैठे रहते हैं बताइए? उनके ऑफिस में कोई जाके करेगा तो वो लोग बैठे रहते हैं ऐसे.
ठीक है Sachin Pilot, there are two ways to look at the optics. One is to suggest that here is the Congress party standing by its leader. The other is that just as you accuse the government of creating in a way a diversion, the Congress is also making a public spectacle of an issue which should be treated within the realms of the law. Allow the law to take its own course. This is the second time I'm asking you that. Allow the law to take its own course without allowing it to become a public spectacle in this manner.
So Rajdeep, we in the Congress or Mrs. Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi have nothing to hide. You can ask any questions, you can do whatever investigations you want, but the motive behind this pressure tactics, the whole country is witness to the fact that anybody who opposes the BJP will face the wrath of the government of the day. It's simple as that. I want to know why there's undue influence on these agencies, why are they not functioning in a transparent manner? And after 7 years, you're picking up a case and trying to summon people. Now Mr. Gandhi has been called again day after. So this is basically, it's a political, one-upsmanship where you're trying to say that if you're in opposition, if you raise a voice within parliament or outside, we'll come for you, we'll come after you. It's simple as that. There's no FIR, there is no complaint, there is no misappropriation of any funds that we can see. But the selective leakages from the questioning that's happening in the ED office is also very suspect. So we don't know. Legally, we are open to any investigations you want to do as a government of India. But the motive, the way it's being done, and the politicization of the agencies, that's something that's not healthy for our future and for our democracy.
I'm going to ask you, are you going to continue, therefore, to agitate in this manner? This agitation will not stop, is what you're saying. Are you telling me that every day that Rahul Gandhi is questioned, we are going to see this spectacle taking place outside?
Let me explain to you. First day, we did not put up a stage, no mics, no bhashan. We wanted a satyagraha, a non-violent, peaceful Gandhian march. That much right the Congress party has to protest or not. That was denied. Then the police action took place. Permissions were denied. People were house arrested. So how does one protest a democracy? You tell me, Mr. Rajdeep, if I want to protest against the government policy, I can't gather in a place, I can't make a speech, I can't do a padyatra, I can't do a bhukartal. How do you protest about what you feel is wrong in this country? So if you take away those rights, then, it shows that the iron hand of the government will come down upon you. And if you happen to oppose the government, then so be it. Then you will face the wrath of the government. In a democracy, you have to respect the opposition and its views, have the patience and heart to listen to what we have to say. You may not agree, but the country needs to know what we stand for and what we believe in. But if you muzzle the voices of the people in the Congress party, that's not a healthy sign for a democracy at all.
BB Srinivas, आपको सबसे ज्यादा मैं देखता हूँ, सबसे ज्यादा एजिटेशन आप ही रहते हैं उसमें. जहाँ एजिटेशन होता है वहाँ श्रीनिवास होता है. कितनी लगी है आज?
नहीं, जब पूरा कांग्रेस का सारे कार्यकर्ता, सारे लीडर, सब लोग सड़क पे है. मैं अकेला नहीं हूँ. और तमाम जो कार्यकर्ता नॉन स्टॉप ये जो भी कितने बार बुलाएगा, हम लोग का लड़ने का है इनके सरकार के खिलाफ, किस तरीके के जो जानबूझ के ये पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा कर रहा है। मैं इनको एक ही बात पूछना चाहता हूँ, 8 साल में कितने इनका बीजेपी का मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट है, मिनिस्टर से इतना करप्शन केसेस में इन लोग का पार्टी से पूरा बाहर आया, आप लोग ने दिखाया। इंक्लूडिंग माई स्टेट का मैं बात करता हूँ, कर्नाटक में 40% सरकार चल रहा है, एक मिनिस्ट्री के घर में 2-2 मशीन मनी मशीन काउंटिंग मशीन दिखता है, उनका कोई नहीं है। अमित शाह का बेटा 50,000 लगा के 80 करोड़ कमाते हैं, उसको कोई ईडी नहीं है, आईटी नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है। ओनली कांग्रेस लीडर क्यों है? जब भी चुनाव आता है कांग्रेस लीडर के ऊपर आईटी रेड हो जाएगा, ईडी रेड हो जाएगा। ये डराने का जो पॉलिटिक्स करा रहे हैं ना, इससे कांग्रेस कभी डरते नहीं है।
I will ask one final question therefore to you, Mr. Pilot. How will you respond to those who will say that the Congress has been dispirited? You're using this to try and galvanize your cadres. You've suffered election defeat after defeat. Why don't you protest with the same vehemence when it comes to core issues that concern the public? Price rise. Take up those issues rather than taking up issues which concern the Congress party only. Will you take up a public campaign like this, maybe for a month in the future, on the real issues that affect people?
In fact, what we are trying to do is bring the focus back on the real issues. There is unemployment, there's price rise. Like I said, Kashmiri Pandits have been massacred in the valley. So these are the issues that government gives no answers to. Deflect the discussion on those particular issues. They'll do some raid, some CBI, some ED, and keep the things boiling on. And the point is that we in the Congress and the opposition have the right, and we will speak for people all the time. But the institutions that they are being misusing today are important for our republic to remain neutral and transparent. You can't allow them to become weapons for the government to use against the opposition. And whether it's young people, whether it's now recently they've announced this bharti in the army, etc. I mean, these are issues that young people are concerned, and Congress has always spoken about them, about all inflation. There's record farmers' distress today. That's all Mr. Gandhi, Mrs. Gandhi, all of us keep talking about. But they don't want to engage in that discussion. They want to do some raid, keep some temperatures boiling, some divisive politics, some slogan, some ex-BJP spokesperson will talk about the prophet, some will talk about some Hindu god. They are trying to change the narrative from the real issues, and we want to bring the discussion back on what's important for the people of India.
So you're saying the government is responsible for the weapons of mass distraction, as some would call it, even as the government says the Congress is making a spectacle of a legal case. Either way, we'll wait and see how this plays out. Please stay well. I believe one of you is still in a police station, or you've been, Mr. Pilot, for most of the day. And Srinivas,
no, I'm still here. I'm still here.
You're still at the police station. So you're speaking to us from the police station in Narela. आप भी police station में हैं क्या?
They've allowed me to use the phone at the police station, so they've been quite gracious.
हॉस्पिटल।
अच्छा, आप हॉस्पिटल में थे, क्या हुआ आपको?
ये थोड़ा चोट लगी थी, उसको दिखाने आया हूँ।
I want to show that picture once again to viewers. Can I just show that picture? Because I think you need to recognize politicians have to be ready for in mass protest that there will be the odd instance of violence. But can we just show that picture? That is Srinivas now with us. This is him being kicked at that particular moment. So clearly, in a way, there are question marks over the way the Delhi police has handled this entire episode. Let's leave it there. Sachin Pilot, BV Srinivas, stay well, stay safe. Thanks very much for joining me here at the top of the news. Thank you. Let's turn from there to the other big story tonight, which is the president. Kaun banega Rashtrapati is becoming now the next big political tussle, you can say. There was today no consensus at a meeting of opposition leaders that was called by West Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee. While Ms. Banerjee proposed the name of Pawar, he simply passed the buck. Now, Gopal Gandhi, the former West Bengal governor, could well become a front-runner for the opposition. Take a look at what happened at that meeting called by Mamata Banerjee, including the fact that a few opposition parties skipped it. Take a look.
The race to Raisina Hill intensifies. Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee is the first of the bloc, taking the initiative to stitch a united opposition front. The long-awaited meeting of opposition leaders called by the TMC leader on Wednesday agreed on fielding a single candidate. Mamta once again pitched NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar for the post, but he declined.
Though I personally, even all the members of the meeting, they unanimously suggested Sharad Pawar's name. If he is agreed, everybody will give him support. And if not, then the name should be come from the political parties.
Sources tell India Today that Mamta also floated former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah's name. The left parties, according to sources, have suggested Mahatma Gandhi's grandson and intellectual Gopal Krishna Gandhi. Another meet is expected in a week's time. The meeting was attended by Sharad Pawar, Samajwadi Chief Akhilesh Yadav, Congress leaders Randeep Surjewala, Mallikarjun Kharge and PDP's Mehbooba Mufti among others. But in a big blow to Mamta, the TRS and the Aam Aadmi Party skipped the meet. According to sources, the TRS did not want to share a platform with the Congress.
All they were there. So only 1-2 party may be left out because they have some reason, maybe they are busy or sometimes. But all we have decided, there will be only one consensus candidate.
Mamata Banerjee's meet to unite the opposition has also exposed the fault lines within. 4 major regional parties, TRS, YSR Congress, BJD and Aam Aadmi Party stayed away. And without the support of at least 3 of these parties, the fight for president's post could become just a symbolic contest. Bureau Report, India Today.
Kaun banega Rashtrapati? That's the next big question blowing in the political wind in the national capital. Who will be India's next president? Does the opposition really have a strategy to take on the BJP-led NDA on the presidential election? Joining us now, the CPIM General Secretary, Sitaram Yechuri. Mr. Yechuri, it would seem that really the opposition has very little chance in this presidential election because you are so badly divided, as a result of which the numbers are with the BJP-led NDA.
You would be surprised that on this question of the Rashtrapati election, the unity amongst the opposition parties, you would be surprised, the country will be surprised at the manner in which we will all unite. Because the need of the hour today is to have a person who, as the custodian of the Indian Constitution, will uphold the Constitution, safeguard it.
No, those are all fine words. When you say you'll be surprised that the opposition is so united, Mamata Banerjee holds a meeting of the opposition parties on this issue to evolve a consensus. The TRS does not attend despite an invite. Aam Aadmi Party does not attend. The Biju Janata Dal does not attend. The YSRCP, Jagan Mohan Reddy's party, says they didn't even get an invite. Given these divisions that exist within the opposition flock, you clearly don't have a strategy, it would seem, and certainly not the numbers.
I mean, not attending the meeting does not mean not voting for the opposition candidate. There's a difference. And now the question is that who will be the candidate, and on that what will be the consensus, and I'm sure on that there will be, because right now the NDA does not have the requisite numbers. They require an ally outside of the NDA. And among the 3 parties that you mentioned, 3 who are holding state governments, that is Orissa, Telangana and Andhra. Any one of them going will tilt the balance in NDA's favor. Now, will they go?
Okay, so you're saying your attempt is to bring all of them together on the same page and find a common consensus candidate. We are told among the names that have been thrown up include Dr. Farooq Abdullah and Gopal Krishna Gandhi, the former West Bengal governor. We are told the left in particular has been keen on Gopal Gandhi. Do you see him as the kind of figure who can perhaps bring together all these opposition forces? He tried his hand at being vice president, lost. But do you see him as a potential presidential candidate?
No, he's one of those names probably being considered. The point is, remember, last time 18 parties supported him as the vice presidential candidate, 18 opposition parties. Now, in this time, we are just, the process has begun. The process has begun of consultations. We'll zero in on a name on which everybody will agree. And on that basis, I'm sure most of the opposition parties, because I think every single political party in the opposition is very, very seriously concerned about the upholding of our constitutional order and the character of the Indian Republic. These are under assault and they have to be protected. That is a serious concern for all the opposition parties.
Including these three parties, the Biju Janata Dal, the Telangana Rashtra Samiti and the YSRCP. I am told that neither does the TRS nor the YSRCP necessarily want to share a platform with the Congress. You've got the Biju Janata Dal, for whom also the Congress in a way is anathema in Odisha. So you and Mamata Banerjee will come on the same platform, given your divisions in Bengal.
Again, what I told you, last time we voted together, TMC and the CPIM, for the Gopal Krishna Gandhi as the Vice President.
Yes.
We did not come on the same platform. We can vote. That is the point. You please understand that. In a democracy, what finally is that where will you vote? Now, these three parties that you mentioned who have state governments, Odisha, Telangana and Andhra, they are also subject to the entire attack that is taking place on the rights of the states and particularly on the question of fiscal federalism. Now with the GST compensation stopping, every one of these state is going to get very adversely affected. And there is no compensatory thing being done by the central government in order to offset that pressure that will be there on the states. They'll have to respond, the state governments.
You know, I threw up various names. I threw up Gopal Gandhi because I was told his name was raised both in the meeting called by Mamata Banerjee and when you met Mr. Sharad Pawar. And one opposition leader told me in the 75th year of independence, we want this battle to be Gandhi versus Godse. I don't know whether you were the one who said it apparently at the meeting. Someone did. Is that true?
Well, the question is the Gandhi versus Godse is already on the agenda in the country. It has already been posed, not by us, but it's been posed by the ruling party. Ruling party. And now, this is the 75th year of India's independence. Since they have posed this question, the challenge has to be taken up. India has to take up the challenge. If you want India and the Indian constitution and say, we the people who have adopted that constitution will uphold that constitution.
The other name that was thrown up was Dr. Farooq Abdullah. In the context of what has happened with Article 370, apparently some members see it as having symbolic value. Do you see him as someone who can be a potential
As I told you, all these names, various other names are also under consideration. The point is, on which name will there be a consensus?
Sharad Pawar you met Sharad Pawar, and Mamata Banerjee has been quite open about the fact that she had gone out, reached out to Mr. Pawar, said, why don't you become a candidate? You also apparently pushed his name. Is that true?
That it is, and in fact the Congress, Mr. Kharge went and met him in Bombay, in Mumbai, and then he also urged him to do it. But then Mr. Pawar says that he'd like to be in active politics for some more time. So therefore he's declined. Otherwise, I mean, he could have been a very, very good consensual candidate.
You know, you're throwing up all these names, you're expressing confidence that the opposition will stand together. We just saw in the Rajya Sabha elections also that took place, the BJP was able to make a dent even in opposition-ruled states like Maharashtra. The sense is Mr. Modi and the BJP will be able to make to give India the next presidential candidate. There is also a move from the likes of Rajnath Singh is that why doesn't the opposition and the government come together and evolve a consensus candidate? Why do you need a contest?
Why is he telling you that? Why doesn't he tell me that? Why doesn't Mr. Rajnath Singh reach out to the opposition parties and first talk about it? That is the practice.
He has reached out to a few opposition parties.
Who?
We are told he has spoken to Mamata Banerjee, and the process is likely to begin where he will speak to other opposition leaders and saying, look, we will throw up a name, let's evolve a consensus.
Likely to begin, we've been hearing all along. It is the ruling party always that takes the initiative in trying to build a consensus. That has been absent so far.
So you're not averse to the idea of there being no contest, a president chosen by consensus if the candidate is someone whom you think can uphold constitutional values, because in the history of India only one president has been elected unopposed, that was Neelam Sanjeeva Reddy in 1977. So you're not unwilling to consider a candidate that the BJP throws up, am I correct?
No, not unwilling, because it depends on who is the candidate. It entirely crucially depends on who is the candidate. If the BJP, for instance, proposes Gopal Krishna Gandhi, we'll definitely support it.
No, Mr. Yechuri, you are choosing the candidate and saying Mr. Modi and the BJP must support the person you want.
I'm saying supposing they propose somebody like that.
Suppose they propose a woman and an Adivasi. There's a lot of buzz at the moment that the candidate could be a woman and an Adivasi. India's never had a tribal president. If they propose it, will you support it?
No, that has been going around for some time. And we also know who that lady in the question is. And also...
There's been talk of Draupadi Murmu.
Yeah. So that has been going around for some time. But this is all happening through you meaning the media.
So Sitaram Yechuri giving us a news point suggesting that Gopal Krishna Gandhi could well be a potential candidate for the opposition in the race for Rashtrapati Bhavan. But will the entire opposition stick together? 51% if the opposition sticks together, 49% for the BJP, but parties like Jagan Mohan Reddy are likely to support the NDA and therefore its advantage NDA in the presidential race. Let's turn from there to our other special focus, because a day after the government of India announced its new recruitment scheme for the armed forces called Agnipath, it was announced, remember, by the Modi government and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh yesterday. The centre now says the scheme is aimed at providing a youthful image to the armed forces. The eligibility of the scheme, remember, is the age of 17.5 to 21 years. Candidates will be enrolled under respective service acts for the recruitment. Rigorous military training in existing training centres will be needed. The duration of the service, they say, is 4 years, including training. Only 25% of the recruits will continue with the service after their 4-year term ends. The remaining 75% will leave with Seva Nidhi adding up to 11 to 12 lakhs without pension once they retire from the service. But it has sparked off a fierce debate. Okay, joining us now as that debate is sparked off by the government's latest reform for the army is my next special guest. I'm joined by former army chief who led the Indian army during the Kargil war, General VP Malik joins me. Appreciate your joining us, General Malik. Where do you stand now on this debate, General Malik, that has been ignited by the Modi government's Agnipath scheme to reform recruitment in the army? 17 to 21 years, 4-year, in a way, duty. Some say it will lead to a younger and fitter army. Others are saying it could lead to a much less professional army. With just 4-year terms, it will in a way disrupt the way armed forces function. Where do you stand on this increasingly polarized debate?
Good evening, Rajdeep. Thank you for asking me. I believe it's a step in the right direction. It's a pragmatic scheme, and it takes into account the socio-economic conditions of the country. Mm-hmm. It takes into account technological conditions that we will be facing in future, particularly in the nature of conflict and the kind of weapons and equipment that we will have to use. It also takes into account even the terrain on which we may be fighting. I'm referring to high altitude and the mountainous terrain, etc. So I believe it's a pragmatic scheme, and it's worth going in for it. In case there is any flaws or any noticeable weaknesses in that, they can be corrected. But on the face of it, it looks to be a pragmatic scheme.
You're calling it a practical and pragmatic scheme, General Malik. Let me now give you the views of those criticizing it. Lieutenant General Vinod Bhatia, for example, says anyone under the delusion that an intern on a 4-year tour of duty will match up to the Himalayan challenges and place the izzat of the Paltan before life and limb is clearly hallucinating. How do you respond to that? That this scheme of Agnipath, far from creating, in a way, these Agni warriors, it will actually affect the army's izzat. The camaraderie will be shaken if you have 4-year interns, as he calls them, suddenly joining the army tomorrow.
Very strong words. But Rajdeep, I have seen troops into the battle, fighting the battle. As you know, during Kargil war, we had a large number of troops who had come from the training centers, joined their battalions, We also had young officers who had just put in 2 or 3 years service. Some of them had been commissioned in the ASC, Ordnance, EME, etc., and they were on attachment with the infantry battalions which were there. They all fought well. They all fought for the regiment or the battalion for which they were. They all fought. In fact, many of them did commendable jobs. I can even mention the decoration some of them got. So I believe that it's we need not fear the kind of we need not fear about it, and these boys will be absorbed. The way the number will come into the youth, they will be absorbed properly, and there is no need for us to worry that they will not abide by the Naam, Namak and Nishan.
The second criticism, General Malik, and many will say this is a much more serious one being made by a few army veterans, is that apart from eroding the ethos of the regimental system, the scheme will also lead to frustration among those who are rejected by the army and not retained in service after 4 years. This is again Lieutenant General Bhatia, and also allied to that is the fears that once they enter society heavily militarized, what will they do? What happens to those who are rejected in a way by the army, not retained after 4 years? Is that the frustration and the militarization, will they be able to really take the next step in their life, and what will that do to society to have this militarized society?
Again, I don't think people are taking into account the socio-economic conditions of the country. And as long as we have a youthful profile, as long as we have the educated people, we should not worry too much. They would have served in the army for 4 years, and they would go back with a small package, as well as a certain amount of training, the discipline and the ethos of the army. I'm sure they will be able to find jobs outside. This is a welfare aspect that people are referring to. And even today I heard that some of them can be absorbed in the paramilitary forces or Central Armed Police. This is what has been announced by the Ministry of Home Affairs.
You know, the criticism, General Malik, again is coming from the fact that there are those who are not fully convinced whether the intentions of the government is to reform the army, give us a fitter, physically fitter army, one which is its claim will be more technologically savvy, or simply now to save on money because of the bloated pension bill. Because the pension budget was ballooning, therefore this step has been taken to reduce the age of the army. Do you go along with that, that really is the motive? Reform is only the way it's being window dressed.
Rajdeep, one of the consideration is indeed to save on the defense budget. One cannot deny that. And it will reduce the pension budget that we are spending at the moment, and which will keep on increasing. Overall, I believe that this will reduce the revenue budget that we are spending, almost about 80 to 85%, and it will help increase the capital budget, which is required for modernization. And therefore, there is nothing to be afraid of, in fact, about this.
Let's turn from the criticism to the support. I know you seem to be also now emerging at the support, as a supporter. Many say the Indian army, this massive Indian army, needs major reform, particularly the need to adapt to new technologies in the 21st century. Do you believe the focus therefore should be on the technology aspect? Do you believe therefore it should be restricted to this recruitment with the Agnipath scheme? But what really is needed is an adaptation to new technologies. Unless that happens, all of these reforms will not work. Do you go along with that? Or do we need the physical presence at the end of the day, boots on the ground? Technology or boots on the ground?
Absolutely. I do believe that. In fact, I think we are getting late into that. You know, it's good to depend so much on our regimental system, which we must which I agree with and which we must maintain. But also we have to improve the quality of men which are coming into the armed forces. And that is an important factor. I have always believed in quality over quantity. Let me be quite, I've been saying that from the time I was Army Chief, that I would prefer quality over quantity.
You know, General Malik, you at the very outset said that perhaps this Agnipath scheme needs to go through some kind of trial and error. It needs to be flexible. If there are any mistakes, distortions, they can be corrected. Do you believe, therefore, that maybe it should have been launched by the Government of India as a pilot project before announcing it dramatically, test its effectiveness before implementing it so suddenly?
I do feel whatever scheme that we adopt, Rajdeep, we must remain flexible. If there are any weaknesses noticed in that, we should be able to correct that. So I believe that even this scheme, as we go along with it, if there are any major weaknesses found, we should correct that. For example, I mean, if in my own first view was that it should have been for 5 years and not 4 years or 6 years. Now, that is something which can be seen after a few years, whether 4 years are good enough or we should extend it to 5 years. Similarly, I believe that the number which are coming, how many numbers should be coming at one time but I noticed that the number is okay. Today, they are talking about 45 or 48,000 to be inducted. And every year we have about 50,000 troops who retire from the army. So the number is such that it's going to take some time for these boys to be inducted in the unit in very small numbers, and they will be absorbed properly.
Right. You know,
one more factor, Rajdeep, if I can mention.
Yes, go ahead.
And that factor is at the moment we have agreed on 25%. We may increase it to say 35 or 40% if required. That is another aspect on which I believe we should remain flexible.
My final question, sir. Net, what I gather from you is that you're not concerned that the military ethos, the professionalism of our 40 lakh strong armed forces will be affected by people coming in for these short duration tour of duties at the age of 17. You believe this is a step in the right direction. Am I correct? Broadly, you believe that we are moving in the right direction towards reforming the army. It's not just window dressing.
Yes, Rajdeep, I also want to remind you and the other people that when I had joined the army, and for quite some time, we used to have people only for 7 years regular term. After that, they were sent on reservist list, etc. So from those 7 years, now we have made it 4 years. With all the technology available to us for training these, we have such a large number of simulators today. And that is one reason why the training period has also been reduced from 1 year to 6 months. So things have changed a lot. And one has seen the way we have expanded our number, we have accepted the technology. So I think it would be possible, and I'm not apprehensive. I believe we would be able to go ahead with the scheme.
General Malik, as always, a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much for giving us your perspective on Agnipath, the reform agenda when it comes to the army, or at least that's how it's being positioned by the Modi government. We'll have to wait and see what its sociological and military implications on the ground are. Let's take a break. When we return, among other things, we'll bring you our good news today's story. It comes from Madhya Pradesh. We'll tell you more on the other side.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Welcome back. Let's turn to tonight's Get Real India story. Today's story comes from Maharashtra, where Marathi actor Ketki Chitle, who was arrested over a social media post on Sharad Pawar a month ago, still remains in jail. The government of Maharashtra says that she's been arrested under the Scheduled Caste, Scheduled Tribes Act for statements she had earlier made about Baba Sahib Ambedkar. Either way, she has spent a month in jail for her Facebook posts. The Bombay High Court on Tuesday had come down heavily on the Maharashtra government in a separate case involving a student who had been similarly arrested and asked, why are people being jailed over social media posts? That's a question I want to ask. Will the Maharashtra government, which often prides itself on freedom of speech and speaks about the great legacy of Tilak, Gokhale, Agarkar, heed the court's advice? The story of Ketki Chitle is Get Real India.
It's been a month since Marathi actress Ketki Chitle landed in jail for posting alleged derogatory content on social media against NCP chief Sharad Pawar. Chitle had posted a Marathi poem that had references to the NCP chief. Over 20 FIRs have been filed against Ketki. Her lawyers allege she was beaten up and harassed in police custody.
This is a misuse of power and misuse of government machinery by some powerful politicians in the Maharashtra. What is about her liberty or fundamental rights? She was abused, she was beaten in the police custody. She have filed a complaint in the Kalamboli police station, but no single FIR registered.
Ketki's lawyer also claims that charges against her are bailable.
Some power is there in that poem she forwarded. Some power is there. So every NCP leader is going and lodging FIR against her. And police also registering that FIR. This is a clear misuse of power.
The BJP has come out in support of Ketki.
कोई भी विरुद्ध में बोलेगा तो जेल में भेजा जाएगा, ये उद्धव ठाकरे शरद पवार का सूत्र है। अब केतकी चितड़े हो या दूसरा हो नौजवान है, उसको महीना महीना जेल में रखना, ये सिर्फ ड्रग माफिया के ऊपर वाले माफिया की ठाकरे पवार सरकार ही कर सकती है।
Higher courts are taking cognizance of the fact that multiple FIRs are being registered against one social media post against a politician. In the case of Ketki Chitle, she continues to be behind bars for more than a month. Her lawyers say that there is nothing much to investigate in the case.
The day Ketki was arrested, Nikhil Bhamre, a student from Nashik, was also picked up by the police for posting alleged objectionable tweets against Pawar. Bombay High Court on Monday urged the Maharashtra government to release Bhamre voluntarily. The court asked if the state government is aware that multiple FIRs are being registered in one offence. The court said, if you start taking actions like this, you end up damaging the name of the person who has received the second highest civilian, a Padma Vibhushan. Even the towering personality will not like a student being kept in jail.
जब भी मैंने अगेंस्ट ट्रोलिंग के अगेंस्ट या गंदे मैसेज के अगेंस्ट कार्रवाई करने के लिए कहा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता इतनी कार्रवाई कभी हुई है। छोटी है और अलग अलग राज्यों में एक ही केस के लिए इतने सारे ऑफेंस लगाना, मुझे नहीं लगता है कि पवार साहब ने इसमें इंटरेस्ट लिया होगा, बिकॉज पवार साहब का मन बहुत बड़ा है। जो उनके आजू बाजू के लोग हैं, उन्होंने ये सब किया है।
The arrests of Ketki and Bhamre are proof of rising intolerance of criticism among political leaders. Will the Uddhav Thackeray government now heed the High Court's advice and release the two? With Mustafa Sheikh in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
So that is free speech in Maharashtra. Let's turn to another opposition-ruled state, West Bengal, where in another crackdown on free speech, a teen has been arrested for a social media post against riots. All the 19-year-old Aishwani did was slam the rioters after her house was attacked. This is not limited to Bengal. Similar crackdowns have taken place, as I said, in Maharashtra too. The question is freedom of speech selective? Take a look at this report, this time from Bengal.
Is this not intolerance? Youngsters jailed for their social media posts. in Uddhav's Maharashtra, in Stalin's Tamil Nadu, in Mamata's Bengal. Remember, it was India Today that brought national attention to the case of young student Saad Ansari, who was beaten up, assaulted and then jailed for a post where he had backed Nupur Sharma. A similar tale of intolerance in Tamil Nadu, where this man has been arrested in Coimbatore. And why? Because he supported Nupur Sharma. 24-year-old Karthi, a former ABVP leader, shared Nupur's video and defended the now suspended BJP spokesperson, prompting his arrest. And now, this girl you see on your screens, all of 19, is behind bars. She didn't support Nupur Sharma. She didn't speak of any community. She actually just slammed the rioters. 19-year-old Ashwini faced protests. These rioters took the law into their own hands, pelted stones at a police station and attacked her house. And how did the police respond? No, they didn't book the rioters. They actually jailed Ashwini instead.
এটা খারাপ কি লিখেছে খারাপ কিছু যদি লিখতো যে যদি কোনো উল্লেখ করে কিছু যদি লিখতো যদি যে কোনো সাম্প্রদায়িক দল বা কোনো ভাই সাহেব মুসলমান হ্যাঁ এই হিসাবে যদি ও লিখতো তাহলে এটা আলাদা ব্যাপার ছিল.
So what did Ashwini say in her post? She simply demanded that these rioters who resorted to violence in her state should be sent out of India, prompting violence on the streets of Howrah.
Stones were pelted, pointing the locals' residents, and as you can see, that this is the road connecting National Highway to this locality. Several houses were damaged. We can see that the stone were pelted, pointing towards the glass windows.
যা অবস্থা হয়েছিল যে পরের দিন যে আমরা বাজবো আত্মীয়-স্বজন ফোন করছে মানে আমাদের কি গিয়েছে আমরা জানি এইটুকুন বলতে পারবো আর কিছু কি বলবো দাদা তারপরে তো পুলিশ যদি না আসতো ওই 10 মিনিটে যে আরো অনেক কিছু হতে পারত.
The BJP meanwhile has condemned this crackdown on a teenager and offered legal help as well to Ashwini's family.
Mob surrounded her house and the police arrested her rather. So in the same matter, the state said that sometimes it is safe to stay in the jail. So regarding the same, I have made my submissions and the Honorable Court has taken cognizance and they have asked the state to file a report regarding her arrest. So the matter will be taken up soon.
The very same political leaders who have time and again spoken of the BJP's intolerance and exposed the ruling party now stand guilty of maintaining a symbolic silence, of shining examples of intolerance in their own states, at least as much as those they accuse of displaying the same intolerance. But India Today will continue to highlight these stories of hypocrisy and fight for these youngsters who've been punished for voicing their views. With Ritik Mondal in Kolkata, Bureau Report, India Today.
Two stories, one from Maharashtra, one from Bengal. Let's turn though to our good news today story, and it comes from Madhya Pradesh, where a village has set an example in women's empowerment. Semli village has elected for itself an all-woman panchayat. Take a look.
It is as normal as a village as any. Situated in the landlocked district of Agarmalwa in Madhya Pradesh. But the USP of Semli village lies in its leadership. 16 punches, all women. A small bid by villagers to promote women leadership.
16 पंच है और सरपंच भी महिला चुनी जाए. महिला हमारा गांव में आदमियों तो बहुत पीछे है और महिला आगे बढ़नी चाहते हैं.
The post of Sarpanch in this village is also reserved for women. The elected representatives believe that this initiative would give women of the village, especially the new generation, opportunity to prove their mettle.
हमने एकता के लिए पूरी पंचमी हमारे महिलाओं के लिए थी और महिलाओं आगे बढ़े.
The village hopes that its punches will put it on the road to development. Bureau Report, India Today.
Our image of the day comes from Chhattisgarh, where more than 100 hours later and non-stop rescue efforts for 11-year-old Rahul Sahu have been brought alive after he has been brought out alive after he had fallen in a borewell. That's the good news, that the boy is safe, sound, and all credit to those who've done that remarkable rescue act. We leave you with our image of the day, the little boy being brought out of the borewell. Thanks for watching. You stay well, stay safe. Good night, Jai Hind, Shubhratri, Namaskar.
India Today TV wins big at NT Awards 2022. Bags 14 most coveted awards. TV news presenter male Rahul Gandhi. Business news anchor female Abha Bakaya. Best news debate show News Track. Best talk show To The Point. Daily news bulletin News Today. TV news reporter Ashutosh Mishra. Sports special Go for Gold. Best use of graphics by a news channel, State of War 2021 elections, and many more. With 37 awards for the India Today group, the most credible network is also the most awarded. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Co-powered by Buy, Sell, Rent on 99acres.com. Salman thread probe takes bizarre turn. Bishnoi aide misled Mumbai cops. Moosewala's blood trail revealed. Murky social media links emerge. Lawrence Bishnoi Truth Files.
Two brand new angles in the Sidhu Moosewala murder probe is our top focus on India First. It's day one of the Lawrence Bishnoi interrogation by the Punjab police. We have a full special crime report coming up right here. First, the headlines. Congress versus Delhi police on day 3 of Rahul Gandhi's questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. Congress accuses police of entering its party headquarters and beating up workers. The ED has summoned Rahul again on Friday. He gets the day off tomorrow. No consensus on a single candidate at a meeting called by Mamata Banerjee to decide on Kaun Banega Rashtrapati. Aam Aadmi Party and TRS skip the meet. Pawar says no thank you. Left proposes Gopal Gandhi, the Mahatma's grandson. Bengal teenager behind bars for opposing rioters. ABVP youth arrested in Coimbatore for backing Nupur Sharma. India Today puts the spotlight on young Indians jailed for speaking in support of Nupur Sharma. Kerala gold scam fallout simmers. BJP takes to the streets against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Water cannons used against protesters. Accused Swapna Suresh defiant, says will not withdraw any statement. Goodbye Internet Explorer. Microsoft retires its iconic 27-year-old internet browser. Netizens get nostalgic. Microsoft Edge has replaced it. Lawrence Bishnoi is perhaps India's best-known gangster right now because he's been named mastermind in the killing of singer Sidhu Moosewala. Well, the Salman Khan threat that runs parallel to the Moosewala murder probe seems to be back to square one, however, because gangster Sharad Mahakal, who is a part of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang and who was in touch with the Bishnoi gang, appears to have misled the police with information of 3 men who he says were actually threatening Salman Khan. But in truth, those 3 men who Mahakal has named were already in jail when the incident took place. So is there a larger conspiracy to fool the police on the Salman Khan threat probe? Take a look.
The Salman Khan death threat case took a bizarre turn on Wednesday, and it was Mumbai police which was left quite red-faced by the developments. Arrested gangster Sharad Mahakal spilled the names of 3 gangsters to police who he said had threatened the Bollywood superstar. It was only later that Mumbai police realized it had been taken for a ride by Mahakal because all the 3 men named are already doing time in jail. Sharad Mahakal claimed that the 3 men were from Rajasthan and worked in a factory in Palghar. Police, after visiting the factory in Palghar, found out that they were not employed there. In truth, the men named by the gangster were arrested for looting a jewelry shop in Rajasthan, Sirohi, and were behind bars much before the day Salman got the threat letter. Salman Khan and his father received death threats on June 5 in a letter left at Mumbai's Bandra bandstand. The threat letter said they would meet the same fate as singer Moosewala. Lawrence Bishnoi, now established as the man who got Moosewala murdered, is suspected to be behind the threat letter. He had threatened the actor in 2018 too.
जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा सलमान खान का करेंगे मारेंगे ही जाएंगे जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं बिना मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर
But Mumbai police are yet to find out clinching evidence to nail Bishnoi, and Sharad Mahakal appears to be doing everything to protect his associate Lawrence Bishnoi. Bureau Report, India Today.
We reported to you yesterday the Punjab police has finally got custody of Lawrence Bishnoi for 7 days. Today happened to be day 1. The gangster has been given top-notch security, citing a threat to his life. Will he spill the beans about Sidhu Moosewala's murder? Will he spill the beans about the Salman Khan threat? Or is he going to basically give the police a big runaround? They've got 7 days to try and tie this up. Take a look.
A bulletproof car, 100 policemen standing guard, and heavily armed commandos. This is the top-notch level of security for the grilling of dreaded gangster and suspected mastermind of the Sidhu Moosewala murder. Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi being grilled by Special Investigation Team and Anti-Gangster Task Force personnel after the Punjab police got his custody for 7 days.
This gangster who was brought on 1-day transit remand, he was produced in the Mansa court which remanded him to police custody. The gangster during the Delhi police questioning has not confessed that he is behind Sidhu Moosewala's murder conspiracy.
किस तरह की सिक्योरिटी है? क्या कमांडोज है? देख सकते हैं, बिल्कुल सिक्योरिटी की इसके लिए जो है सफिशिएंट सिक्योरिटी हम कर रहे हैं. उसमें कमांडो भी है, उसमें लोकल है, उसमें हमारी जो पैरामिलिट्री है वो भी है.
India today had earlier tracked the gangsters' high security convoy.
ये सारी चीजें जल्दी पंजाब पुलिस ने इसलिए की क्योंकि एक तो ये गाड़ियों का काफिला काफी लंबा है. पंजाब पुलिस की अपनी 12 से 15 गाड़ियां हैं. इसके अलावा लोकल जिस जगह से ये गुजर रहे हैं वहां की लोकल एस्कॉर्ट इन्हें मिल रहा है और 50 से ज्यादा सुरक्षा कर्मी है.
The Punjab police are trying to unravel the Moosewala murder plot and trace the Lawrence Bishnoi gang's sharpshooters who actually pulled the trigger in Mansa, Punjab. The death threat letter to Salman Khan may also come up for probe.
बिश्नोई, सलमान खान को आपने धमकी दिलवाई? हैं? सिद्धू मूसेवाला मरवाया?
India Today's Arvind Ojha is the only crime reporter to confront Lawrence Bishnoi, asking him about his crimes. Lawrence Bishnoi is being grilled over gang rivalry and the weapon used by the killers of Moosewala. The Punjab police have revealed to India Today that the gangster, so far, is not cooperating. With Manjeet Sehgal, Arvind Ojha and Himanshu Mishra in Mohali, Bureau Report, India Today.
And joining me live from Chandigarh tonight is Arvind Ojha, the only crime reporter in the country who has confronted Lawrence Bishnoi up front, up close. No other crime reporter has done that. Arvind, आपके सोर्सेज के मुताबिक ये डे 1 का जो इंटेरोगेशन हुआ है लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का, उससे क्या निकल आया है? हमको अपडेट करना कि क्या एग्जैक्टली निकल आया है डे 1 ऑफ द इंटेरोगेशन से.
देखिए शिव, मैं आपको बताऊं कि जो इंटरोगेशन हुई है लॉरेंस बिश्नोई की, उसमें लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ने फिलहाल पंजाब पुलिस के इंटरोगेशन में बहुत कोऑपरेट नहीं किया है. उसके अलावा जिस तरह से इंडिया टुडे ने कन्फ्रंट किया था और जो रिएक्शन लॉरेंस बिश्नोई था उस वक्त, सेम जो एक्सप्रेशन है उसका जो रिएक्शन है वो फिलहाल इंटरोगेशन में है. वो काफी कम बोल रहा है और ये दिल्ली पुलिस के सोर्सेस ने भी बताया था कि वो काफी कम बोल रहा है. लेकिन उससे जब लगातार इंटरोगेशन हुई और खासकर सिद्धू मूसेवाला के मर्डर के बारे में जब उससे पूछा गया तो वो यही बोल रहा है कि वो जेल में था और उसके पास मोबाइल फोन नहीं था. लेकिन ये जरूर बोल रहा है कि उसने सिद्धू मूसेवाले को मारने के लिए न सिर्फ गोल्डी बरार से बात की थी बल्कि अपने कई गैंग मेंबर से बात की थी. लेकिन शूटर्स कौन है इसके बारे में उसे जानकारी नहीं है. लेकिन इधर जो पंजाब गवर्नमेंट ने एसआईटी फॉर्म की है सिद्धू मूसेवाला का मर्डर का इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए, वो एसआईटी की टीम, उसके अलावा एंटी गैंगस्टर टास्क फोर्स के जो सीनियर ऑफिशियल थे वो उससे पूछताछ कर रहे थे. 7 दिन की कस्टडी है. पंजाब पुलिस की कोशिश यही है कि इंटरोगेशन में लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को, जो एक वेल एजुकेटेड गैंगस्टर है, एलएलबी का कोर्स किया उसने, उसे तमाम वो कानूनी दांवपेच मालूम है. कोशिश पंजाब पुलिस की है कि 7 दिन में उसे इंटरोगेशन के दौरान तोड़ा जाए और जो रियल कॉन्स्पिरेसी है, डीप रूटेड कॉन्स्पिरेसी है सिद्धू मूसेवाला के मर्डर की, वो उसका खुलासा लॉरेंस बिश्नोई से करवाया जाए.
Arvind Ojha, thank you very much for speaking to us on that. The only journalist who has so far spoken directly to Lawrence Bishnoi, his information, his access, unparalleled on this big story. The day Lawrence Bishnoi was declared as mastermind behind the murder of Sidhu Moosewala, I spoke exclusively to Delhi Police Special Cell Commissioner H.S. Dhaliwal. Here's what he told me on that day, and listen very carefully because this matters hugely to what Lawrence Bishnoi is being interrogated about right now by the Punjab police. Listen into this. So Dhaliwal, if you could throw some light, I know that a large part of this case has to be kept privileged because it's an ongoing investigation, sir. But, there's been a huge amount of, curiosity about why Sidhu Moosewala himself was targeted in this manner. Because, people know him to be a Punjabi superstar, singer, not a gangster as such. But, there are reports, we've also been reporting about the whole revenge angle, his manager who is sitting in Australia. Can you throw some light on that, sir? What did Lawrence Bishnoi say about the motive behind this killing? Why was Sidhu Moosewala targeted, sir?
See, it will be very unfair for us
to, comment, beyond what our role is expected to be at this instance. We have a lot of inputs, we have a lot of information, but it will not be fair for us to comment on this one. But I can tell you our target is to bring the killers to justice as soon as possible and help the main agency which is investigating this case, that is Punjab Police. All these people will eventually be handed over, and we are just trying to ensure that we contribute our bit to bring these people to justice.
What is Lawrence Bishnoi's state of mind like, sir? It's very valuable for us to be speaking to someone like you who's come out and declared that he's the mastermind. What is his state of mind like in Tihar in the wake of this crime that you have said that he is the mastermind of, he's the one who ordered it, sir?
See, state of mind, we can't really comment on this one. But he's not in Tihar, he's in police custody remand with special cell. And that remand at the moment is till Friday. And of course, Punjab Police will also be, taking him on police custody remand whenever they, want to have it. So at the moment, I can't really comment on his mental state. Our focus is not to really look at somebody's mental state, but to try to see if we can get the people who are involved in actual killing as soon as possible.
Bishnoi has become India's most well-known gangster at this time, owing to the Sidhu Moosewala murder in which he's been declared a mastermind. He's got high security as he's interrogated in Punjab for the next 1 week. But this is a gangster who's got a lot of things that he's actually well known for. Let's just take you through some of those things because they're important regarding what comes up. This year, the mastermind behind the Moosewala murder is what has made him a household name. He's the suspect behind Salman Khan's threat letter because he had once, remember, threatened Salman Khan. This was in 2018 over the Black Buck shooting case. Then in 2014, the Lawrence Bishnoi gang killed a friend's rival who was contesting the Ludhiana election. That also became a big local story at that time. 12 years ago in 2010, Lawrence Bishnoi lost the Punjab University polls and assaulted the winning candidate. That's like among the first time when young Lawrence Bishnoi, real name Balkaran Barar, came into the local media, got into something of a life of crime, and then the rest, as they say, is gangster history. Here he is named the main accused in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. Now, to solve the Sidhu Moosewala murder, investigators from 3 states are probing the case: Delhi, Punjab and Maharashtra. Now, with the arrest of one shooter named Santosh Jadhav by the Pune crime branch, it has been revealed that there is a shocking modus operandi that is still unfolding. These gangsters used to communicate through Instagram. This is a story we revealed to you yesterday. That's right, with popular social media profiles and the inbuilt messenger. That's what they used. Guns Ghana gangsters in this special report.
जेल से भागे हुए सारे मोस्ट वांटेड मैंने ढूंढती फिर रही है
की पूरी ठोक ठोक रखदा डेंजर पे जानलेवा शौक रखदा।
पहले हमारे पूर्वज पीतल में पानी भरते थे और अब बात हमारी है, हम पीतल ही भर देते हैं।
करनी है बदमाशी ता दिल शेर दा चाहिए, करनी है बदमाशी ता दिल शेर दा चाहिए। मैं बस हंस के ही डाल देता है कोई।
These are no ordinary Instagram videos. These multiple reels are to interact between dreaded criminal groups, to boast about their kills and captures. Startling revelations in Sidhu Moosewala murder case, interconnecting gangs across the states. Arrest of sharpshooter Santosh Jadhav has blown the lid off this gang's operations. Pune crime branch reveals that Lawrence Bishnoi gang's mode of communication is the popular social media platform Instagram. Instagram is being used to communicate orders, to even flaunt news reports of extortion and intimidation against this gang. Interestingly, some uploaded videos have the music of Sidhu Moosewala, the Punjabi singer shot dead allegedly by the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. And Jadhav is accused to be one of the shooters. Santosh Jadhav was arrested by Pune police on Monday and has multiple Instagram accounts, some of them flaunting friends and weapons. So how do the gang members here identify? They pen initials using guns and bullets, and their code is Jai Balkari. The police are investigating further accounts to identify these gang members, that whether on Instagram or even YouTube. Mumbai Police Crime Branch, which is investigating Bishnoi gang's alleged threats to Salman Khan, are now also trying to trace previous attempted attacks against the Bollywood superstar. So today's dreaded gangs are operational not just on the streets, but also across the virtual space to target people and spread the word. That is, till the time law of the land catches up with them. Bureau Report, India Today.
So even as he is in the custody of the Punjab police for the next 1 week, Lawrence Bishnoi, remember, is no small potatoes. He's a man with a 700-member gang, a dreaded gangster with connections even in Canada. Goldie Brar, remember? This is Lawrence Bishnoi. Here's a report that gives you a glimpse of the gang that has terrorized large parts of North India. And this is an exclusive report with information you will hear nowhere else. This is Lawrence Bishnoi.
A gang that has terrorized much of North India, operating stealthily even from top central jails. A gang that has claimed the brazen daylight murder of Punjabi rapper Sidhu Moosewala. And now for the first time, the dreaded Lawrence Bishnoi gang is on television. Exclusive images of the Bishnoi gang being paraded by the Delhi Police Special Cell in 2021 after taking them into police remand under the Maharashtra Control of Organized Crime Act, Makoka. Bishnoi is seen wearing a black t-shirt, green shoes and close-cropped hair. Rajasthan gangster Sampat Nehra, who once carried out a reconnaissance of actor Salman Khan's house, can also be seen in these images accessed exclusively by India Today. The other gangster in these images are Jaggu Bhagwanpuria and Haryana's Kali Rajput and Raju Basodi. 30-year-old Lawrence Bishnoi, the son of a former police officer, is a law graduate. He met Goldie Brar in 2009 during his stint in Punjab University. The two rapidly rose in the world of crime after fighting for supremacy in university politics and a series of ruthless murders. When Goldie Brar fled to Canada, Bishnoi kept running the crime empire from Tihar Central Jail. Anybody who owed allegiance to rival gangs or stood against the Bishnoi gang was neutralized, like pop star Sidhu Moosewala. The Bishnoi gang allegedly wanted to avenge the murder of Akali Dal leader Vicky Midukheda in August 2021. Since Shaganpreet Singh, the manager of Moosewala, was named as a key plotter in the murder case, Moosewala came on the radar of the Bishnoi gang. Moosewala was also close to slain gangster Vicky Gounder, a bitter rival of the Bishnoi gang. While Shaganpreet fled to Australia, Moosewala couldn't escape the wrath of the Bishnoi gang. With Arvind Ojha, Bureau Report, India Today.
And this entire crime has put the spotlight not just, of course, on Lawrence Bishnoi, who's being interrogated, but the other gangs of Punjab. Moosewala's family and friends have confirmed that the singer was getting threats from multiple gangsters, multiple gangs. And at the center of the gang war is Lawrence Bishnoi. Currently, he is being interrogated by the Punjab police and will be over the next 6 days. He's the prime suspect in the murder, but he's not the only one. We now decode the gang rivalry that could have played a part in killing Sidhu Moosewala.
"29th May, Jawar ke village, Mansa, Punjab. While glorifying the guns and gangster culture in his songs, Sidhu Moosewala would have never imagined that one day he would fall prey to gangsters himself. Sources say before Sidhu Moosewala was killed, he'd received a call from the gangsters advising him to mend his ways. But Moosewala had ignored the threats, saying he too was equipped with weapons.
इनके जो एक मैनेजर हैं शगनप्रीत, इनका नाम आया था जो विक्की मिड्डू खेड़ा वाले मर्डर केस में। लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग का इसमें हाथ है और इसकी जिम्मेदारी जो है वो लकी उन्होंने ले ली है उनकी गैंग पे।
A gang war that spread across Punjab, Delhi's Tihar jail, and across 7 seas to Canada. At the center of this gang war is this group of men led by Lawrence Bishnoi. Lawrence Bishnoi, prime suspect. Lawrence Bishnoi is currently lodged in the high security ward of Tihar Central Jail. A resident of Firozpur, his gang is active in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Delhi and Uttar Pradesh. Professional shooters are also a part of Bishnoi's gang. Kala Jathedi, Bishnoi's crime partner. Lawrence Bishnoi's partner in crime is Sandeep alias Kala Jathedi, Delhi's most wanted gangster who carried a reward of 7 lakh rupees when he was arrested in July last year. Apart from Delhi police, Jathedi was wanted by Haryana, Rajasthan and Punjab police for his alleged involvement in several cases of murder, extortion and other heinous crimes. Jathedi's name also came up following the Chhatrasal Stadium assault and murder in which two-time Olympic medalist and world champion wrestler Sushil Kumar was arrested. Sushil Kumar was associated with Jathedi, but the two fell out. Vicky Midhu Kheda, Bishnoi aide, shot dead in August 2021. The trigger for Sidhu Moosewala's killing was allegedly the murder of Vicky Midhu Kheda. Vicky was also a big name in the Punjabi music industry and was shot dead in August last year. Moosewala's manager, Shaganpreet's name had figured in that murder. Goldie Brar, gangster, currently in Canada. Goldie Brar, a close aide of Lawrence Bishnoi, currently in Canada, has also claimed responsibility for Moosewala's murder. Goldie has also claimed that apart from Vicky Midhu Kheda's killing, Sidhu Moosewala was also behind the murder of his brother Gurlal Brar, but has survived on the strength of his contacts and influence. The Bishnoi gang has taken responsibility for murdering Sidhu Moosewala, claiming that Vicky Midhu Kheda was their brother and they have now avenged his death. With Manjeet Sehgal in Chandigarh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, the Lawrence Bishnoi investigation and interrogation is going to continue over the next few days. India Today will continue to be on top of it. Remember, we're the channel that named the Bishnoi gang first in connection with the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. That's it on India First. Same time tomorrow. Up next, Business Today with Abba Bakaya.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
This industry, this place, the competition, the people, the world, every day there's something that can demotivate you. Every day there's something that can suck the life out of you. Every day there's something that makes me think, यार ये भी कैसे झेलूं, ये भी कैसे लूं, इतनी कैसे फाइट हो सकती है ये. एंड मुझे तो शॉकिंग बस कभी कभार ये लगता है कि ऐसा कैसे है कि किसी और के लिए इतनी आसानी से सब हो जाता है और किसी के लिए इतनी मुश्किल होती है. दैट एक्सट्रीम ऑफ दैट स्केल फॉर मी इज जस्ट it's unbelievable. You have to be part of the system to bring about any change in the system. If you get out of the system, you anyway don't stand a chance. So you can't give up the game just because it's demotivating every day and something pulls you down. You got to be there na, to get back up there. उधर हो गए नहीं तो उठोगे क्या मतलब.
So there has been a lot of talk recently about a security vulnerability on smartphones known as the dirty pipe vulnerability. Now this one has the potential to infect major Android smartphones and any other device which is functioning on the Linux operating system. Now Linux is one of the most popular operating systems and Android is powered by Linux. What happens is when this dirty pipe vulnerability infects any Android smartphone, it will not only compromise the operating system but the phone as well, and it will make it susceptible to further attacks. So if you use an Android phone, this is very crucial information. The attacker can easily bypass the security and gain root access to modify the system without taking your permission. Basically, it puts your device at risk of foreign intrusions and it can tweak the system any way they want. Dirty pipe is the name of the vulnerability, a serious bug in the operating system which allows malicious data to be injected into any file. Now this vulnerability has been found on the Linux kernel version 5.8 or higher versions of this. And since most of the phones in the market, including Android smartphones which majorly dominate the market, since all of them are built over the Linux kernel version, this is a major concern. Android 12 users are most at risk because it has been discovered that the Linux kernel version 5.8 has been majorly used in Android 12. So if you're wondering how do you get to know which version of Linux your phone is functioning on, this is the way to do it. Go to settings on your phone, click on About Phone. Scroll down to the Android software version. Tap on it and that will tell you the Linux kernel version that your phone is on. So if the Linux kernel version that your phone is functioning on is 5.0 and below, then your phone is really not in danger. But if the Linux kernel version is 5.0 and above, then make sure that you check for any updates on your smartphone. And if you don't find any, then do contact the smartphone manufacturer to ensure that your phone remains safe.
Presented by eBix Cash. हर खुशी के लिए काफी है.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the day's top business stories. US Federal Reserve will announce its rate decision in an hour from now. Investors around the world wait with bated breath. Majority expecting a 75 basis point rate hike. Stock markets on tenterhooks. Sensex and Nifty end volatile session with marginal losses. Auto shines, metal, IT drag. Mayhem continues in the cryptocurrency market. Investors jittery after restrictions imposed by largest exchange, Binance, sell their holdings. Bill Gates joins in trashing virtual assets, calls them a sham. Big Business Today TV Newsbreak confirmed 5G spectrum auction approved by the Union Cabinet will deliver 10 times the data speed available today. Auctions to be on 26th of July. Group of ministers on GST rate rationalization meet this Friday. Sources say big decisions may be unlikely given the present economic conditions. Government taking extra care with the steps which could trigger further inflation. Big blow to India agri exports. UAE prohibits Indian wheat exports for 4 months. Restrictions apply to both wheat and wheat flour. Sources say the West Asian Emirate is concerned about phytosanitary conditions. Global stock markets have been in a volatile phase with a negative bias now for some time. Rising inflation worldwide has become the bone of contention for central banks and economists across the world. Investors remain convinced that a fresh 40-year peak in US inflation will prompt the Fed to take up more aggressive hikes in COVID-era interest rates and in turn hamper economic growth. The Fed Reserve may be looking to raise interest rates by 75 basis points. That's the biggest hike in 28 years. But a bigger surprise later today could be if the Fed only hikes rates by 50 basis points. However, markets have braced for a hawkish Fed. Investors will be looking for signals that the central bank is willing to get even tougher with rate hikes.
If the Fed decides to raise rates by 75 basis points at this June meeting, I think it's going to put additional pressure on consumers because now they're going to have to pay more in terms of interest rates to borrow, to buy a car, to buy a home, etc. It won't, however, have an effect on gasoline prices because that's more dependent on fuel availability, supply chain disruptions, and the tensions still occurring in the Ukraine.
Indian equity benchmarks failed to hold on to the green in yet another choppy session. Losses in oil and gas and IT shares pulling headline indices lower. Gains in financials and auto stocks limited the downside somewhat. Domestic indices were muted as global investors treaded cautiously in anticipation of aggressive rate hike action by the US Fed Reserve. The Nifty declined for the fourth day in a row and ended below 15,700. Sensex 2 slipping 152 points at 52,541. However, the broader market managed to sustain in the green. Among some of the top laggards today on the index, ONGC, NTPC, Infi, Wipro, Coal India, while the gainers were Bajaj Finserv, Bajaj Finance, Tata Motors, Hero Moto and Grasim. The big news break yesterday by Business Today TV on the Union Cabinet having approved the spectrum pricing for 5G auctions, which will usher in 10 times faster data speeds than available currently, was confirmed this morning. The government on Wednesday approved a proposal to auction high-speed 5th generation or 5G telecom spectrum for 20 years starting July 26. Radio waves totaling 72 gigahertz with 20 years of validity will be auctioned across the low, mid and high frequency bands. The government has also decided to do away with upfront payment for airwaves. The successful bidders can pay the 5G spectrum in 20 annual installments. Let's head across to Business Today TV's Chetan Bhutani, who first broke the story here on Business Today. Chetan, what does 5G spectrum auction mean for India's telecom sector?
That's right, Ava. Business Today TV was the first to break the story on the Union Cabinet taking up the approval of 5G spectrum auctions. Well, now it's been confirmed after nearly 24 hours of wait. Well, in a big move, the Union Cabinet on Wednesday approved the auction of 5G spectrum, which means that India could soon see 5G. And the reality would be that it would be about 10 times more faster than the current 4G network. Well, a total of about 72 gigahertz of spectrum will be put to auction for a time span of about 20 years. And the auction will be held in low, medium and high frequency bands, with telecom companies opting favorably in favor of the medium and the high frequency bands. Well, the significant relief for telecom companies is that they don't have to pay the upfront amount, and the government has done away with this clause, and instead they'll be allowed to pay in about 20 EMIs for 20 years, starting each of every year. Well, the auction of airways is set to begin on July 26th, and as per the notice inviting tender, which is the most crucial document which sets the timeline, the last date of application for submission of bids is about July 8th. Well, the government has also allowed setting up of private capital networks to enable new age companies in artificial intelligence and innovation. So clearly, in times to come, we could soon see 5G being a reality in India.
Great, Chetan. Thanks so much for joining us with that big news break. Now, a crucial meeting of the group of ministers on GST rate rationalization is likely on the 17th of June. On its agenda, rationalization of GST rates as well as merger of GST slabs to make the procedure smoother and hassle-free. For more information, we're joined by my colleague Karishma Sadani. Karishma, what's the big agenda of this meeting?
Well, right, the big aspect on the agenda has to be on the merger of slabs that GST GOM on rate rationalization will be looking at. In fact, if a report is prepared well within time, then the same will also go to GST Council, which is likely to convene in the first week of July as per sources. That's going to be the 47th GST Council. Now, the last time that a group of ministers on rate rationalization met, they took certain decision on rolling back the hike in GST that they had decided on textiles. Now, this meeting could also, in fact, discuss on the correction of inverted duty scheme on textiles. Besides this, the government may also take a call to refer to certain other issues on hike in GST or on slab mergers on certain products that could be considered. Well, only if the report is finalized, this will go to the council and a final decision will only be taken by the council. We are also being told that Fitment Committee has met multiple times to also discuss, and a report has been submitted to the group of ministers on rate rationalization.
All right, Karishma, thanks so much for joining us with that. The 3-day World Trade Organization Ministerial Conference in Geneva has been extended by a day to allow participating nations to come to an agreement. The developed and developing nations have been at loggerheads over nearly every issue discussed. While the West has hardened positions on the issue of patent waiver on COVID-19 vaccines, drugs and equipment, developing countries led by India are pressing for a balanced outcome on fisheries and agriculture issues. For more on the deadlock, let's go to Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs Editor, who is currently covering the event in Geneva. Rahul, take us through all the latest.
The news from the Ministerial Conference 12th at the WTO in Geneva is not very good. 164 countries had gathered to perhaps create a solution and agreement on 3 very critical issues: agriculture, fisheries and TRIPS waiver on vaccines, drugs and equipment. From the day one, contradictory positions have been taken by advanced nations and developing nations and the less developed countries. The end result is a virtual lack of consensus of any one of them. Primarily what is being seen is that entrenched positions are such which are signaling that more and more people may eventually like to go back home with no outcomes instead of having a bad outcome. The Director General of WTO, in an effort to push for some solution, something to take back home, has extended the WTO conference by one more day. But is that going to have an impact? Not really. Sources are telling us that on the issue of agriculture, countries like India are extremely clear. There is going to be no dilution as far as the demand for a permanent solution on the stock holdings is concerned or the subsidies to farmers is concerned. On the issue of fisheries, countries like India are now very clear that polluters pays first concept needs to be applied. The big nations have big trawlers, big companies fishing beyond their national waters. And they are demanding that there should be a removal of subsidy as far as small fishermen in countries like India are concerned. Nations have very small fishing communities. A country like India has almost 90 lakh fishermen who are dependent on government subsidies. Without them, their subsistence will be very difficult. On the issue of TRIPS waiver, yet again, virtually no consensus, as countries like India, South Africa and others are very clear that there needs to be an effort, a response by the WTO to the pandemic in a way that countries prepare for a future pandemic also, not just the current one. India has contested that vaccines in lakhs are getting waste because of expiry dates, but big companies are not ready to part with the technology to create vaccines and improve access to vaccines, despite the fact that in poor countries like in Africa especially, a large number of people are yet to be vaccinated, while the developed countries have already seen 3 doses being administered. Now, if all these issues don't get worked out, there is also a serious question mark over the WTO's capability to handle global trade and issues related to it. Will WTO eventually come up with a solution? The next 24 hours will tell. In Geneva, Rahul Srivastava for India Today.
All right, Rahul, thanks so much for joining us with that. We're going to take a very quick break here on the Business Today show. When we return, it's all about crypto and the massive fall that we are seeing in the cryptocurrency market. Back in just a moment.
Last week was marked by terrible news of popular actor Mahima Chaudhary getting diagnosed with breast cancer. She's come out in the open talking about her illness. This is our space to have a conversation about breast cancer. Here's all that you need to know. There is just 1% chance of a man developing breast cancer. In a woman, it is actually the most common type of cancer that's seen. What are the symptoms that one should be looking out for? Any sort of change in the size of the breast, a lump in the corner, or any discharge from the breast, pain in the breast, a discharge from the nipples.
Welcome back. It's the peak summer here with temperatures reaching 50 degrees in parts of the country. But for crypto investors, the winter is getting worse. These extreme risk takers have seen their crypto fortunes collapse in the past few weeks. And it's not just the average retail investors hoping to make a quick buck. The big boys of the crypto world have seen their billions evaporate in the ongoing meltdown. From 19 crypto billionaires worldwide just a few months ago, there are only 2 that are left. 7 of the world's richest crypto founders have lost a combined $114 billion since November. Here's more on the deep winter in the world of crypto assets.
जो इन्वेस्टर्स क्रिप्टो करेंसी में इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, उनको ये माइंड में रखना चाहिए कि जो भी वो इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं वो उनके खुद के रिस्क पे कर रहे हैं. They are investing at their own risk. उनको ये भी माइंड में रखना चाहिए ये जो क्रिप्टो करेंसी है इसका कोई अंडरलाइंग नहीं है, नॉट इवन अ ट्यूलिप.
Few paid heed to this warning just 4 months ago, dismissing it as yet another effort by the government and regulators to undermine the new age, high-return world of cryptocurrencies. The same investors are licking their financial wounds now. Bitcoin, the flagship crypto, is down and around 70% since hitting its lifetime high of $67,000 in November. Ether is down 76% from its high and 37% in just a week. Binance has lost 2/3 of its value from its lifetime high in November. Cardano is down a whopping 85%, while Ripple has lost 80% of its value. It's been a big fall from grace for the crypto markets, valued at more than $3 trillion just 8 months ago, larger than even India's GDP, to a little less than $900 billion today.
While small investors have heavily lost in this financial rout, crypto billionaires have not been spared either. A couple of months ago, there were a total 19 crypto billionaires, and now there are just 2. Changpeng Zhao, the richest of them all, saw his wealth erode from $65 billion to a mere $10 billion.
Analysts cite various reasons for this fall, ranging from steep global inflation to hike rates by central banks across the world. There's also the regulatory squeeze in several countries, including India, where cryptocurrencies have not been banned, but their trading is discouraged via high taxes, payment restrictions, and uncertainty due to absence of laws. However, it is the crash in confidence amongst investors which has pulled the rug. First, there was the crash of Terra Luna this month. It lost its peg to the US dollar and saw its value vanishing into thin air. Then, one of the world's largest decentralized finance platforms, Celsius, stopped all trading to prevent a run on its deposits. At its peak, Celsius was managing $20 billion belonging to around 2 million investors. On Monday, the world's largest crypto exchange, Binance, restricted trading for more than 24 hours.
For a once sunrise industry, these are the darkest times yet. Major crypto players like BlockFi, Gemini, Coinbase, etc. have all stopped hiring and have rescinded offers. Moreover, they have also let go of thousands of people. How long will this crypto winter last? Nobody is willing to take a guess. This was Akanksha Chaturvedi for Business Today TV.
We're now joined by our in-house crypto reporter, Akanksha Chaturvedi, and a panel of experts, including Rajgopal Menon, Vice President, WazirX, Smith Kakkar, Tech Diligence, Delta Blockchain Fund. Akanksha, let me come to you first. What are some of the current rates? What are the kind of volatility that we've seen, the kind of drop that we've seen? And then I'll also go across to our experts.
Yes, Abha, like you just mentioned, that the crypto markets are witnessing a crash. The global market cap has fallen around 5%. It's currently at around $905 billion as we speak. Bitcoin has fallen to its December 2020 levels. It's trading at around $21,000. It has also fallen 5% in the last 24 hours. Ethereum, which is the second most valuable cryptocurrency, it has also fallen. It has taken a deep dive of around 8% in the last 24 hours and it is trading at around $1,100. Over to you, Abha.
All right, thanks for that, Akanksha. Smith, what are some of the factors that have been causing or that are to blame for the kind of crash we've seen in the crypto market?
Multiple factors for the same. First of which being the fall of Terra Luna, which happened a month ago. So multiple companies were connected to Terra Luna, the Luna coin and UST coin by Terra Labs. So fall of that led to like close to $20 billion wiped out of the crypto market, and it had a domino effect on other projects as well. So as retail investors lost a lot of money, there's a lot of fear, uncertainty, and doubt in the market. So this led to death spiral of multiple coins. Multiple projects started failing. Recently, in the last week, multiple projects which hold billions of dollars worth of TVL are facing liquidity crisis, liquidity crunch, wherein a lot of retail investors had invested money. So during such cases, when retail investors try to pull out the money, these companies start liquidating their crypto assets, which led to the fall of coins. So if retail investors start withdrawing money from these platforms have to sell their holding in order to give withdrawals to the users. This led to fall of the entire crypto market.
Sure. Rajagopal Menon, how has this impacted Indian investors? If we take a closer look, how deep is the impact here?
So Abha, we'd just like to zoom out a little. Since the start of the new year, things have not been very nice at a nice place for the global economy. You had rising interest rates because of high inflation. You had a war. You have a war in Europe. China's supply chain woes, because of their zero COVID policy. So overall, the world economy is not in a very good shape, which has affected prices of sectors across the spectrum. So just to give you a perspective, Netflix is down by 75% over the last 6 months. Zomato, which is an Indian company, is down by about 50%. You are an expert in the BSE and NSE. They've also had a free fall in the last 2 or 3 days. So the focus to blame Bitcoin and crypto for a crash, yes, it's a part of a larger global economy. Now, to compound all that, in India we've had a couple of unique situations. One is in the budget, the finance minister announced a 30% tax plus a 1% TDS on every crypto transaction that happens. What that has happened is that after the 1st of April, most people who trade heavily in the crypto exchanges have stopped trading. Volumes are down substantially. So that has led to a severe fall in volumes, which is why, and the banks are also not very comfortable working with crypto exchanges. So those are the 3 factors that have affected volumes in the crypto exchanges at this point of time: the global economy, the new tax laws, plus the banks refusing to work with crypto exchanges.
Okay. Smith, so then has this crash also affected other Web.3 companies?
Yes, this has definitely affected a lot of Web3 companies. So companies who were directly invested into UST, Luna, or were holding their treasury or the treasury wallet balances in these coins or volatile coins, definitely took a hit. Now, globally, trading in crypto, volumes in crypto are going down. So a lot of international exchanges have started laying off people due to the decrease in volumes. So this has definitely affected a lot of Web3 companies and the crypto ecosystem.
Okay, Rajagopal, could you also help us understand why Binance, with which WazirX is involved, stopped all withdrawals on its platform?
No, that is, I think what had happened was that there was one transaction for a Bitcoin withdrawal that got stuck, which was a very large transaction. So Binance had temporarily paused withdrawals for Bitcoin for a brief period of time. I think this was yesterday. That was for about half an hour. And now things are back to normal, is my guess, unless you know more than I do. But that's what happened. One transaction got stuck, which acted as a bottleneck.
Okay, Smith, what about, some clarity on how the crash has impacted VC funding for crypto projects? I think I read somewhere about one small or mid-sized company getting funded just yesterday, but these are, of course, smaller packages. Do you think it'll have an overall impact on the kind of flow we're seeing for crypto projects?
Yeah, definitely. If you ask me, this is probably the best time for VC companies to fund a project, because during this time you get better valuations, you get only serious teams, serious projects looking to build out the best projects with the best tech minds. Now, if you look at the current bull market of 2022, 2021, 2022, the best companies, the rockstar companies, which gave like multi-fold return to investors, were all formed in the bear market of 2017 to 2020. And there has been some, decrease in funding, but the best projects which were, which has the best minds, which are actually solving the problems, are getting funded every day. Like, I personally know a lot of companies which got funded recently last week.
Yeah.
So funding has slowed down a bit, valuations have come down a bit, but this is the best time for VCs to invest into good projects.
Okay. Rajagopal, are Indian investors looking at this dip then as a buying opportunity despite the heavy taxation that's been applied on the sector?
Abha, what has happened is that trading levels have dropped. So, the day traders, the high frequency traders, the algo traders, That volume has come down substantially to the tune of about 60%. What that leaves is small investors, retail investors like yours truly, people who believe in crypto. So what they're doing is that and I'm assuming that this is true for investors the world over, is that they use this opportunity to buy small portions of their favorite coins or tokens. It's called dollar cost averaging, where you buy little chunks of your favorite tokens over a period of time to average your costs lower. So yes, a lot of people whom we call hodlers are actually buying their favorite cryptos and sitting on it and saying that, okay, fine, we'll ride it out. We will see what happens 3 to 5 years later, which is how you should be investing.
All right. So, Smith, what are people and investors saying? And I know I asked Rajagopal this as well. After Celsius and Binance stopped all withdrawals, what's your take on it?
Yeah, so Binance definitely enabled the withdrawals in a few hours. So that's the best news until now. Celsius still hasn't enabled the withdrawals, and most of the retail Celsius investors into Celsius, most of them are retail investors, because Celsius was giving out good returns, 7 to 8% compared to what US banks give. And majority of the investors in Celsius are retail investors from the US. So this definitely is a bit of a dicey thing. Once Celsius opens up withdrawals, this would definitely be a big relief for crypto market, and looks like the market would stabilize a bit if Celsius enables the withdrawals.
All right, gentlemen, thanks so much for joining us and taking us through some of the latest developments in the crypto world, Web3, and lots more. Thanks for joining us. That's about all we could pack into this edition of the show tonight. Thanks so much for watching.
The tenure of President Ramnath Kovind is coming to an end. With that, the 16th presidential elections are set in motion. So who will be the next first citizen of the country? Here's how the world's biggest democracy elects its president. The presidential elections are conducted by the Election Commission of India. Article 54 of the Indian Constitution states that only elected members of the Parliament and legislative assemblies of state and union territories are eligible to cast their votes in the polls. This means that no nominated member of either House of the Parliament or the assemblies can participate.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines. Congress versus Delhi police on the third day of Rahul Gandhi's questioning by the ED. Congress accuses police of entering inside the Congress headquarters and beating workers. ED summons the Congress MP again on Friday. No consensus on a single candidate at meeting called by Mamata Banerjee to decide on an opposition candidate for president. Aam Aadmi Party and the TRS skipped the meeting. Sharad Pawar says no. Left proposes Gopal Gandhi, who is Mahatma's grandson. Bengal teenagers behind bars for opposing the rioters. ABVP man also arrested in Coimbatore for supporting Nupur Sharma. Is the plot set to unravel on singer Moosewala's murder? Punjab cops get Lawrence Bishnoi gangster's custody. Murder threat to Salman Khan is being probed. Kerala gold scam fallout simmers. BJP takes to the streets against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Water cannons used against protesters. Accused Swapna Suresh is defiant, says will not withdraw the statement. Is this end of an era too? Goodbye Internet Explorer. Microsoft retires its 27-year-old browser. Netizens getting expectedly nostalgic. Rahul Gandhi's day 3 of ED questioning is still underway. He's been questioned, remember, for nearly 8 hours. The counting is still on. The capital saw today also, which is the third day, a fiery twist to the Congress anger for Rahul Gandhi. Tires were burnt in the heart of VVIP zone of New Delhi. There was also arson in the national capital, Delhi, but a Congress neta in Maharashtra went on an abusive rant against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Here's what happened through the day as Congress supporters and protesters were out on the streets in solidarity for Rahul Gandhi.
Tires set ablaze. Thick black smoke outside ED office in the heart of Delhi. Tense standoff with cops. Fiery standoff, unruly protest and fisticuffs and raging Congress cadre, all for Rahul Gandhi.
Look at the visuals. This is just outside the ED office, and this is nothing less than arsoning. Tires being burnt on a busy stretch of road, putting the traffic on a hold. Just look at these visuals. Now these protesters are running away. Sir, tires नहीं जला सकते. जला सकते आप ये मोदी साहब के. Sir, आप नहीं sir, आप रास्ते पे ट्रैफिक. मैं करने से मजबूर है हम लोग. क्या कर सकते हैं इसमें? क्यों ये इतनी पुलिस लगा रखी है आप उसको प्रोटेस्ट आप सत्याग्रह कह रहे हैं क्या गांधी जी ने सत्याग्रह में टायर ऐसे में ये रॉन्ग है ना मैम टायर्स जलाना भी गलत है ये रॉन्ग नहीं है क्योंकि हम these protesters are refusing to understand the meaning of satyagraha. This is an extremely busy stretch. It has to be repeated that this kind of arsoning can actually put a risk of life.
Day 3 of Rahul Gandhi's grilling at the ED office took a furious turn when Congress entered a chaotic face-off with the Delhi police. Congress claimed that Delhi police barged into its headquarters and assaulted its cadre. Images captured dozens of Congress leaders and workers in a tense standoff with Delhi police and other security personnel outside the party's headquarters on Akbar Road.
राजनीतिक दल का कार्यालय है और उसमें पुलिस घुसे और वहाँ लाठीचार्ज करे तो ये साहस दिल्ली पुलिस की नहीं हो सकती। ये निर्देश मिला है ऊपर से और ये वही ताकत है जो लोकतंत्र में विश्वास नहीं करते। जो यदि राजनीतिक विचारधारा उसके अलग है तो उसको समाप्त कर देना चाहते हैं, कुचल देना चाहते हैं।
Despite Congress fury on roads, there's no let-up in ED's marathon grilling. According to ED sources, Rahul has been evasive and giving tutored answers. ED officials questioning Rahul are not satisfied with the answers of the former Congress president, saying he's changing them often. With Shreya Chatterjee, Supriya Bharadwaj and Munish Pandey in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Politics continues to rage on over Rahul Gandhi's Enforcement Directorate questioning. Maharashtra Congress Neta hurled a highly objectionable slur at the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, drawing anger and outrage.
फालतू के काम करना बंद करो, नहीं तो नरेंद्र मोदी तेरा वही हाल होगा। फिर अब क्या बोलेंगे कि जैसे की मौत होती है ऐसे नरेंद्र मोदी की मौत होगी।
Congress Neta resorting to open, sickening abuse. In his aggressive defense of Rahul Gandhi, this Congress leader, Sheikh Hussein from Maharashtra,